Every man a king. That was the slogan of a certain Huey Pierce Long, who was governor of Louisiana in the 1930s. Robert Penn Warren, a poet and I would say, rather good writer, adapted that story of Huey Long into his own novel in the 40s called All the King's Men. As the New York Times calls it, as it's even printed on the cover, All the King's Men is the definitive novel about American politics. But, as I hope you'll come to find out today with this extremely long video, it is so much more than that. When I was first introduced to All the King's Men a few years ago in a Southern literature course, my professor told me that All the King's Men is the greatest mystery novel ever written. And why that is exactly will become clear once we get to the end of the first chapter, and it'll also be at the end of the first chapter when I will encourage those of you who are interested to stop watching the video and just read the book. The book, I would say, and it is also the winner of a Pulitzer Prize, so it doesn't even matter what I would say, is incredible. But what is it? So, what is the book and what am I doing here? Well, this is going to be a sort of breakdown and analysis. I'll be summarizing a lot of the main points, but I'm also going out of my way to try and help you understand anything that might have to do with the analogies being made, very many of which ended up being biblical analogies. But at the end of the day, All the King's Men is about everything. Yes, there is some politics, but there is also love, time, and life itself as key components of the story, and even something even bigger than any of those, in a way, that I will talk about way later in this video. A few things you may want to know before continuing is that this book was written in the 1940s, so there is some dated language, both in terms of some of it being maybe slightly difficult to read for modern audiences, though not that much, and then also dated in the way that you think I mean when I say dated language. However, despite the use of certain words, it is worth noting that Warren himself, despite being a white Southerner from the 40s, was a civil rights advocate, so you can have whatever opinion you want on that, but I think his intention with the things he does in this book is pretty good, so I'm not too concerned about it personally. As far as other things, there are references to things like some sexual content, there is some self-harm, there is a bit of violence, and despite the fact that the book is overall very serious and addresses a lot of very significant issues, the book is actually quite funny, so unlike some classical books you might be used to having to read, I actually found myself laughing several times reading this book, but I also found myself crying a few times in the book, so I hope you're ready for an entire range of emotions because they are all here. Another thing I'll mention is that Warren himself claimed that this was never a book intended to be about politics, but I would say it is valid to draw certain comparisons between some of the things that will happen in this book and our modern day. That is one of the ways in which reading classical books remains relevant, because as the old saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. So I think there's quite a lot to be gained out of this book in that field as well, though I do agree with Warren in saying that politics is not the main point of this. And as for myself, I did have several reservations about telling this story. It is 600 pages of poetry. And while it is not literally poetry, the prose is so beautiful, but also so densely packed with information, that reading it and trying to understand everything that's in it is quite a task. So I wanted to make sure that I was up to that task. But I also, at the same time, knew that I had to do it. This book has probably had more impact on me than just about anything else I've ever read. And I hope you will see why by the time we're through, even if the time we're through will be several hours from now. And in case you've never seen me before, hello, my name is JBat, and I usually do like 20-minute videos on writing and world building, but I like to pretend and or maintain that this video is perfectly relevant to the channel, because the best thing you can do to learn how to write or world build better is to read good books, and I maintain that, and I also maintain that that is a better way to learn than watching my videos. And so we're doing both today. We're reading a good book and I'm doing a video, you know? It should be an interesting mixture. I would also like to have everybody salute our fair editor Yamez, who has had to take this monstrosity, which included the fact that this beginning section is actually being recorded after the rest of the video because I'm an idiot and deleted the first part. And that is something that poor Yamez is having to deal with. So as said, everybody salute Yamez. They may not survive. But on a more positive note, going back through this book, I've realized a lot of places where I've picked up certain habits. I mean, hell, even though this is the written word, I have noticed speech patterns that I've picked up from this book because I loved it so much. The way that it is written is entirely unique, but I actually think there is one person you can compare it to, and that would be Cormac McCarthy. You could not convince me that Cormac McCarthy has not read this book. They share a fair amount in common. I would never claim that Cormac McCarthy is in any way aping or emulating the style of this book, but they definitely have a shared similarity of style, so if you like one, I am positive you will like the other. One other thing I should mention is that there are two main editions of this book. I have read both, and because I'm insane, I actually read both at the same time, which is to say I read the text version of the restored edition, which is closer to the original manuscript, and then I also audiobooked, while reading this, the standard edition. The basic difference is that the restored edition just has more passages in it, and otherwise they are the same. The chapter numeration is one different, but otherwise I would not strongly recommend either one over the other. If you're willing to read a little more, you could go with the restored edition. But the only other primary difference is the name of our Huey Long figure, who in the standard edition is Willie Stark, and in the restored is Willie Talos. I, especially because, as said, this is my second time doing the beginning of this, I say Stark and Talos kind of interchangeably. I'm sorry for that, but when you're reading both at the same time, that just kind of happens. But just remember, if I say Willie, or Tom, or Lucy, those are all characters who are either Stark or Talos, depending on how dumb I'm being at the moment. And the only other thing, I promise we're about to start, is that while this book is nominally about Huey Long, I mean, he's on the cover, that Willie character that I was talking about is not Huey Long. He is analogous to Huey Long, and you can draw certain comparisons between him and Huey Long, pretty strong comparisons, really, but Willie Stark / Talos is very much Warren's own beast, and you will come to see that yourself. But without further ado, let's finally end my rambling and start the book. Mason City. You follow Highway 58 going northeast out of the city, and it is a good highway and new. Or it was new that day we went up it. You look up the highway and it is straight for miles, coming at you, with the black line down the center coming at you, black and slick and tarry shining against the white of the slab. And the heat dazzles up from the white slab so that only the black line is clear, coming at you with the whine of the tires. And if you don't quit staring at that line and don't take a few deep breaths and slap yourself hard on the back of the neck, you'll hypnotize yourself and you'll come to just at the moment when the right front wheel hooks over into the black dirt shoulder off the slab, and you'll try to jerk her back on, but you can't because the slab is high like a curb, and maybe you'll try to reach the turn off the ignition just as she starts the dive. But you won't make it, of course. So, this, in of itself, is the perfect introduction, even though it seems kind of random. And that's because one of the biggest themes of this story is time. Time in a general sense, but also time as it relates to Louisiana in the 30s. This is a new road going through an old town. The paragraphs following this are about those old places that this road runs through. This entire novel is about the clash between old ideas and old customs and the new modern world. And we can see just how strongly time has already hit this area in this section. The big cotton fields are gone now, and the grove of live oaks way off yonder where the big house is and the whitewashed shacks, all just alike, set in a row by the cotton fields with the cotton growing up to the doorstep where the pickaninny sits like a black billiken and sucks its thumb and watches you go by. That's all left behind now. There were pine forests here a long time ago, but they're gone. The bastards got in there and set up the mills and laid the narrow-gauge tracks and knocked together the company commissaries and paid $1 a day, And folks swarmed out of the brush for the dollar, and folks came from God knows where, riding in wagons with a chest of drawers and a bedstead canted together in the wagon bed, and 5 kids huddled down together, and the old woman hunched on the wagon seat with a poke bonnet on her head, and snuff on her gums, and a young one hanging on her tit. The saws sang soprano, and the clerk in the commissary passed out the blackstrap molasses and the sow belly and wrote in his big book, and the Yankee dollar and Confederate dumbness collaborated to heal the wounds of 4 years of fratricidal strife, and all was merry as a marriage bell. Till all of a sudden there weren't any more pine trees. They stripped the mills, the narrow gauge tracks got covered with grass. Folks tore down the commissaries for kindling wood. There wasn't any more dollar a day. The big boys were gone with diamond rings on their fingers and broadcloth on their backs, and their daughters played the harp in Paris, and their sons rode on the crew at Yale. So with this, it is good to remember that this is a Southern literature novel, of which I have read a great deal. I've read plenty of Faulkner, I've read some O'Connor, and I've read Warren, and then of course I've even read McCarthy, who I think counts. And this is a pervasive theme in many of their works. Even in those like Warren, who are not in any way defending the Confederacy, I mean, he says Confederate dumbness, or who are necessarily looking on the past fondly, which you'll see Warren strongly damn the past of certain parts of the South later on. There is still this overarching feeling of loss in the South, because even regardless of the context of the Civil War itself and the times following that, the South was pretty much still terrible for everybody. Everybody who wasn't already rich, that is. And as that section just read, you know, most of these people came to get these factory jobs, but then the factories closed and they're back to where they started, having gained nothing. And that level of being consistently screwed over is the atmosphere that forms in this Louisiana, and it is the atmosphere that allows the novel to happen the way that it does. And as our main character describes this place that he's passing by, though I don't actually think he's named himself yet, he says, "That was the way it was the last time I saw Mason City. I was in the first car, the Cadillac, with the boss and Mr. Duffy and the boss's wife and son and Sugar Boy. In the second car, which lacked our quiet elegance, reminiscent of a cross between a hearse and an ocean liner, but which still wouldn't make your cheeks burn with shame, in the country club parking lot, there were a couple of reporters and a photographer and 2 or 3 assorted hired hands, and Sadie Burke, the boss's secretary, to see they got there sober enough to do what they were supposed to do." This is where we're about to get an introduction of one of the most interesting characters in the novel, one of the most unique, if nothing else, Sugar Boy. Sugar Boy was driving the Cadillac, and it was a pleasure to watch him. Or it would have been if you could detach your imagination from the picture of what near a couple tons of expensive mechanism looks like after it's turned turtle 3 times at 80, and could give your undivided attention to the exhibition of muscular coordination, satanic humor, and split-second timing which was Sugar Boy's when he whipped around a hay wagon in the face of an oncoming gasoline truck and went through the rapidly diminishing aperture close enough to give the truck driver heart failure with one rear fender, and wiped the snot off a mule's nose with the other. But the boss loved it. He always sat up front with Sugar Boy and looked at the speedometer and down the road and grinned to Sugar Boy after they got through between the mule's nose and the gasoline truck. And Sugar Boy's head would sort of twitch the way it always did when the words were piling up inside of him and couldn't get out, and then he'd start, he would manage to get out, and the saliva would spray from his lips like flit from a flit gun. The bastard, he's seen me, and here he'd spray the inside of the windshield, common. Sugar Boy couldn't talk, but he sure could express himself when he got his foot on the accelerator. He wouldn't win any debating contests in high school, but then nobody would ever want to debate with Sugar Boy. Not anybody who knew him and had seen him do tricks with the .38 Special, which rode under his left armpit like a tumor. So that is Sugar Boy. Sugar Boy is more important than he seems and is not just a form of dated comic relief, but you'll get to find out more about that shortly. Then, of course, we are introduced to the boss, who is that Willie Stark /Talos /Huey Long character. The boss, as you might imagine, will be rather important. Warren also critiques racism pretty quickly on, and including critiquing the reader's expectation by saying, "No doubt you thought Sugar Boy was black from his name. But he wasn't. He was Irish from the wrong side of the tracks. He was about 5 feet 2 and he was getting bald, though he wasn't more than 27 or 8 years old, and he wore red ties, and under the red tie in his shirt he wore a little papist medal on a chain, and I always hoped to God it was St. Christopher and that St. Christopher was on the job. Now here's the first of those little biblical references that turn out to be important later, as St. Christopher is a character very relevant to the story and to Sugar Boy. That's because St. Christopher is the patron saint of travelers, which even just from the beginning, Sugar Boy is the boss's driver, so that already makes sense. But then when you actually know what St. Christopher's story is, it makes even more sense, which is that St. Christopher would help people across the river, and one of them who he helped, a young boy, turned out to be Jesus Christ. There is, as you might expect, a parallel that is being created here that will add to a sort of ongoing metaphor that we'll keep track of right now, but that will become pretty obvious as time goes on. But there's even more to this little allegory in Eastern Orthodoxy, which celebrates St. Christopher, Christophoros, and trust me, this is relevant, on May 9th. In a liturgical reading, they say about him, "Thou who wast terrifying both in strength and in countenance, for thy Creator's sake didst thou surrender thyself willingly to them that sought thee. For thou didst persuade both them and the women that sought to arouse in thee the fire of lust, and they followed thee in the path of martyrdom. And in torments thou didst prove to be courageous, wherefore we have gained thee as our great protector, O great Christopher." This is one of those things where I will admit I have to be cagey about a great deal of things early on because, as said, this is a mystery novel, and it's so much of a mystery novel I can't even tell you what the mystery is just yet. But that is very relevant to Sugar Boy, and very relevant to something he does, and very relevant to something he almost does much later on. He also likes to dig sugar cubes out of his pocket, even though they're covered in lint, and eat them, and this is why he's called Sugar Boy. And I suppose you could draw a comparison to him being horse-like in this way, a workhorse, but I feel like there is far less there than with the St. Christopher thing, but it's still worth pointing out. The next character we get a little introduction for would be Tom, which is the boss's son. The boss was sitting in the front seat with Sugar Boy and watching the speedometer with his kid Tom up there with him. Tom was then about 16 or 17, I forget which, but you would have thought he was older. He wasn't so awful big, but he was built like a man and his head sat on his shoulders like a man's head without that gangly, craning look a kid's head has. He was a high school football hero and he got his name in the papers because he was good. He knew he was good. He knew he was the nuts. As you could tell from one look at his slick-skinned, handsome brown face with the jawbone working insolently and slow over a little piece of chewing gum and his blue eyes under half-lowered lids working insolently and slow over you or the whole damned world. Now, Tom is not who I would call a particularly attractive character in many cases throughout this novel, but he is very important, and he certainly is very good at football. Then there is a bit of a mention of Lucy and Tiny Duffy, who are two other important characters. Lucy is Willie's wife and Tom's mother, and I maybe am getting slightly ahead of myself, but she is consistently portrayed as being one of the best people in this novel, and uniquely so pay attention to her. And then we have Tiny Duffy, who is the literal exact opposite. If you read the book yourself, you will want to find Tiny Duffy somehow magically through the veil of fiction and strangle him. He is so annoying, he is so sleazy, he is so unlikable. Man, I hate Tiny Duffy. I am Tiny Duffy's biggest hater. But as for what the jolly crew here is actually doing, they are riding into town on their way to go visit Willie's father. And there's this nice little description of the town they ride into to stop for a bit. We tooled down the street where the little one-time white houses were and hit the square. It was Saturday afternoon and the square was full of folks. The wagons and the crates were parked solid around the patch of grass roots in the middle of which stood the courthouse, a red brick box, well weathered and needing paint, for it had been there since before the Civil War, with a little tower with a clock face on each side. On the second look, you discovered that the clock faces weren't real. They were just painted on, and they all said 5 o'clock and not 8:17, the way those big painted watches in front of third-string jewelry stores used to. We eased into the ruck of folks come in to do their trading, and Sugar Boy leaned on his horn, and his head twitched, and he said, "Bastards," and the spit flew. And just the way that this entire scene ends up getting described is brilliant. Brilliant enough that I wish I could read all of it to you, but I won't because this video is already probably going to be 4 to 5 hours long, and I don't want to make it 7. But I guess I'll just make a little note here that the way that this country is portrayed is great, and it's very accurate, I can say as somebody who lives in the South. It's very hot, it's very humid, and as somebody I knew once said, the air of the South is the air you can wear, which has stuck with me ever since. However, the relevant thing that's going on here, and not me just talking about holy crap, Warren really knows how to write scenery, is the response to Willie. It's Willie! The fellow ran up to the boss, and the boss took a couple of steps to meet him, and the fellow with the white coat grabbed Willie's hand as though he were drowning. He didn't shake hands, not by ordinary standards, he just hung on to it and twitched all over and gargled the sacred syllables of Willie. Then, when the attack had passed, he turned to the crowd, which was ringing around at a polite distance and staring, and announced, "My God, folks, it's Willie!" The remark was superfluous. One look at the faces rallied around, and you knew that if any citizen over the age of 3 didn't know that the strong-set man standing there in the Palm Beach suit was Willie Stark, that citizen was a half-wit. In the first place, all he would have to do would be to lift his eyes to the big picture high up there above the soda fountain, a picture about 6 times life size, which showed the same face, the big eyes, which in the picture had the suggestion of a sleepy and inward look. The eyes of a man in the Palm Beach suit didn't have that look now, but I've seen it. The pouches under the eyes and the jowls beginning to sag off, and the meaty lips, which didn't sag, but if you looked close, were laid one on top of the other like a couple of bricks, and the tussle of hair hanging down on the not very high squarish forehead. Under the picture was the legend, "My study is the heart of the people," in quotation marks and signed, Willie Stark. I had seen that picture in 1,000 places, pool halls to palaces. So yeah, where we are now is where I'm also going to make a quick note that time is slightly complex in this novel. I will, of course, keep track of it for you, make sure you keep a hold of it, but time moves around a lot. There's a lot of backward and forward again, and right now is not anywhere close to the chronological beginning of when things happen. In fact, this is quite literally in medias res. This is about in the middle of the story when this is happening. However, this is all done very intentionally, as Warren is wanting to introduce concepts to us in a way that makes more sense than it would if it was done chronologically. But the overall point of what's being made here is that Willie is very popular. He is known, he is beloved by the people, he has his face up everywhere, he is the stuff, or he is the nuts, which are 2 phrases that you see a lot in this book, which I know are very antiquated, but I just kind of like them. And Willie ends up going and talking to one of the people here, and it's this bedraggled old man who would seem like the last guy the esteemed governor of the state would want to talk to, but Willie has a genuine conversation with this man. He's known him most of his life, and he asks about his son. And this old man, as it turns out, Malachi, that is, has had his son get into trouble after a scuffle occurred at the bar, and the guy on the other end of the scuffle died after his son got into a fight with him, even though his son was not trying to kill him. This is Willie. He is the populist. He will talk to the common man, even the bedraggled man, even the poorest of men. And while it does seem like he does it for the right reason, it does seem like he legitimately cares to talk to this man, the optics of it certainly don't hurt. One other thing that's very slightly amusing here, just from my perspective, is that they ask for Cokes, and it's Cokes, and you get a fair amount of Cokes in this story as opposed to soda and pop. There is some soda and pop, but there's a lot of Cokes. And the only reason I'm making a point out of this is that I'm always amused when I'm reminded of the fact that not everywhere in the world calls all sodas Cokes like we do here in the South. And while you could fairly argue that that is not very relevant to the grand story of all the King's Men, I don't care. But to make it up to you and talk about something that actually matters, and in fact matters so much that I will continuously reference it throughout the novel, the people here in this town want Willie to make a speech, and Willie continues insisting that there will not be a speech. Keeps saying, "I ain't gonna give any speech." But this, related, is said, and as I'm repeating, very important. It's coming, I thought. You saw the eyes bulge suddenly like that? This is because it's looking like Willie might actually give a speech after all. As though something had happened inside him and there was that glitter. You knew something had happened inside him and thought, it's coming. It was always that way. There was the bulge and the glitter, and there was the cold grip way down in the stomach as though somebody had lost hold of something in there, and the dark, which is you with a cold hand and a cold rubber glove. It was like the second when you come home late at night and see the yellow envelope of the telegram sticking out from under your door and you lean and pick it up. But don't open it yet, not for a second. While you stand there in the hall with the envelope in your hand, you feel like there's an eye on you, a great big eye looking straight at you from miles and dark and through walls and houses and through your coat and vest and hide, and sees you huddled up way inside in the dark, which is you, inside yourself, like a clammy, sad little fetus you carry around inside yourself. The eye knows what's in the envelope, and it is watching you to see you when you open it and know too. But the clammy, sad little fetus, which is you way down in the dark, which is you too, lifts up its sad little face and its eyes are blind, and it shivers cold inside you, for it doesn't want to know what is in the envelope. It wants to lie in the dark and not know and be warm in its not knowing. The end of man is knowledge. But there is one thing he can't know. He can't know whether knowledge will save him or kill him. He will be killed, all right, but he can't know whether he is killed because of the knowledge which he has got, or because of the knowledge which he hasn't got and which, if he had it, would save him. There's the cold in your stomach, but you open the envelope. You have to open the envelope, for the end of man is to know. I cannot overexpress, 1, how much I love this concept and how it gets used, and 2, how important it is. Did you know the end of man is knowledge? Well, you sure are going to by the time this is over, because even if you're not paying attention to the book, I'm going to say it about 3 million times. And so, of course, as we knew was going to happen, Willie does, in fact, give a speech. And of it, the most notable thing he says is this: "And I didn't come here to ask you to give me anything, not even a vote. The good book says, there are 3 things that are never satisfied, yea, 4 things say not, it is enough." And the voice was different now. "The grave, and the barren womb, the earth that is not filled with water, and the fire that saith not, it is enough." But Solomon might have added just one little item. He might have just made his little list complete and added the politician who never stopped saying, "Gimme." If they had politicians back in those days, they said gimme, just like all of us politicians do. Gimme, gimme, my name's Jimmy. But I'm not a politician today. I'm taking the day off. I'm not even going to ask you to vote for me. To tell you the God's unvarnished and unbuckled truth, I don't have to ask you. Not today. You know, and he leaned forward a little now, like he was going to tell them a secret, it's funny how I just can't make friends with some folks no matter how hard I try. I've been just as polite. I said please, but please didn't do any good. But it looks like they just gotta put up with me a spell longer. And you have. Before you get shot at me. So you better just grin and bear it. It's not any worse than boils. Now, is it? He gets heckled in a way that is so of its time that I don't even understand what it means. And he says, "Damn it," Willie yelled right back. "Lie on your stomach and go to sleep." Somebody yelled. "And," yelled Willie, "thank the good Lord who in his everlasting mercy saw fit to make something with a backside and a front side to it out of the skimpy little piece of material provided in your case." "You tell him, Willie," somebody yelled back in the crowd. Then they started to laugh. The boss lifted up his right hand about as high as his head, out in front of him, palm down, and waited till they stopped laughing and whistling. Then he said, "No, I'm not here to ask you for anything, a vote or anything else. I reckon I'll be back later for that. If I keep on relishing that peach ice cream for breakfast in the big house, but I don't expect all of you to vote for me. My God, if all you went and voted for Willie, what the hell would you find to argue about? There wouldn't be anything left but the weather, and you can't vote on that." As I put in the script here, he is the picture-perfect, charming Southerner. Willie, though my thoughts on him are very complicated, as you'll come to find out, is a very persuasive, a very charismatic character. It is very difficult to hate him. But with that, the whole gang makes their way out of the town and keeps driving on down the road. And while they're driving down this road, we have the first of the incidents where Jack sees something and reminds us of something, which gives us a time jump. And what he sees is a schoolhouse on the road, which reminds him of the first time he'd ever met Willie. It's here that we also get a pretty interesting first description of that Tiny Duffy guy that I hate with every fiber of my being, which is, there were 4 of us. There was Tiny Duffy, who was almost as big back then as he was to get to be. He didn't need any sign to let you know what he was. If the wind was right, you knew he was a city hall slob long before you could see the whites of his eyes. He had the belly and he sweated through his shirt just above the belt buckle, and he had the face, which was creamed and curded like a cow patty in a spring pasture, only it was the color of biscuit dough, and in the middle was his grin with the yellow teeth. He was tax assessor, and he wore a flat, hard straw hat on the back of his head. There was a striped band on the hat. Alongside him, there's also Alex, who basically does not matter. He only exists to introduce Willie. And then there's also Slade, who owns the bar that this little meeting occurs at. Now, at this time, this is 10 years before the scene we were just in, so it's quite a jump back. Jack is working for the Chronicle, which is the newspaper company that he worked for a long time before he started palling around with Willie. But this is how the boss is introduced in this section when he comes striding through the door of Slade's bar. Only it was not the boss. Not to the crude eye of the homme sensuel. Metaphysically, it was the boss, but how was I to know who am betrayed by the faithlessness of substance and walk among shadows? Fate comes walking through the door, and it is 5 feet 10 inches tall and heavyish in the chest, and shortish in the leg, and is wearing a 750 seersucker suit, which is too long in the pants so the cuffs crumple down over the high black shoes, which could do with a polishing, and a stiff high collar like a Sunday school superintendent, and a blue striped tie which you know his wife gave him last Christmas, and which he has kept in tissue paper with the holly card, "Merry Xmas to my darling Willie from your loving wife," until he got ready to go up to the city, and a gray felt hat with a sweat stain showing through the band. It comes in just like that, and how are you to know? Fate comes through the door it just goes so hard. That goes so hard, I must say. So what happens next is that Alex guy introduces Willie, and he's kind of a jerk about it. He talks about, Willie married a school teacher, Even Mr. Duffy makes a kind of gross comment about this, and both Alex and Tiny are just kind of gross about this fact for seemingly no reason. Now, the reason that anything is made of this at all is because back in the day, like, school teachers weren't supposed to get married. You were supposed to quit if you became a school teacher, so it was like a little bit of a social faux pas. But still, it's kind of distasteful what Alex and Tiny say, which is one of those things that makes you dislike Tiny already. But Jack does greet Willie, and they go for a handshake, and it's described in very interesting terms. It was a pretty good-sized hand. When you first took hold of it, you figured it was on the soft side and the palm a little too moist, which is something. However, you don't hold it against a man in certain latitudes, because, of course, this is the South, and it's hot and sweaty all the time. Then you discovered it had a solid substructure. It was like the hand of a farm boy who has not too recently given up the plow to accept an appointment in the Crossroads store. Willie's hand gave mine 3 decorous pump-handle motions, and he said, "Glad to meet you, Mr. Burden," like it was something he had memorized, and then, I could have sworn to God, he gave me a wink. Then, looking into that dead pan, I wasn't sure. And then Jack ends up asking the boss, like, more into the present day, whether or not he winked at him or not, and the boss refuses to tell him, and says, in the end, "Boy, if I was to tell you, you'd have nothing to think about," it's really funny. It's really funny. And Warren does a really good job of making you quite like the boss. He's a man of the people, and he came from humble backgrounds. I mean, he's charismatic, so what's not to like? So when Jack later asks the boss about this whole did he wink or did he not wink thing, the boss basically tells him that he won't actually confirm whether he blinked or not to Jack, because then Jack would have nothing to think about, which I just enjoy that, and that's very funny. And after that, Jack and the boss, which this is another little time jumper in the future a little bit here, because this is Jack remembering the past and thinking about the future, and I guess once again, just don't worry about it too much. But about Tiny Duffy, what the boss has to say is as such. Tiny Duffy. The beauty about Tiny is that nobody can trust him, and you know it. You get somebody can trust maybe, and you gotta sit up nights worrying whether you are the somebody. You get Tiny and you can get a night's sleep. All you gotta do is keep the albumin scared out of his urine. And that's, of course, when he says, "Boss, did you wink at me that time back at Slade's?" "Boy," he said, "if I was to tell you, then you wouldn't have anything to think about. So I never did know." Now, the next thing that is interesting about this scene, it doesn't really require me to read a passage, is basically that Alex tries to push Willie into getting a beer, and Willie doesn't want one, and Alex keeps insisting, "Come on, he'll have a beer, And in the end, the bartender, Slade, offers him orange pop, or orange soda of some sort, and Willie takes that instead. He says at the time that Lucy doesn't favor drinking, so he doesn't drink. And that's just kind of it's a nice little situation. It's a character building thing, and it's also important later in multiple ways. In multiple ways that scene is important later, but right now, it's just interesting. Once the boss actually gets his pop, we get another description of him, which is it's a little bit more emblematic of some things we might come to see later. His face was a little bit meaty too, but thin-skinned and had freckles. His eyes were big and brown, and he'd look right at you out of the middle of that thin-skinned and freckled and almost pudgy face. At first you would think it was pudgy, then you would change your mind. And the dark brown, thick hair was tousled and crinkled down over his forehead, which wasn't very high in the first place. And the hair was a little moist, as like as not. There was little Willie. There was Cousin Willie from the country, from up at Mason City, with his Christmas tie, and maybe you would take him out to the park and show him the swans. He'd look at you out of the middle of that face with those big brown eyes, which had yellow flecks in them if you looked close, and maybe you wouldn't see the little crinkles at the outside corners, like someone had taken the point of a pocket knife and made 3 very accurate little trenches converging there. He'd look at you with those big brown eyes, and maybe you'd throw a stick for him, and he'd run and get it and bring it to you in his mouth. One might fairly argue that saying this is a little premature, but it holds pretty true, at least in most of the literature I've read, but yellow flecks in the eyes are pretty consistent in what they mean. And I'll say no more. So something that's kind of funny here is that Duffy hasn't spoken to Willie before either, and it's hard to introduce necessarily what this is. I don't know how to describe it, so I'm just going to read this little bit. Duffy could look at Willie and deduce the fact that Willie was not in politics, so he said, "Yeah," with heavy irony, and incredulity was obvious upon his face. Not that I much blame Duffy. Duffy was face to face with the margin of mystery where all our calculations collapse, where the stream of time dwindles into the sands of eternity, where the formula falls in the test tube, where chaos and old night hold sway and we hear the laughter in the ether dream. But he didn't know he was, and so he said, "Yeah." "Yeah," Alex echoed without irony and added, "Up in Mason City, Willie is county treasurer, ain't you, Willie?" "Yes," Willie said, "county treasurer." "My God," Duffy breathed, with the air of a man who discovers that he is built upon sands and dwelt among mimes and mock shows. Which is a section I guess I just wanted to read to you because it's funny and it makes fun of Tiny, and the more that you read the book, the more you want to make fun of Tiny, so, you know, I figure that was worth about a minute of our time here. Now, we finally jump back ahead in time here a little bit, and we find out a little more about what's going to go on with the Malachiah is the old man, the old raggedy guy that he was talking to earlier, and his kid. And what it turns out to be is the son of the Malachiah's son killed the son of a doctor, and it's going to be complicated. And Willie handles it, makes sure it's all hush-hush and everything, and then sort of scoots that on down the line. The main point of that little detail ends up being that Tiny Duffy, we're back to the present now, or the present of the time of them being in the car at the beginning-ish. And Tiny's like, well, maybe you shouldn't help out the old guy because you don't want to have it get out that you were mixed up in this case, do you? And then Willie just scares the Jesus out of him and does it anyway. If you weren't already expecting it, there's going to be a lot of Willie scaring the Jesus out of somebody and doing a thing anyway, so, you know, get used to that, I suppose. However, there's another just interesting bit of boss description. There's a lot of it around here, and it's all for a reason. And it's because, as I said, this is a great mystery novel, and almost everything that happens in it you can figure out before it happens, but only if you're paying attention. He would make bets he could catch a fly out of the air with his fingers, this being the boss, and he could. The boss could do that. Or he'd whip his head around at you when you said something he hadn't seemed to be listening to. He whipped his head round now to Duffy and fixed his gaze on him for an instant before he said quite simply and expressively, "Jesus." Then he said, "Tiny, you don't know a goddamn thing. In the first place, I've known Malachiah Morphy all my life, and his boy is a good boy, and I don't care who he cut. In the second place, it was a fair fight, and he had bad luck, and when it's like that, by the time the trial comes up, folks are always feeling for the feller who's being tried for murder when he just had bad luck. And the third place, if you'd picked the wax out of your ears, you'd heard me tell Jack to prime the lawyer through a pal, and to get one, didn't want his name in lights. As far as that lawyer knows, or anybody else knows, he's been sent by the Pope. And all he wants to know anyway is whether the foliage he gets out of this has those little silk threads in it. Is all that clear to you, or do you want me to draw a picture? I get you, Mr. Duffy said and wet his lips. But the boss wasn't listening now. That's the boss. Now, this one is really interesting because while I think just saying that Huey Long is quite reductive, Willie is very much the creation of Warren inspired by good old Huey Long, but certain principles and ideas about Huey Long still apply for what it's worth. So if you're knowledgeable there, it's still worth keeping what you know about Huey Long in mind, I guess. Now, one thing I'm just going to read here because of how good it sounds is the place that they've actually been going this whole time since the beginning, which is the house Willie grew up in. It was set on a little rise, a biggish box of a house, 2-story, rectangular, gray and unpainted, with a tin roof, unpainted too and giving off blazes under the sun for the rust hadn't bitten down into it yet, and a big chimney at each end. We pulled up to the gate. The house was set up close to the road, with a good hog wire fence around the not very big yard, and with some crepe myrtles in bloom the color of raspberry ice cream and looking cool in the heat in the corner of the yard, and one live oak. Nothing to brag on, and dying on one side in front of the house, and a couple of magnolias off to one side, with rusty-looking tinny leaves. It looked like those farmhouses you ride by in the country in the middle of the afternoon, with the chickens under the trees and the dog asleep, and you know the men folks are out in the field and the woman has finished washing up the dishes and has swept the kitchen and has gone upstairs to lie down for half an hour and has pulled off her dress and kicked off her shoes and is lying there on her back on the bed in the shadowy room with her eyes closed and a strand of her hair still matted down on her forehead with the perspiration. She listens to the flies cruising around the room, then she listens to your motor getting big out on the road, then it shrinks off into the distance, and she listens to the flies. That was the kind of house it was. I don't know, man. I don't even know how I'd begin to write something like that. Every time I read this, anytime I read a paragraph of this, I'm humbled, I guess, is how I would say it. Now, here we get the description of Willie's father, who's at this house he grew up at. Willie's mother's not really in the picture. She's, I believe, dead. But pay attention to color when I mention it. That's probably something I should have said earlier. But pay attention to color. Color's very important in this book. The old man was on the front steps now. By the time we got through the front gate, which had a couple of old plow points hung on a wire to pull it shut and clank to announce the visitor, and had started up the path, the old man had come out the door. He stopped on the steps and waited, a not very tall old man and thin, wearing blue jean pants and a blue shirt washed so much that it had a powdery pastel shade to it and a black bow tie, the kind that comes ready tied on an elastic band. And after a little more, the hair still wet as though he had given it a dab with the wet brush when he heard the car, just to be looking right at the last minute, and slow blue eyes in the middle of the brown folded skin. The blue of the eyes was pale and washed out like the blue of the shirt. He didn't have any whiskers or mustache, and you could see that he had shaved pretty recently, for there were 2 or 3 little nicks with the little crusts of blood on them, where the razor had got tangled in the folds of the brown, dry skin. He's pretty blue. And you're going to see blue. Blue is one of those colors that appears quite a lot. You've got blue, and you've got black, and you've got brown, and then you've got yellow. I would say those are the colors to pay attention to when I'm reading stuff. And I can't tell you why yet, because that would give too much away, but that's something to look out for. And one other interaction that happens here is pretty much everybody does their greetings. Willie greets his father, Willie's wife greets his father, and so on and so forth. And there is this camaraderie between Lucy and the husband. They're both, to quote the title of a book, or a story more accurately, good country people. And they aren't the sorts who would have done the thing that Willie is doing. And this becomes more apparently the case later on. That very idea is a really big part of this story of sort of how different Willie is, not only from the politicians that he is fighting the whole time, but also how different he himself is from the people that he came from, that he represents, that he surrounds himself with. Willie is very much an enigma in the story, and he remains so fascinating because there's really just nobody who acts like him at any point. And it's in this moment of quiet solidarity between him and Lucy, between his father and Lucy, that is, that sort of establishes that. And the last thing that's kind of interesting is just that it's hidden from the road, and I think this actually, should have mentioned this earlier, but Willie has set up his father's house with things like running water and electricity, but he's hidden it because we're still in this sort of more traditional classical kind of environment, so you don't want to be making, you don't want to make yourself look, too good. You don't want to be too much of a show-off, and so these modern utilities are hidden and not visible from the road. And in of itself, there's sort of a sorrow in the old man, and this might be one of the reasons, not necessarily the main reason, not the big reason, that he's blue, but one of them is because he is sad, blue in the traditional sense, because he knows that his son is coming to visit him, and he'll be gone in an hour, and he won't see him again for months, and that's pretty much it. Because the truth of this meeting is that it's press. The reporters are following Willie here because it is useful press for Willie to take pictures with the family. It's not that he has no sympathetic value towards any of this, but it's certainly a factor. It's even made comical by the way that there's this poor old dog named Buck, who they have to get into the group picture. There's this whole thing of them trying to lift him up and drag him onto the stairs, and it just barely works. And they finally get him sort of close, and Buck is just described as a carcass. He's just too old to move, and it's sad, but it's also very amusing, I must admit. And there's also this bit where Jack sort of imagines Willie's upbringing, and I think a lot of this, because I'm realizing, especially describing it now in the summary, because there's so much here, I have to pick out what specifically is worth putting in the video. The video's already going to be super long, but I have to be selective in what I put in here. And what's becoming super evident is how much of the key stuff is this description of Willie. And this one that I'm about to read is basically him, or Jack, thinking about Willie's upbringing and, from my perspective, sort of explaining Willie in a way. I looked over at the bed and the crockery wasn't there. It was the only prop missing. That and a kid with a pudgy face and freckles on his face and sandy hair falling down on his forehead, bending down at the table by a coal oil lamp. Must have been a coal oil lamp then. And a pencil in his hand, tooth marks on the pencil where he'd been gnawing at it, and the fire in the trash burner getting low, and the wind pounding on the north side of the house, pounding down off the Dakotas 1,000 miles away, and across the plains which were icy and pearl-blind with the snow polished hard under the wind and glimmering in the dark, and across the river bottoms, and across the hills where the pine trees had stood once and moaned in the wind, but where there wasn't anything to break the wind now. The sash in the window on the north wall of the room would rattle under the wind, and the flame in the coal oil lamp would bend and shiver in what current of air sneaked in, but the kid wouldn't look up. He would gnaw his pencil and hunch down. Then, after a while, he would blow out the lamp and pull off his clothes and get into bed wearing his underwear. The sheets would be cold to the skin and stiff feeling. He would lie there and shiver in the dark. The wind would come down 1,000 miles and pound on the house, and the sash would rattle, and inside him something would be big and coiling, slow and clotting, till he would hold his breath, and the blood would beat in his head with a hollow sound, like his head was a cave as big as the dark outside. He wouldn't have any name for what was big inside him. Maybe there wasn't any name. And whatever that thing is that doesn't have any name, that's what makes Willie different. That's why he's in politics, why he's governor, and why Lucy and his father are watching apprehensively from the sidelines. And for the first time at this point, 43 pages in, at least in the revised edition, or restored edition, I mean, we get an actual description of something about our narrator. And of course, this is another one of those things that goes to show that sort of the reason why people sort of ignore the narrator of this book, even though, well, I'm getting ahead of myself, but we finally get something about him here, our narrator, Jack Burden. I figured they would get me when they wanted me, because he's just kind of standing outside right now. I didn't have the slightest notion when that would be. The boss and his family, I reckon, would spend the night at his pappy's place. The reporters and Sadie would get back onto the city. Mr. Duffy, maybe he was supposed to put up in Mason City at the hotel. Maybe he and I were supposed to stay at Pappy's place, too. If they put us in the same bed, though, yours truly was just going to start walking into Mason City. Then there was Sugar Boy, but I quit thinking about it. I didn't give a damn what they did. Sooner or later, everyone would get to bed somehow or somewhere, and me too. You get into bed and you shut your eyes and you think of something you did do or you didn't do and wanted and didn't get, or didn't want and got, and pretty soon it doesn't matter which, for you are asleep. It's not exactly the description you would be hearing from somebody who's in a great mental state. And that's all I'll say about that for now. I realize I'm being kind of like cagey about the details, but as I said, it's a mystery story and I don't want to ruin it for you, so I guess that's what I got to do. But it is kind of an odd way to think about it. He doesn't even really care when anybody comes and gets him to do anything. And as of right now, we don't even know why he's here with Willie, other than he met him once years ago. And I think the thing I just said is actually further strengthened by something just a bit further down, where he says, I heard somebody open and shut the gate to the barn lot, but I didn't look around. If I didn't look around, it would not be true that somebody had opened the gate with the creaky hinges, and that is a wonderful principle for a man to get hold of. I had got hold of the principle out of a book when I was in college, and I had hung on to it for grim death. I owed my success in life to that principle. It had put me where I was. Well, you don't know, don't hurt you, for it ain't real. They called that idealism in my book I had when I was in college, and ever after I got a hold of that little principle, little Jackie was an idealist. He was a brass-bound idealist. And I just suppose I will say, the way that Jack is saying this, even though it seems very similar to that the end of man is knowledge thing I talked about earlier, it seems very similar to that, doesn't it? It's not the same. It's not the same, and in fact, they're coming from two very different places. And I suppose all I'll say is the Jack of the end of the story would say the former, but he wouldn't say the latter. Now, you remember how, not very long ago I talked about how Willie doesn't drink? Come on, you knew it wasn't going to stay that way, didn't you? Give me a slug. It was the boss's voice. Take it, I said. You know where it lives. He lifted up my coattail and pulled out the bottle. I could hear the gurgle as he did the damage. Then the wire shifted again as he leaned against it. I figured you'd come down here, he said. And you wanted a drink, I replied without bitterness. Yeah, he said. And Pappy doesn't favor drinking. Never did. I looked up at him. He was leaning on the fence, bearing down on the wire in a way not to do it any good, with the bottle held in both hands, corked, and his forearms propped over the wire. It used to be Lucy didn't favor it either, I said. That's what you said the first time I ever laid eyes on you in the back room at Slade's old place, where Alex Michael bought you the orange pop. Things change, he said. He uncorked the bottle and took another pull and corked it again. Well, Lucy, he said, I don't know whether she's changed or not. I don't know whether she favors it or not now. She never touches it herself. Maybe she sees it eases a man's nerves. So we can already see, even in just this little tiny bit, how this political world, maybe not even said quite that way, how the changes Willie is making to his life are reflecting back on him, and there will be more of that. And just after this little scene, we get a more proper introduction of a character that was only briefly mentioned at the beginning, that being Sadie Burke. It was Sadie Burke. She was plowing her white Oxfords through the dust like she meant business, and every time she took a stride, it looked like she was going to pop the skirt of her blue-striped seersucker suit. She was in such a rush. The boss turned around, looked at the bottle in his hand, then passed it to me. What's up? He asked her when he got within 10 feet. She didn't answer right away, but came up close. She was breathing hard from the rush. The light hit her on her slightly pockmarked face, which was damp now with perspiration, and her chopped-off black hair was wild and electric on her head, and her big, deep, powerful black eyes burned right out of her face into the sunlight. And what she actually has to tell him about is Judge Irwin. Judge Irwin will also come to be important later on, and the problem is that Judge Irwin has endorsed somebody that Willie is not too keen a fan of, and so pretty shortly thereafter, Willie takes Jack, and Sugar Boy packs it all up, and they drive all the way down to a place called Burden's Landing. Jack Burden's Landing, in a way. And Burden's Landing is a location we will be visiting rather often. But on the topic of Sadie Burke, just remind you, I did say colors will be important, and black is the color with which she is associated almost every time she's mentioned. Except for the white Oxfords and the blue striped seersucker suit. So maybe it will not be as one note as you expect. The other main thing to note about this before they head out is that Willie and Sadie's dynamic is very different from Willie and Lucy's dynamic. They're very quiet together, Willie and Lucy, but Willie and Sadie pretty much argue with each other every single time they're in the same place. And whenever Willie makes her mad, he just kind of stands there and grins at her, which I can't judge because that's how I interact with my girlfriend sometimes. So while everybody's getting ready to head out and go talk to this Judge Irwin guy about his rather unacceptable endorsement of Willie's political rival, Jack is the one sent to go retrieve the Sugar Boy. And it's in this scene where we see Sugar Boy practicing with his gun, and he is quite the marksman. He is popping cans left and right. He is very clearly, very obviously made to be dangerous immediately. And as I wrote it here, he is Chekhov and he has a gun. So whoever he's aiming at any given point in any given situation is going to die. Honestly, the easiest thing to figure out about the book, so easy that I will just tell you, is that yes, obviously Sugar Boy is going to shoot and kill somebody during the story, but guess it'll be up to you to figure out who that might be. So after Willie delivers the news to the whole family that he and Jack and Sugar Boy are just going to disappear in a couple minutes, we get this sort of interesting reaction from Willie's wife. Lucy looked up at the boss right quick, then looked away and straightened a salt shaker. At first guessed it might have been the look any wife gives her husband when he shoves back after supper and announces he thinks he'll step downtown for a minute. Then you knew it wasn't that. It didn't have any question or protest or rebuke or command or self-pity or whine or, oh, so you don't love me anymore in it. It just didn't have anything in it, and that was what made it remarkable. It was a feat. Any act of pure perception is a feat, and if you don't believe it, try it sometime. It's at this point that Willie's father says that he sort of thought Willie was going to stay the night, and Willie doesn't necessarily reciprocate the sentimentality here. And Jack kind of doesn't either, but that's to be expected of the Jack that we get at this stage in the novel. And I guess at this point, now that we've seen these descriptions of Sadie and Lucy kind of right next to each other, we get this pretty stark dichotomy between them that even though they aren't necessarily put in the same role, they're just so different from each other, so starkly different from each other, that you can't help but compare them. In the sense that Lucy is very passive. She is the definition of passivity. She does not argue or resist or complain, whereas Sadie will argue, resist, and complain about essentially anything. Now, I also don't want this to be taken as either of these necessarily being seen as better or worse. Any judgments to be made about the quality of their characters, I would say, would be relatively unfair to make at this stage in the story, but obviously plenty more is going to happen with them. We also get a tiny little bit of Willie's son, who doesn't really acknowledge Willie's leaving, even though he says goodbye to everybody. Tom is consistently very arrogant, he's not very likable, and we get a little sniff of that here. So our trio of Willie, Sugar Boy, and Jack drive 130 miles down to Burden's Landing. And as they're going through the neighborhood Jack grew up in, we get a little bit of information on some of the people in his neighborhood. And the first thing that we get is the description of Jack's mother. He doesn't see her, but they drive past her house. And I think the most effective way to introduce Jack's mother as a character is that she never is named. And she's pretty important. Like, I don't remember if Willie's dad ever gets a name, but he doesn't show up all that much. But Jack's mother shows up a lot, and she is explicitly never given a first name, for a reason that, if I remember, which I hope I will talk about at the end. And behind one set of them, my mother would be lying up there tonight with a little fluting of lace on the straps of her nightgown, and her face smooth like a girl's except for the little lines which you wouldn't be able to make out in the shadow anyway, at the corners of her mouth and eyes, and one bare arm laid out on the sheet with the sharp, brittle-looking, age-betraying hand showing the painted nails. Theodore Murrell would be lying there too, breathing with a slightly adenoidal sibilance under his beautiful blonde mustache. They ought to have had Theodore's adenoids cut out when he was a kid. They ought to have cut them out and put them in a beautiful cut glass jar of formaldehyde on top of the piano and thrown the rest of Theodore Murrell away. But they didn't do it, so he was lying up there. Well, it was all legal, for she was married to Theodore Murrell, who was a lot younger than my mother, and who had beautiful yellow hair scrolled on top of his round skull like taffy, and who was my stepfather. Well, he wasn't the first stepfather I've had. Then we also get the first little glimpse into Anne and Adam Stanton, who are the last of the major crucial characters to get introduced. There are a couple more names that get said from this point, but after Adam and Anne, if you forgot everybody else, you'd basically still understand what was going on. Well, if you forgot everybody else who is new past that point, you know what I mean. Then on down the row, behind its own live oaks and magnolias, there would be the Stanton house, locked up and nobody behind the jailises. For Anne and Adam were in town now and grown up and never went fishing with me anymore, and the old man was dead, that being their father. Then on down the row where the open country began would be the house of Judge Irwin. We wouldn't stop before we got there, but we'd make a little call on the judge. "Boss," I said. The boss turned around and I saw the chunky black shape of his head against the brightness of our headlights. "What you gonna say to him?" I said. "Boy, you never know till the time comes," he said. "Hell," he amended. "Maybe I won't say anything to him at all. I don't know as I've got anything to say to him. I just want to look at him good." "The judge won't scare easy," I said. No, I didn't reckon the judge would scare easy, thinking of the straight back of the man who used to swing off the saddle and drop the bridle over a paling on the Stanton fence and walk up the shell walk to the veranda with his Panama in hand and the coarse dark red hair bristling off his high skull like a mane and the hooked red nose jutting off his face and the yellow irises of his eyes bright and hard-looking as topaz. There's a bit of red, but there's also that yellow again, and that yellow means something really specific. So I want you to keep that in mind. The judge and Willie have something very important. Actually, I have two very important things in common, but one of them won't matter at all until the end. But the first of the important things they have in common is going to tell you a lot about one of them when the other one has something pretty big come up about them. I'm being so vague. I'm sorry, but I have to. You don't get it. You don't get it, but I have to. I'm sorry. Now, we did just get that description of Judge Irwin, but unlike basically anybody else that Jack has described so far, we actually get the impression of fondness from him. And that's when he says, "That was nearly 20 years before, all right, and maybe the back wasn't as straight now as it had been then. A thing like that happens so slowly you don't notice it. And maybe the yellow eyes were a little bleary lately, but I still didn't reckon the judge would scare easy. That was one thing on which I figured I could bet. He wouldn't scare. If he did, it was going to be a disappointment to me. It was going to be another chunk taken out of the bright illusions of youth." "No, I don't count on him scaring easy," the boss said. "I just want to look at him." "Well, God damn it," I popped out and came off my shoulder blades before I knew it. "You're crazy to think you can scare him." Yeah, so Jack, for one, 50 pages in, first time he shows real emotion, and it's for this Judge Irwin guy. Jack actually opposes what Willie is doing and says that going to intimidate a man in the middle of the night is a hell of a thing to be doing. And Willie pretty much says, "Yeah, but I don't care," and that dignity is not that important in the face of practicality, I guess you could say. "Yeah, I'm governor, Jack, and the trouble with governors is they think they got to keep their dignity. But listen here, there ain't anything worth doing a man can do and keep his dignity. Can you figure out a single thing you really, please God, like to do, you can do and keep your dignity? The human frame just ain't built that way. Did you ever hear of anybody having any fun standing straight up and wearing a tailcoat and a boiled shirt and a top hat and a gardenia and all his buttons buttoned up to keep from spilling his dignity? All right," I said, "if you want to call it that. And when I get to be president, if I want to see somebody, I'm going to go right out and see him." "Sure," I said, "in the middle of the night. But when you do, I hope you leave me at home to get a night's sleep maybe." "The hell I will," he said. "When I'm president, I'm going to take you with me. I'm going to keep you and Sugar Boy right in the White House so I can have you all handy. Sugar Boy can have him a pistol range in the back hall and a brace of Republican congressmen to be caddy for him and set up the tin cans. And you can bring your girls right in the big front door, and there's going to be a member of the cabinet to hold their coats and pick up hairpins after them. There's going to be a special member of the cabinet to do it. He's going to be the secretary of the bedchamber of Jack Burden, and he will keep the telephone numbers straight and send back any little pink silk articles to the right address when they happen to get left behind. Tiny's got the build, so I'm going to get him a little operation and put flowing silk pants on him and a turban and give him a tin scimitar like he was High Grand Shriner or something. And he can sit on a tuffet outside your door and be the secretary of the bedchamber. And how you like that, boy, huh?" And he reached back over the back of the front seat and slapped me on the knee. He had to reach a long way back, for it was a long way from the front seat of the Cadillac to my knee, even if I was lying on my shoulder blades. "You will go down in history," I said. I don't have anything to say to that passage other than I had to read it to you, so I hope you enjoyed it. Now, as they're making their way to Burden's Landing, they're almost there. They pass near Adam and Anne's house, and we get a little more information on them. I know I just mentioned them, but it was very brief, but here we actually get something of substance. Adam and Ann Stanton had lived down there in the White House where their widowed father, the governor, lived. They had been my friends, Ann and Adam. Adam and I had fished and sailed all over that end of the Gulf of Mexico, and Ann, who was big-eyed and quiet-faced and thin, had been with us, close and never saying a word. And Adam and I had hunted and camped all over the country, and Ann had been there, a thin-legged little girl about 4 years younger than we were. We had sat by the fire in the Stanton house, or in my house before my father walked out on my mother, and had played with toys or read books while Ann sat there. Then after a long time, Ann wasn't a little girl anymore. She was a big girl, and I was so much in love with her that I lived in a dream. In that dream, my heart seemed to be ready to burst, for it seemed that the whole world was inside it, swelling to get out and be the world. But that summer came to an end. Time passed and nothing happened, as we had felt so certain at one time that it would happen. So now Ann was an old maid living in the city, and even if she did look pretty good yet and wore clothes that didn't hurt her any, her laugh was getting brittle and there was a drawn look on her face as though she were trying to remember something. What was Ann trying to remember? Well, I didn't have to try to remember. I could remember, but I didn't want to remember. The human race didn't remember anything, it would be perfectly happy. I was a student of history once, and if I learned anything from studying history, that was what I learned. Or to be more exact, that was what I thought I had learned. That, I believe, should on its own merit tell you a little bit more about what's wrong with Jack Burden. If it doesn't, don't worry. We'll be hearing a lot more about everything I just said before too long. So the next thing we get is some descriptions of the judge and particularly Jack's relationship to him. The judge taught him to shoot, ride, to be interested in history, and he just spent a lot of time with him. He was a good bit of a father figure to Jack, and I'll even, I was thinking about being kind of cagey about this, not talking about this concept for a while, but I'll throw you guys a bone and I'll say there is one concept that is worth keeping in mind that honestly you probably could figure out by yourself. But it is the idea of Jack's father figures, and Irwin is very much one of them. His father, his actual father, who we only very briefly mentioned as walking out on his mother, is of course another one. And then the third one is Willie. So I'll just leave you that dynamic to think about, and it'll be way more relevant way later, but I'm going to plant that seed now because it'll give you something to think about. The other thing that I wrote in the script here for what I should say, or calling this a script would be a joke, it's complete mess. In the guideline, we'll call it, is that I should make a Blood Meridian reference or a joke here because this judge is very different from the Blood Meridian judge. And you might ask why these are related, and I would just say, because I didn't know you could just talk about a book for several hours and have fun doing it, and that one Wendigoon video where he just talks about Blood Meridian for 5 hours is the reason that I'm doing this, really. So, I don't know. They both got judges in them, so like they're basically the same book or something. I don't know, man. And they're both good too, so there's that. Editor, throw up a Judge Holden meme or something. I don't know. So the actual meeting of Judge Irwin and Jack is very odd, I guess. Judge Irwin is very happy to see Jack. He's all smiles, all greeting, and then, of course, there's Willie there who just walks into the house uninvited and almost unacknowledged. I don't know if there's no way this is just a regional thing, but maybe it's stronger here, but, like, that's very rude to just, like, walk into somebody's house like that uninvited. I feel like that's pretty universal, but maybe it isn't. I don't know. But Willie is doing it on purpose to be rude and to do some sort of power move. So, and while we're on the topic of the father thing real quick, there is a little bit about that gives us a bit more context because Ellis Burden, Jack's actual father, is only brought up in a couple different areas. So this early mention is fairly important. Oh, you mean Ellis Burden's boy? Yeah, and that woman he married out of Texas. Or was it Arkansas? That big-eyed, thin-faced woman who lives up there in that old Burden place now with that man she got herself. Whatever happened to Ellis Burden? Hell, I don't know. Nobody around here had any word going on for years. He was a queerin'. Damn if he wasn't queer, going off and leaving a real looker like that woman out of Arkansas. Maybe he couldn't give her what she craved. Well, he gave her that boy, that Jack Burden. Yeah. That all being in the context of Jack imagining two people talking about why Ellis Burden of Burden's Landing isn't in Burden's Landing. That does sort of, once again, bring up this idea of Jack's real father having just walked out, and we're not sure why. And that's because at this time Jack doesn't know why either. But anyway, back to the Judge Irwin thing. Sorry if I'm being a little disorganized here. It's chaos. It's chaos on my front here, let me tell you. But as he walks into Judge Irwin's house, we get a lot of these little nostalgic details of things that Jack remembers from having been here all the time as a kid. I stood there against the wall under the bookshelves that went up to the ceiling, full of old leather books, a lot of them law books that got lost in the shadows up above and made the room smell musty like old cheese. Well, the room hadn't changed any. I could remember that smell from the long afternoons I had spent in that room, reading by myself or hearing the judge's voice reading to me, while a log crackled on the hearth and the clock in the corner, Big Grandfather's clock, offered us the slow, small, individual pellets of time. It was the same room. There were the big steel engravings on the wall by Piranesi and the heavy scrollwork frames, the Tiber, the Colosseum, some ruined temple, and the riding crops on the mantel and on the desk, and the silver cups the judge's dogs had won in the field trials and the judge had won shooting. The gun rack over in the shadow by the door was out of the light from the big brass reading lamp on the desk, but I knew every gun in it and knew the gun's feel. I want to say something, but I can't, because if I say it, then it's too obvious. You know, I've never been on the other end of the screen in one of these types of videos before, and I'm finding it's rather interesting. I'm enjoying it, but it reminds me of when my girlfriend played Fire Emblem Three Houses for the first time, and she kept trying to guess at things, and I couldn't tell her. But it's fun. I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun. Now, of course, in the end, Jack is right. The judge doesn't scare easy or at all. He basically says, well, I thought that the other guy was the better pick, so he's the one I endorsed. You know, tough luck, dude. And that's basically it for that. And as it were, the judge doesn't it's not Willie himself that is being endorsed here. Like, it's not that he wanted a Willie endorsement, but Willie wants an endorsement of one of his guys, one of his boys, as they're often called. And Judge doesn't want to endorse him because, you know, found out he was kind of corrupt, kind of not cool. And so the boss says this about Dirt, which is another very telling moment for him. Dirt's a funny thing, the boss said. Come to think of it, there ain't a thing but dirt on this green god's globe except what's underwater, and that's dirt too. It's dirt makes the grass grow. A diamond ain't a thing in the world but a piece of dirt that got awful hot. And God Almighty picked up a handful of dirt and blew on it and made you and me and George Washington and mankind blessed in the faculty and apprehension. It all depends on what you do with the dirt. That right? It doesn't alter the fact, the judge said from way up there where his head was above the rays of the desk lamp, that Masters doesn't strike me as a responsible man. He better be responsible, the boss said, or I'll break his goddamn neck. That's the trouble. Masters would be responsible to you. It's a fact, the boss admitted ruefully, lifting his face under the light and shaking his head in fatalistic sadness. And it's at this point that Willie basically just gets butt mad and decides that he wants dirt on the judge now. And Willie wanting to find dirt on the judge, this is where the main thing of the book is. The main thing of the book is not Willie or his journey. It's not about the Huey Long story. It's not about the politics of Louisiana, as much as all of those things are very much concepts of the book. But what this story turns out to be is about Jack's pursuit of dirt on Judge Irwin. This sets basically everything that happens from here on in motion. Now, the judge never gets directly mad at Jack for working with Willie, but he is a little sarcastic about it in a way I like, where he says, "Your employer is calling you, Mr. Burden." "I don't use any ear trumpet yet," I said, and pulled off towards the door and thought to myself, Christ, Jack, you talk like a snot. Christ, you are a smart guy. I had just about made the door when he said, "I'm dining with your mother this week. Shall I tell her you still like your work?" Why won't he lay off, I thought, but he wouldn't, and that lip lifted up again. So I said, "Suit yourself, Judge, but if I were you, I wouldn't go around advertising this visit to anybody. In case you changed your mind. Somebody might figure out you had stooped to a low political deal with the boss in the dark of the night." And I went out the door and down the hall and out of the hall door and left it open, but the screen door slam. Damn him, why hadn't he laid off me? But he hadn't scared. The dynamic between the judge and Jack and Willie proves to be one of the most interesting in the novel, and ends up being the subject of what I'll just call one of the most emotionally intense scenes in the novel later on. In a way that has never happened to me with any character in quite the same way before. So if that gives you something to look forward to, you know, there you go. So it is at this point where the boss does start telling Jack, like, you're going to find dirt on the judge. You're going to do that. And Jack just doesn't really think it's possible. And he says, "But suppose there isn't anything to find." And the boss said, "There is always something." And I said, "Maybe not on the judge." And he said, "Man is conceived in sin and born in corruption, and he passeth from the stink of the deity to the stench of the shroud. There is always something." 2 miles more, and he said, "And make it stick." And this next paragraph I'm about to read to you is the final, the point of no return, where I'd say if you want to keep watching past this paragraph without reading the book yourself, then just watch the rest of the video. But if you do want to read the book yourself, I would say drop off either right now and go read the book, or drop off after I finish this paragraph and then go read the book, and then come back so that you can leave a comment and then I have somebody to talk to about the book, I guess. That isn't even like engagement or anything. I just wish more people knew about it so I could talk about it more. But anyway, and that was all a long time ago. And Masters is dead now, as dead as a mackerel, but the boss was right and he went to the Senate. And Callahan is not dead, but he has wished he were, no doubt, for he sure used up his luck a long time back, and being dead was not part of it. And Adam Stanton is dead now too, who used to go fishing with me, and who lay on the sand in the hot sunshine with me and Ann Stanton. And Judge Irwin is dead, who leaned toward me among the stems of the tall gray marsh grass in the gray damp wintry dawn and said, "You ought to have led that duck more, Jack. You gotta lead a duck, son." And the boss is dead, who said to me, "And make it stick." Little Jackie made it stick all right. Yeah. That's how this is gonna be. The book this is chapter 1, by the way. We're still in chapter 1. He just tells you, yeah, the boss dies, the judge dies, Adam dies, Callahan dies, but nobody cares about him, really. But yeah, those three all die. They are gonna be dead by the end of the novel. I'm telling you that now. They will be dead. And Jack will not be dead. And, that's the mystery. That's the mystery. Now I can say what the mystery is, not sound crazy. The mystery is how that all happens. And it is a mystery that, whether you want to experience it through this video, in which I will try to do it justice, or if you want to read it yourself, is just so good. So fascinating, so thought-provoking, and yada, yada, yada. I could talk about the book on and on and on, but I guess if I'm gonna fillet it more, I'm just gonna wait and do it at the end of the video from this point, except for when I do it many more times throughout the video, but that's just how it's gonna be. So we're about to have a little bit of a time jump into the past, and from this point, now that we're at chapter 2, time will be a little easier. I guess you could say it's sort of unintuitive that the time is kind of complicated in chapter 1. From this point on, I'd say it's much more direct. It's just a little weird in the beginning because there's just so many little things that I think are worth knowing. But I'm somebody who's okay with complexity and difficulty of reading as long as it serves a purpose, and I think it does. But from this point, we're jumping back a fair bit in time, and we're going to stay there for a while, so strap up, I guess. So back several years ago, before Jack worked for the boss, he works for this magazine called The Chronicle, and at this time he's driving into Mason City back before the road. You know, at the very beginning when I was talking about the road in that passage, the road isn't like that. The road is kind of crap at this point in time, and Jack himself acknowledges if there's one thing the boss can do, it's make that sort of thing obviously better. And the thing that gets Jack to go meet Willie is this, which he's told by his boss at the Chronicle. "Jack, get in your car and go up to Mason City and see who the hell that fellow Stark is who thinks he's Jesus Christ scourging the money changers out of that shin plaster courthouse up there." So in case you're not familiar with that little anecdote, I'll summarize it in brief. One of the very few times that Jesus was like written as being actively mad at people is when at a temple there were people, like you had to give special coins to go donate at this temple that people would make pilgrimages to, and there were people there who would scam people out of the currencies they had to give them the currencies they were supposed to do the offering with, and it was like completely extortionate. And in that way of exploiting the faithful, Jesus got mad at them, pushed over their tables, all that sort of thing. It's pretty well known. You've probably heard about it at some point, but doesn't hurt you to know about it, I guess. Now, the thing that's the most interesting about this little exchange between Jack and the boss, which is otherwise sort of normal, is that Jack already knows a lot about the boss, even though he's not said to be doing anything with him in particular at the moment. Like the Chronicle guy doesn't really seem to care about the boss. He just wants the story. But Jack kind of already knows what's going on. And what's going on right now is a dispute over the building of a new school. That school being the one that was mentioned earlier on that got Jack thinking about his first meeting with Willie. And it's at this point that we get a fairly drawn out scene, which I think is even drawn out to irritate you as much as... This is a scene that's kind of meant to irritate you. Jack goes and talks to these basically just intolerable guys. And the first thing that he has to do is go into the town and just sort of sit around with these old guys who... It's such a unique exchange, because he basically has to like sit and blend with this group of old guys just sitting and rotting at this like bar. And he just sits there for a while, and he says he basically has to sit there for the requisite time and listen to the, you know, the standard speak before he can actually say anything to them and have them listen. And as soon as he starts asking them about the schoolhouse issue, they pretty much immediately get racist. Because as it turns out, the problem, so to speak, is that the town wants to build a new school, and there are a bunch of options, and the option that it looks like they're going to go with is by no means the cheapest, but it's basically a like nepotistic deal to help a friend of a friend, even though it's not the cheapest, and it's also not like a high reputation company that's going to build it. And the option that seems to Willie to be the obvious best is one that is mostly staffed by a bunch of black construction workers who, basically due to the unwillingness of people to pay them normally at the time, will work for cheaper, despite the fact that the quality of their work is, by all accounts, as good or better than their competitors. So Willie's like, well, why the heck don't you just hire them? Like, if you want a good schoolhouse, just deal with it. It's just a schoolhouse, whatever. But, you know, it's the South in the 30s, so they don't want to do that. They want to do nepotism, which I guess is to be expected. And one of the more interesting things, real quick, about this exchange with him and the old men is they ask him a couple questions. And they ask him if he's poor, and he says he is. And they ask if he's, like, unlucky or, like, why. And he says it's because he just doesn't do anything and he lacks ambition, which seems like a throwaway line. But him doing nothing and lacking ambition is actually like a key character trait that he just tells you right there. That will cause him a lot of problems and has caused him a lot of problems in the past. In fact, it's probably his key flaw. So there's that. So there's this one paragraph where it's just, it's like viscerally visual, I guess. I just wrote it down because I had to read it because it was good. There are too many of these in here. I can't read the whole book, but I want to. I took a card out of my pocket and gave it to him, this being the guy at the office that he's actually, like, trying to talk to about the schoolhouse issue and, like, get info directly from the source. I took a card out of my pocket and gave it to him. He looked at the card for a minute, holding it off near arm's length like he was afraid it would spit in his eye. Then he turned it over and looked at the back side a minute till he was dead sure it was blank. Then he laid the hand with the card in it back down on his stomach where it belonged and looked at me. "You come done a piece," he said. "That's right," I said. "What you come for?" "To see what's going on about the schoolhouse," I said. "You come a piece," he said. "To stick your nose in somebody else's business." "That's right," I agreed cheerfully, "but my boss on the paper can't see it that way. It ain't any of his business either." "No," I said, "but what's the ruckus about now I've come all that piece?" "It ain't any of my business. I'm the sheriff." "Well, Sheriff," I said, "whose business is it?" "Them as is tending to it. If folks would quit messing and let 'em." "Who is them?" "Commissioners," the sheriff said. "County commissioners. The voters of Mason County done elected to tend to their business and not take no button in from nobody." And the conversation just goes on like that. Where, as said, it's just frustrating and slow and he doesn't want to tell him anything. Another guy even gets brought in and then they start to get hostile to Jack and he just can't seem to win in the conversation in any way. And then, of course, the subject of Willie gets brought up and they really don't like Willie. These country folk, they really don't like Willie. They say, "What's wrong?" Jack says, "What's wrong with Stark?" I asked. "Jesus God!" roared the sheriff, and his face went purple with the congestion of language which couldn't get out. "He's biggity, that's what he is," Mr. Dolph Pillsbury offered. "Gets in the courthouse and gets biggity. He's the word that Southern people like saying too much then. Lover. the little old bald naughty-headed fellow submitted. And him, Mr. Pillsbury pointed at me with an air of revelation. I bet he's a lover coming up here and sashaying round. I bet he, no sale, I said. And then they basically just kick him out. And then the next thing that might be worth bringing up is just the way that Jack describes them as he walks away from them, where he says, "They ain't real, I thought as I walked down the hall, nary one. But I knew they were. You come into a strange place, into a town like Mason City, and they don't seem real, but you know they are. You know they went wading in the creek when they were kids, and when they were bigger they used to go out about sunset and lean on the back fence and look across the country at the sky and not know what was happening inside them or whether they were happy or sad. And when they got grown they slept with their wives and tickled their babies to make them laugh and went to work in the morning and didn't know what they wanted but had their reasons for doing things and wanted to do good things because they always gave good reasons for the things they did. And then when they got old they lost their reasons for doing anything and sat on the bench in front of the harness shop and had words for the reasons other people had, but had forgotten what the reasons were like. And then they will lie in bed some morning just before day and look up at the ceiling they can scarcely see because the lamp is shaded with a pinned-on newspaper, and they don't recognize the faces around the bed anymore because the room is full of smoke or fog, and it makes their eyes burn and get in the throat. Oh, they are real, all right, and it may be the reason they don't seem to real to you is that you aren't very real yourself." And this is a tiny inkling of something that Jack goes on to make a big deal out of later, but at the same time you can't blame him. I imagine you would sort of just be like, how is that even real after that sort of exchange? So, you know, fair enough. I suppose you could also say something about this being the Sonder, the feeling of Sonder, realizing that other people too have complex lives no matter how stupid said person is. So I guess there's something to be mentioned there as well. But when Jack does finally find Willie, Willie is just exhausted. He's got like a 1,000-yard stare. But when he gets talking, he really gets talking, and he gets heated about the subject. Now, something that's also worth mentioning here is that Lucy was a school teacher. I mentioned that a little bit earlier, and she also got fired. This is just a little historical context detail, but school teachers were not supposed to get married. I forget exactly what the reason was, but because she married Willie, she got fired from being a school teacher, so that was sort of a tiny issue that gets brought up a bit. And of course, Lucy herself doesn't really have any particular issue with having been fired, because she even kind of says, like, they didn't really, like it's sort of implied they didn't fire her just because of that, but just because they didn't like Willie, they fired her, which is about right and about summarizes the kinds of problems that Willie is trying to solve. Once again, while Willie is a very morally complex character, and you'll see that more and more, he still has like a lot of valid points. Like, there are a lot of problems in this place that he lives, and you see it almost everywhere, and it is frustrating to read.
So it's at around this point that Willie goes ahead and he tells Jack all of the information that I relayed to you earlier about the way the contract went, how corrupt it was, and how basically fueled by racist beliefs that the eventual decision was. And Willie himself campaigns to try and get the right contract for the schoolhouse, to the point that he even goes door to door, but he's pretty much shut out of the process. He gets pretty much no votes, and it's a complete failure. And that makes Willie, fairly understandably too, very upset. And there's a little bit here that I'm going to make a bit of emphasis about because it helps establish what Willie ends up being politically, or at least what his original intent is politically. And that isn't going to make too much sense with how it starts, but it will. Meanwhile, Willie was back on Pappy's farm, this being after he fails to win votes and fix the contract thing, helping with the chores and peddling a patent fix-it household kit around the country to pick up a little change, working from door to door again, going from settlement to settlement in his old car, and stopping at the farmhouses in between, knocking on the door and tipping his hat, and then showing the woman how to fix a pot. He's the fix-it man. He tries to fix things. That's his deal. It's about fixing what is corrupt. It's not about doing new things per se. It's just about, wow, Louisiana's just a bucket full of issues and I'm going to try and fix them all. So, it's not even like the biggest, most insightful thing, but I feel like that's a good way to describe his mindset. He's the fix-it man. And in particular, when it comes to why he is so motivated, it's, as he says when he's talking to Lucy about it, where he says, "They tried to run it over me. They just figured I'd do anything they told me, and they tried to run it over me like I was dirt." And laying her sewing down in her lap, Lucy said, "Now, honey, you didn't want to be mixed up with them anyway. Not after you found out they were dishonest and crooked." "They tried to run it over me," he repeated sullenly, twisting his heavy body in the chair. "Like I was dirt." "Willie," she said, leaning toward him a little, "they would have been crooks even if they didn't try to run it over you." He wasn't paying her much mind. "They'd be crooks, wouldn't they?" And eventually, though she kind of has to coax him, he eventually does admit that they would be crooks anyway, even if they hadn't tried to run it over him. And that's sort of the role that Lucy helps fulfill, is kind of pulling Willie back from the brink of going a little too far. That's the primary way, especially right now, in which Lucy complements Willie's character. And Jack himself even says the exact phrase, "She was a fine woman and he was lucky to have her." So eventually Willie is actually asked by the people at the Chronicle to give a bit of an input as to how this whole situation turned out. And you'd figure he'd be pretty mad about it, and I mean, he clearly still is, but he handles it pretty gracefully. And the headline ends up being, "Keeps His Faith," which I find significant, but even more significant is, of course, what he actually says about it. "Sure, they did it, and it was a clean job, the schoolhouse, that is, which I admire. I'm going back to Pappy's farm and milk the cows and study some more law, for it looks like I'm going to need it. But I've kept my faith in the people of Mason County. Time will bring all things to light. The end of man is knowledge." I'm going to say that phrase a lot, but the end of man is knowledge. And then, of course, time does in fact bring all things to light, because, as it turns out, the convict labor and the shoddy bricks and the poor architecture of the schoolhouse does in fact come to bite them. Because what ends up happening is, during a fire drill, the kids take a fire escape, which is just bolted onto the side of the building. And because it wasn't designed to have that many people on it at once, even though it's a school, the fire escape collapses and like a half dozen kids die, and another dozen or so are said to be not much good afterwards, and otherwise a bunch more just get injured. So Willie was right. The corruption quite literally got children killed, and I guess you could say that this event is what radicalizes Willie. Now, of course, plenty more happens beyond this point, but he's not exactly happy with how that turns out. I feel like we can. I think we can all agree with that, and also understand that. And this interesting scene happens afterward, where the way Jack phrases it is that Willie didn't need to capitalize on being right. It happened to him. He didn't need to get lucky. It was just how it happens. Because he was at the funeral for several of these children, and one of the grieving fathers came up to Willie, raised his hand, and said, "Oh God, I am punished for accepting iniquity and voting against an honest man." And that was pretty much that. It was Willie's luck, Jack says, and the best luck always comes to those who don't need it. And Willie goes and he gives some speeches against the guys who saw that faulty contract go through. Jack says they aren't very good speeches, but they don't need to be, because everybody already hates these guys, Pillsbury in particular. So it ends up working out for him. Though, of course, at this point, he's not really running for any position quite yet. However, he is presented with an opportunity a bit later on, where the two main established governor guys, Harrison and McMurphy, are coming up for re-election. One of them has a lot of backing in the city, one of them has a lot of backing in the country, and Willie has a lot of backing in the country. So the city guy comes to Willie and tells him to run too, of course secretly with the intent of splitting the vote, but they tell Willie that they earnestly believe that he should be the next governor. They even bring God into the situation, saying that he has a special relationship with the Lord due to the whole schoolhouse incident and seeing it coming, though Willie himself is pretty consistently irreligious throughout the novel. Sometimes he does play that part when he's granted the opportunity. And it's around this time, because Jack's still sort of paying attention to what's going on in the wild world of Willie, and Willie tells him this pretty fascinating little bit that is another one of those little monologues that just sticks with me, though I won't read the whole thing. He had a college textbook, a big thick one. Years later, showing it to me, he prodded it with his finger and said, "I darn near memorized every darn word in it. I could name you every name. I could name you every date." Then he prodded it again, this time contemptuously, and said, "And the fellow that wrote it didn't know a goddamn thing about how things were. He didn't know a thing. I bet things were just like they are now, a lot of folks wrestling around." He said with that same tone of amiable contempt, "Gee, back in those days I figured those fellows who wrote the books knew all there was, and I figured I was going to get me a chunk of it. Yeah, I figured I would sweat for me a chunk of it." He laughed and added, "Yeah, I thought I was the nuts." I was the nuts. I don't know. That's one of those old phrases that I kind of enjoy. It's used a couple times throughout the book. It's very locked in this time, but I have no rationale for it. It's an amusing phrase to me. But in this sort of era, this sort of gray period, Willie goes and he continues to learn himself some law. He works way harder than he needs to. The standards are so low that he actually almost laughs out loud when he's presented with the test, which also tells you something about the quality of lawyers in Louisiana at this time, and once again reinforces the idea of Louisiana in its current state being pretty much a failure on every institutional level. And Jack ends up having this to say about how Willie became a lawyer, which I find important enough to read for you. I'll say it that way. "It had taken him a long time because he had to be a lawyer on his terms and in his own way. But that was over. But maybe it had taken him too long. If something takes too long, something happens to you. You become all and only the thing you want and nothing else, for you've paid too much for it. Too much in wanting and too much in waiting and too much in getting. In the end, they just ask you those crappy little questions." And once again, that's just another brick laid on the wall that is Willie. The fact that he, and we had that description earlier of him in his childhood room, of him studying and reading even in the cold and the dark of night to be a lawyer, to be successful, to pull himself out of the drudgery that he came from. And then he gets there and it's nothing at all. It's no effort. There's no glamour, glory, or honor in what he's trying to do. It's just those crappy little questions. But, of course, now he's in this sort of sham election that he doesn't yet know is a sham for him anyway. And this is when he begins working with Tiny Duffy. And it is interesting, especially because even at this point we know that he keeps Tiny Duffy around, even though Tiny Duffy's principal job at this point in the story is to manipulate Willie into thinking that he's actually supposed to win this election. And one of the other really interesting things here is when Jack is sort of keeping track of him. Now, Jack doesn't work for him yet, but he still works for the Chronicle, and Willie's kind of a rising star in a sense, though not much of a star, more just rising. And Jack pretty much says that, yeah, right now Willie's speeches just kind of suck, like they're just bad, and that's because Willie is a lawyer. He's trying to do his speeches with logic and facts and figures and earnestly convince his audience of what he wants to do, and it doesn't work. Willie isn't the populist. He isn't the guy who goes and gets the free soda pops yet. He's just still lawyer Willie from the country. And Jack even describes kind of watching Willie in this era, because most of the people around Willie, except Willie, know that what he's doing is pretty hopeless. So the way it's described is as, "It would be a reproach, an affront, a cause for laughter and a thing for tears, knowing what you knew. You would lie there listening to him getting ready to be governor and want to stuff the pillow, slip in your mouth to stop the giggles. The poor half-witted bastard in his speech. The voice would keep on going over there beyond the wall, and the feet would keep on tramping back and forth like the feet of a heavy animal prowling and swinging back and forth, with a heavy swaying head in a locked-up room or a cage, hunting for the place to get out, not giving up, and irreconcilably and savagely sure that there was going to be a loose board or bar or latch sometime, not now, but sometime." So this goes on for a fair while of Willie giving these speeches that don't really convince anybody. We also get a little bit of something I detected as being a Warren input around page 100, where a lot of the times when Willie's speaking in the country, they don't really care what he's saying because the sort of religious reasoning for Willie being the right pick has already worked on them. And of course, as we know, Willie is being chosen to work on the people from the country, so that's where he's expected to be effective, and so he's being effective there. Warren points out that, being the chosen one, so to speak, in any religious sense, doesn't really work in the cities. And I guess all I'm going to say about that, as far as this being a Warren input, is that Warren is very much an agriculturalist. He's not a fan of big cities or big city life or culture or that sort of thing, and I think that slips in a little bit here. So, worth pointing out. And as this goes on, finally it comes to a point where Willie realizes he's not winning, and he even asks Jack how he thinks it's going, because, Jack is still separate from the situation. And Jack plays along, makes it out like he's got a chance, but both of them know that it's kind of an embarrassing question to ask. I wrote in my script that the way Willie does the speeches is basically by being the nerd emoji, and that's kind of a goofy way to say it, but I mean, that is essentially why he's not doing well, if I were to sum it up in short. And it's actually Jack, interestingly, that tells Willie how to actually succeed. And Jack says the following. "Yeah," I said, "I heard the speech, but they don't give a damn about that. Hell, make 'em cry or make 'em laugh, make 'em think you're their weak and erring pal, or make 'em think you're God Almighty, or make 'em mad, even mad at you. Just stir 'em up, it doesn't matter how or why, and they'll love you and come back for more. Pinch 'em in the soft place. They aren't alive, most of 'em, and haven't been alive in 20 years. So that's it. And I think this is a pretty significant reason as to why Willie ends up keeping Jack around. Jack is the reason that Willie ends up even knowing what to do to be successful. And the way that Jack ends that, which is very funny, is, "And they don't believe in God, so it's up to you to give them something to stir them up and make them feel alive again. Just for half an hour, that's what they come for. Tell them anything. But for sweet Jesus' sake, don't try to improve their minds." I'm just going to let that one stand on its own. But he starts trying to tell jokes later, Willie, during his speeches, and they don't work very well at first, but, they come around. So we get Sadie again here, where Jack and her meet up, and they talk about what's going on with Willie. The guy that Sadie's working for is just kind of a sleaze, pretty worthless. So it's looking pretty clear that she's going to move on to doing something else pretty soon. We also get another description of her, the black hair of crazy length in all directions, and the smallpox afflicted face that sticks with her even long after she had the disease. And Jack has, despite that, described her in a fairly admiring way, because she is very smart, and Jack knows this and regularly acknowledges this. And they end up talking about Willie, of course, and Jack wants Sadie to try and move things along to get Willie to stop the race, because it's not doing him any good. And Sadie says that she should have done it a while ago, but also that at this point ignorance is bliss, which once again is a cliche and even a throwaway line, but nothing is a throwaway line when you read a 600-page novel written by a really good poet. And ignorance is bliss, but also the end of man is knowledge. Did you know the end of man is knowledge? I think the end of man is knowledge, and ignorance is bliss. So the next little event here is a barbecue coming up for Willie's campaign, and it's out in the country, so it's a place that should have plenty of Willie enthusiasts. But when Jack goes to meet with Willie, Willie's pretty much out of it. He's completely dejected. Willie's all mopey, and he says, "A man don't have to be governor." And Jack kind of chides him a little bit, saying that, well, just because you want a thing doesn't mean it's going to happen. Eventually, Willie's passion kind of flames back up. And as Jack says, it must have been because Willie noticed that Jack was too busy not giving a damn about what Willie was saying. And Willie says this, which sort of emphasizes this reignition. He got up and walked across the floor and back, his head thrust forward and the forelock falling over his brow. He stopped in front of me. "Those things need doing, don't they?" he demanded. "Sure," I said, and it was no lie. "But they won't listen to it," he said. "Damn those bastards," he said. "They come out to hear us speaking, and they won't listen to you. Not a word. They don't care. Damn 'em," he declared. "They deserve to grabble in the dirt and get nothing for it but a dry gut rumble. They won't listen." "No," I agreed, "they won't." "And I won't be governor," he said shortly. "And they'll deserve what they get," and added, "Bastards." "Well, you want me to hold your hand about it?" Suddenly I was sore at him. So Jack gets kind of pissed off at him. He's like, "Oh, boo-hoo, you didn't get what you wanted, poor Willie." I also want to mention this. I think Sugar Boy gets his habit of saying the bastards from, even though he's not there, I feel like what Willie said there is the way in which Sugar Boy picks that up. But Willie doesn't want Jack's sympathy. Willie's not even upset with Jack for chiding him. And Sadie eventually enters and gets mad at Jack for telling Willie about what was going on. And Jack said, "The hell I did. I never tell anybody anything. I just listen." And this is Jack Burden. This is Jack Burden. Within a meta-narrative sense, this is Jack Burden. He is the listener. And it's often said that in good mystery novels, your protagonist is not somebody who necessarily needs to do a whole lot of talking, but they need to be somebody that people are comfortable talking to, somebody that people will feel comfortable revealing their secrets and their true thoughts about. And if there's anything that Jack is, that is it. That's also why some people somehow still think Jack isn't the protagonist of the story, and I could kind of get that at this stage of the novel, but that's not how it works. There's also a funny little line here where Sadie is also emphasizing to Willie that this isn't going to work, where it goes as so. "You're not going to be governor," she said, with a dash of easy levity, but flashed me a look, the only SOS, I suppose, Sadie Burke ever sent out to anybody. But it was her fudge, and I let her cook it. Willie kept on looking at her, waiting while she turned to one side and uncorked my bottle and poured herself out a steadier. She took it, and without any ladylike cough. "Told me what?" Willie said. She didn't answer, she just looked at him. And looking right back at her, he said in a voice like death and taxes, "Told me what?" "God damn you," she blazed at him then, and the glass rattled on the tray as she set it down without looking. "You damn sap!" "All right," Willie said, in the same voice, boring in like a boxer when the other fellow begins to swing wild. "What was it?" "All right," she said. "All right, you sap, you've been framed." And here is a big pivot moment for Willie. This is when, first off, he takes his first drink, and then he says, "I'll kill him," he said. "I'll kill him." And I guess it's important to know that this is something that Willie was always capable of. This was always in the thing that was Willie, but it isn't brought out in him until now. And in a way, maybe it doesn't justify everything about what he might go on to do, but you can at least say that he was pushed further and further towards the man he ends up becoming. He tried to do things the honest way, but it's sort of much as he says, and as he said, technically in the future of this point where he says, 1, everything is made of dirt, and 2, man is born in sin and corruption. And that is the man that Willie becomes. So Willie drinks a lot. He drinks quite a lot, and falls asleep on Jack's hotel bed. And the way in which Jack describes Willie just collapsed on the bed is just, it's great. It's really great. I walked over to the bed and inspected the item. It was lying on its back. The coat was pushed up under the armpits, the hands were crossed piously on the bosom like the hands of a gizant in a cathedral. The shirt had pulled up some from its moorings under the belt, and the 2 lowest buttons had come unbuttoned so that a triangular patch of slightly distended stomach was visible, white with a few coarse dark hairs. The mouth was parted a little, and the lower lip vibrated with a delicate flabbiness at each measured expulsion of breath. All very pretty. I just enjoy that. The item, and I inspected the item, is just, it's good. It's good stuff. Sadie later says, "You better write to that Mama Lucy and ask where to ship the remains," which, once again, is about right. He is just, he's been taken out. And it's actually in this that we get a tiny little bit of an implication that Jack was actually interested in Sadie, and he says that he makes a pass at her around this time, but it doesn't come to anything. But it is interesting. He says that there's this one way that she is, this one look that she has, where suddenly the smallpox-afflicted face goes away and you see what's really underneath, as if the affliction is but a mask hiding what lies beneath. And what lies beneath was evidently pretty appealing, but as said, it doesn't come to anything. But when Willie finally wakes up, it's the first time he's ever been hungover, and he apparently had never tasted alcohol but once before. And this is the beginning of many things. This is the beginning of who would eventually become governor, Willie. And he's still going to the barbecue. After he goes to the bathroom for a bit, he tells Jack, "I puked." And then Jack says, "Well, you didn't invent it," which is just another one of those good lines. Like, I know I can't deliver it to its maximum impact, but the book does manage to be surprisingly consistently funny. So then at this point, Willie once again reaffirms he will go to the barbecue, hungover and all, even though, as Jack says, he delivers that message from the spirit world. And Jack gives him a cup of coffee, which he finishes so quickly that he says, "It'll fix you up." But it didn't. He took it, but it didn't even take time to make itself at home. If that coffee had met Willie the next day, it wouldn't have remembered him, face or name. The acquaintance was so fleeting. So he just guzzles that thing, and then it doesn't, the coffee doesn't even do anything to him. So when Jack gets closer to the barbecue, he meets Duffy, and there's this amusing exchange. I found Duffy and said, "I'm ready to make delivery," the delivery being Willie, "but I want a receipt." "What's the matter with him?" Duffy wanted to know. "The bastard doesn't drink. Is he drunk?" "He never touches the stuff," I said. "It's just he's been on the road to Damascus, and he saw a great light, and he's got the blind staggers." "What's the matter with him?" "You ought to read the good book more," I told Duffy and led him to the candidate. It was a touching reunion, so I melted into the throng. So aside from that just being an amusing little scene, we're also getting a reference to Acts 9:3 and 9:4, which I might as well clarify so that you know what Warren was saying there. As those go, as he journeyed, he came over Damascus, and suddenly a light shone around him from heaven. Then he fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to him, "Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me?" And this all, and I'll say a little more about that, but I guess I'm saying this just because there are a lot of biblical allegories in the book, and I guess just as a concept of cultural literacy, especially when reading stuff like this, it's certainly helpful to know what is being referenced, so I've done my best to collect some of those where possible. But the further context with that specific one is that it is in this moment when Saul at the time is visited by God that he is struck blind, which here is analogous to Willie being drunk, essentially. But that after this, Saul becomes Paul. He becomes a different person, a new man. And you can see where I'm going with this. This is meant to be, we are meant to understand with Warren making this analogy that this is the moment, the key moment that changes Willie's story forever. While everything else I've talked about so far was important, this is the thing. And when Willie goes to give a speech at this barbecue, he pulls up his script and he throws it away. He says, "You know what you need better than I could tell you, but I'm going to tell you a story." And this is the story he tells. "It's a funny story," he said. "Get ready to laugh. Get ready to bust your sides, for it sure is a funny story. It's about a hick. About a redneck like you all, if you please. Yeah, like you. He grew up like any other mother's son on the dirt roads and gully washes of a North State farm. He knew all about being a hick. He knew what it was to get up before day and get cow dung between his toes and feed and slop and milk before breakfast, so he could set off by sunup to walk 6 miles to a one-room, slab-sided schoolhouse. He knew what it was to pay high taxes for that windy shack of a schoolhouse and those gully-washed red clay roads to walk over, or to break his wagon axle or string halt his mules on. Oh, he knew what it was to be a hick summer and winter. He figured if he wanted to do anything, he had to do it himself. So he sat up nights and studied books and studied law so maybe he could do something about changing things. He didn't study that law in any man's school or college. He studied it nights after a hard day's work in the field so he could change things some. For himself and for folks like him. I am not lying to you. He didn't start out thinking about all the other hicks and how he was going to do wonderful things for them. He started out of thinking of number one, but something came to him on the way. How he could not do something for himself and not for other folks, or for himself without the help of other folks. It was going to be all together or none. That came to him. People started to like him because he fought that rotten break, and then he calls out the campaign that had manipulated him into doing the run, and pretty much throws his hands up, endorses the other guy, the people that didn't manipulate him, even though he calls them bastards too, and then walks off the stage. What he ends up saying is, "We're gonna kill Joe Harrison so dead he'll never even run for dog catcher in this state." Harrison being the one who manipulated him. And then we'll see what McMurphy does. So he's basically saying, yeah, we'll give the other guy his shot, but when that's over, I'm coming for him too. And then Willie goes and he campaigns for the other guy, and that other guy, McMurphy, ends up winning. And his big kind of point here is, yeah, you're Hicks, but so am I. I'm a sucker too because I fell for the smooth talkers. Vote strong enough to show what you can do. vote him in, and if he doesn't deliver, crucify him. And the phrase "nail him up or crucify him" basically becomes his slogan in this little bit here. McMurphy doesn't know what to do with him and won't. And even though he tries to give Willie money, Willie refuses said money. So while that McMurphy guy wins, Willie goes back to being a governor, wins some pretty good cases, and that's pretty much that for that section. And when he comes to run later, Jack describes it as there being no Democratic Party, just good old Willie with a meat axe in his hand and screaming for blood. And you're going to hear more about that meat axe, and something along those lines ends up becoming Warren's, Willie's version of Long's Every Man a King. A little more violent, slightly, but about as effective. And here Willie starts picking up some of his crew members. He picks up a guy named Hugh Miller, who will be important-ish, kind of, not super important, but a little important later, and also all the Harrison refugees, since, as Jack says, there was no more Harrison. Willie killed him pretty good. And then we also get another perspective on why Willie keeps Tiny Duffy around, because if anything, Tiny Duffy should be the one that Willie buries in the dirt right alongside Harrison, but he doesn't. I used to wonder why Willie kept him around. Sometimes I used to ask the boss, "What do you keep that lunkhead for?" Sometimes he would just laugh and say nothing. Sometimes he would say, "Hell, somebody's got to be lieutenant governor, and they all look alike." But once he said, "I keep him because he reminds me of something." "What?" "Something I don't ever want to forget," he said. "What's that?" "That when they come to you sweet talking, you better not listen to anything they say." "I don't aim to forget that." So that was it. Tiny was the fellow who would come in a big automobile and had talked sweet to Willie back when Willie was a little country lawyer. And he goes on to say that Willie also kept Tiny around because Willie completely had his revenge on Tiny anytime he wanted it. Tiny was Willie's, and Tiny was nothing without Willie. Willie had shattered Tiny to pieces, took his job, made his side impossible to continue existing in, and then put him back together, stuck him right next to him, and kept him there, you know, resting his elbow on his head kind of deal. And so whenever it would come that Willie would want to throw abuse at himself for his own decisions, he would just yell at Tiny instead, which, isn't healthy, but I mean, it's Tiny, so who cares? So it's in this time that we get a while of Jack's perspective, and it's in this time, all the big excitement is over that Jack's job at the Chronicle becomes completely boring. The Chronicle also just didn't side with Willie, and Jack wasn't super passionate about Willie, but he didn't like the side that the Chronicle was on anyway. And so Jack enters one of these concepts that'll come up again called the Great Sleep, which is where he, as I believe it is said, he wakes up just so he can sleep again later. And these are these depressive episodes that he has, and he even says this was not the first one, but that this was certainly one of them because he had nothing to do, and as we talked about earlier, he has no ambition. But he does spend some of this time meeting with Adam Stanton, who, as you remember, one, we know dies later, but also two, is a surgeon, a professor, and he's basically busy all the time. They don't talk a whole lot when they're together, but Adam will play music and they'll talk about their youth. And then Jack goes and meets with the other Stanton, that being Anne, and their meeting isn't anything all that crazy either. It ends up being a fairly stale conversation, I guess you could say, but in the way that Jack describes her, even though she does look like Adam, there are certain differences, particularly in things like the lips, where in Adam's case they're described as a surgical wound, whereas with Anne they're described in more attractive terms, that you can tell that there is something there. And there will be a lot of something there later on. And then in the end they end up dancing together, which is a fairly nice scene. They end up talking about Jack's real father, Ellis Burden, the guy who walked out, and I bring it up just because he doesn't come up a whole lot. And Jack mentions that he already knows what his father's talking about. He's preaching about Mark 4:6 and Job 7:5, the first of which being about the infirmity of faith sowed on unstable foundations, and Job 7:5 being about questioning suffering without comfort, and why we should suffer with no comfort and all that sort of thing. Neither of those are necessarily as important as like the thing with Saul earlier, but they do kind of tell you something about the state of Ellis Burden. And it's here that we find out exactly what Ellis did, that not only did he walk out of his law job, but he also walked away from Jack's mother, and so for that reason Jack is kind of ambivalent towards him. He just kind of walked out and he doesn't know why. And though Anne disapproves of Jack's opinion towards this, Jack says he just doesn't give a damn about any of this with Ellis. Doesn't want to see him, doesn't care why he left, and he could go the rest of his life without knowing. And he emphasizes again, what you don't know can't hurt you. And of course, as we all know, the end of man is knowledge. And eventually Jack does go to actually see his father. I had gone down to the slums and seen my father, the not very tall man who had once been stocky, but whose face now drooped in puffy gray folds beneath the gray hair, with the steel-rimmed spectacles hanging on the end of the nose, and whose shoulders, thin now and snowed with dandruff, sagged down as with the pull of the apparently disjunctive, careful belly, which made the vest of his black suit pop up and above the belt and slack-hanging pants. And in every case, I'd found out what I'd known I was going to find, because they had happened and nothing was going to change what had happened. I had been sinking down in the deep like a drowning man in water, and they had flashed across my eyes again the way people say the past flashes across the eyes of the drowning man. And this ends up being Jack's perspective on most of the people of his past, Adam, Anne, and his father, is that they have already happened, that essentially bridges have already been burned, and that there's nothing to do about any of them now. And it's at this point that Jack's first great sleep kind of ends, because as he says, I got a job, or rather the job got me. That's because good old Willie wants to come see him. So they have this exchange, and this is how Jack ends up becoming the assistant, I guess. There's not too much of an official title to it for Willie. Hello, Jack. Congratulations, I said, because of course now Willie is governor. I hear they fired you. You heard wrong, I said. I quit. You were smart, he said, because when I get through with that outfit, they wouldn't be able to pay you. They wouldn't be able to pay the black man washes the spittoons. That'll suit me, I allowed. Want a job, he asked. I'd consider a proposition. $300 a month, he said, and traveling expenses when you travel. Who do I work for, the state? Hell no. Me. Looks like you'd be working for me, I said. This governorship doesn't pay but $5,000. All right, he said and laughed. I'll be working for you then. Then I recollected how he'd done right well in his law practice. I'll give it a try, I said. Fine, he said. Then, Lucy's wanting to see you. Come to dinner tomorrow night at the house. You mean the mansion? What the hell you think I mean? A tourist home? A boarding house? Sure, the mansion. Yes, the mansion. He was going to treat me just like old times and take me to dinner and introduce me to the pretty little woman and the healthy kid. Boy, he was saying, we sure do rattle around in that place, Lucy and Tom and me. What am I supposed to do? I asked him. Eat, he said. Come at 6:30 and eat hearty. Call up Lucy and tell her what you want to eat. I mean, what do I do for the job? Hell, I don't know, he said. Something'll turn up. He was right about that. I'm going to emphasize this more later, but Willie is just so... He's just so interesting. He's so charismatic, but I also hate him. I despise him, but he's so charismatic. And you'll get why later. We're now at chapter 3, and we get a tiny little jump forward, but it's nothing of any particular confusion. And Jack goes to see his mother for the first time in a while. She's very made up. It's sort of a formalized greeting. She expects a kiss and all that sort of thing. Some time passes, and Jack remembers a time previously when they argued about him working with Willie. She doesn't like Willie, and if I haven't emphasized it already, a lot of the, I guess the old moneys of Louisiana really hate Willie. And it's not only because Willie wants to, change how things are because he's against the corruption, but there is more to the reason that the old moneys hate Willie, but it will be more relevant to discuss later on in regards to a different character, so I'll save it till then. However, despite the fact that everything we've heard about Jack's mother, including just the fact we haven't gotten a name for her, has been pretty unflattering thus far, we do get this interesting description which suggests something kind of different. The firelight defined her small, poised features, one side bright, one side in shadow, and emphasized the slight, famished, haunting hollow beneath the cheekbones. I always figured after I got old enough to do any kind of figuring that it was that got them. And the careful, swooping lift of her piled-up hair. Her hair was yellowish, like metal, with gray in it now, but the gray was metallic too. Like spun metal woven and coiled into the yellow. It looked like that was the way it had been intended from the very first to be, and a damned expensive job. Every detail. And there is 3 things there that are important. 1, the light. 2, the shadow. And 3, the yellow. It's that yellow again, and just as a reminder, we've seen that yellow so far with Willie, we've seen it with Judge Irwin, and now we've seen it with Jack's mother. and it means the same thing for all three of them. So once again, once you find out what it means for one of them, you'll know what it means for all of them. But to emphasize the first points of light and shadow, the interest here is largely just that light is also not maybe as emphasized as color, because I feel like light is maybe more commonly used for this purpose, but light is important too. Jack's mother is described in light and shadow, so that sort of implies a sort of a bright side and a dark side to her, which is already what we're sort of seeing, and of course there's a lot more to it, and I'll even say it's a little related to the yellow thing, but we'll get there. Now, in their conversation, Jack's mother does attempt to get him away from Willie again. This is a fairly common practice. She says that Theodore, her husband, might be able to get him a different kind of job. And before this, she'd been pretty consistently trying to lure Jack with the comfort she can offer because, I mean, this place is called Burden's Landing. Jack's family has a lot of money, but he has always rejected pretty much all of it and made his own way through life. You also see here that Jack is a very analytical way of analyzing people, especially people he doesn't like, such as Theodore, who he pretty much refers to as the young executive. In fact, he gives a lot of people titles as we go on, but as this is the first prominent one, the young executive. Well, of course, there's also the boss, but that one feels a little different. And there is this sort of notable exchange between Theodore and Jack that goes as such. Well, old boy, it's fine to see you. How's tricks? How's the old politician? Fine, I said, but I'm not a politician, I'm a hired hand. Ho, he said, don't try to kid me. They say you and the governor are just like this. And he held up two not thin, very clean, perfectly manicured fingers for me to admire. You don't know the governor, I replied, for the only thing the governor is just like this with, and I held up two not very clean and quite imperfectly manicured fingers, is the governor, and now and then God Almighty when he needs somebody to hold the hog when he cuts its throat. It's very true. And it's also kind of amusing. And Jack takes a bit of an opportunity to just analyze the house here. And the description is very different from some of the things we've heard earlier. Because, in particular, he reminisces about his father. His father being a thick-set, strong man, not tall, with a shock of tangled black hair on his head, and steel-rimmed glasses on his nose, and a habit of buttoning his vest up wrong, and a big gold watch chain, which I liked to pull at. Then he relives the experience of his father leaving and his mother saying things like, he isn't dead, but you can think of him like he's dead, and that he went away because he didn't love her anymore. And just keep in mind the way this is portrayed. So the scholarly attorney, which is the title Jack gives to his father, was gone. Then we get the tycoon, who doesn't last very long. Then we get the count from Europe, who is abusive, who doesn't last very long. And so eventually we cycle forward until we get the current guy, the young executive. This, of course, all being related to the fact that Jack said earlier that there had been a few stepdads throughout his time. Then Jack ends up stopping at the judge's house for a bit, and it's so fast that it's almost strange how quick the exchange is. But the judge, despite the circumstances of their last meeting, is very cordial to Jack, very excited that he's there, offers him a drink and dinner, but Jack only takes the drink and then leaves. It's just kind of interesting because the judge is one of the more likable characters when you read him. He's one of the very few people who is like, not just respectful to Jack, but actively kind to him, which is even surprising considering that we know that Jack is doing things that the judge disapproves of. Then Jack walks around the bay because, you know, he's just basically touring his neighborhood at this point. And he goes by the bay, relives some childhood memories, and particularly the moment in which he develops an interest in Anne, which Adam seems to take notice of. And it's when she's diving and there's the scene of her floating to the surface of the water on her back, and it's this like perfect childhood moment of him just looking at her there, you know, seagulls in the air, the sky is sort of purplish, that sort of thing. And because my summarization of it is not at all sufficient to describe what it looks like, I'm just going to read this little passage. The image I got in my head that day was the image of her face lying in the water, very smooth, with the eyes closed, under the dark greenish-purple sky with the white gull passing over. That is not to say I fell in love with Anne that day. She was a kid then. That came later. But the image would have been there if I had never fallen in love with her, or had never seen her again, or had grown to detest her. There were times afterward when I was not in love with Anne. Anne told me she wouldn't marry me, and after a while I married Lois, who was a better-looking girl than Anne, the kind they turn around on the street to see, and I was in love with Lois. But the image was there all the time, growing brighter as the veils were withdrawn and making the promise of a greater brightness. So yeah, that was just like a whole like, whoa, that happened. So yes, Jack has been married before to a woman named Lois, and even though it seems that he is married to her for quite a while, she comes up very rarely. Now it'll become obvious why when she is brought up in detail later, but it is very peculiar. And then of course we also got the, maybe not surprising, but still the bombshell that Jack was in love with Anne, and they were a thing, kind of, and then they didn't marry. Then we get a bit of a flashback to around Jack's college days, where he refuses to go to the college his mother wants him to take her money, or to basically do anything she wants. Even when she'd send him money, he'd immediately blow it on drinking or gambling or what have you. And even when he'd come home, he'd stay with the Stantons or with the judge, though the judge went to fight in World War I, became a colonel of artillery, and did pretty well, because, as Jack says, the judge felt that all the years of making models of artillery and studying all the old generals had been worth it. Jack thought it was worth it just because they'd done those things together, but Jack himself didn't go to the war because he had bad feet. And though there was a little bit of bitterness in Jack saying, well, I thought it was worth it just because we did it together, he does say this. And also, it's just a really interesting scene. In any case, I do not wish to be snotty about the judge. He was a brave man, even if he did have a medal to prove same. He had proved it before he ever got the medal, and he was to prove it again. There was, for instance, the time a fellow he had sent up to the pen stopped him in the street down at the landing and told him he was going to kill him. The judge just laughed and turned his back and walked away. The man took out a pistol and then called to the judge 2 or 3 times. Finally, the judge looked around. When he saw the man had a pistol and had it pointing at him, the judge turned right there and walked straight at the man, not saying a word. He got right up to the man and took the pistol away from him. What he did in the war, I never knew. That's pretty baller. I gotta be honest, just walking up to a guy and taking his pistol. Would not recommend it. Sounds like something out of those bad YouTube self-defense classes, but still, pretty cool. There's also a scene of Jack eating dinner with the judge. The judge brings out one of those little model ballistas and he ends up shooting it and breaking a piece of glass that shatters onto somebody, which is a pretty amusing little scene. Jack is kind of embarrassed by it, but there's this reminiscing about building models, and, well, I'm a Warhammer player, so, I relate to that, I guess. But the main thing that I'm pointing out in this little section is just that it's kind of amusing how easily you're led by the nose into different scenes. You're kind of reading one thing, and then all of a sudden you're in the judge's house, and you just kind of accept it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do a very good job of making those transitions smooth in this video, but in the book, it's kind of impressive how quickly you can just have the subject changed and somehow not be confused by it. So what's going on is that there's a meeting between some neighbors and the judge, and they get talking about Willie, and they all hate him, and Jack is just sort of because Jack works for Willie, and he doesn't want to, be the one guy to say something. Even though Irwin himself doesn't like Willie, and if anything has the best reason to not like Willie because of that midnight imposition, he does kind of defend Jack by saying this. George, the judge said, you're an old fogey. Government is committed these days to give services we never heard of when we were growing up. The world's changing. It's changed so much a fellow can step in and grab the whole state. Give him another few years and nothing can blast him out. This is that George guy who's complaining. He'll have half the state on a payroll and the other half will be afraid to vote. Strong-arm, blackmail, God knows what. He's a hard man, the judge said. He's played it hard and close, but there's one principle he's grasped. You don't make omelets without breaking eggs. And precedents. He's broken plenty of eggs and he may make his omelets. And remember, the Supreme Court has backed him up on every issue raised to date. And of course, the neighbor guy, George, just keeps complaining and complaining, but it really is kind of admirable that, not even for Willie's sake, but for the sake of open-mindedness and for Jack's sake, that Irwin is willing to sort of steelman this guy that realistically he doesn't like all that much, just so that Jack doesn't feel alienated. And that makes Judge Irwin a pretty unique figure in the book as somebody who goes out of his way to help Jack. Not just somebody who's friendly to Jack, but somebody who helps Jack, because usually it's Jack helping others. There's also a little scene in the revised edition that's much longer about either the neighbors or Irwin trying to set Jack up with this woman who's also a bachelorette. It doesn't go well. She's very annoying to Jack, and he also just is an asshole to her. It's kind of amusing, but not important enough to make a bigger note on. But I guess if for some reason you want to read that, that's more existent in the restored edition. And his mother gets mad that he's treated this girl this poorly, And in the end, Jack gets pretty mad about it because he doesn't want any of this help, whether it's with the girl or with money. He doesn't want any help from anybody, not his mother, not Erwin, not Theodore, nobody. And in the end, he even says that he doesn't want money from his mother because he knows he's going to get it anyway when she dies, which is very cruel, and kind of emphasizes the fact that Jack is just not like an amazing guy at this point in time. Now, obviously, it won't necessarily stay that way, but, you know, even as much as he doesn't like his mother, you still just probably shouldn't say that. He then reminisces a bit about how his parents met. Basically, his father went to Arkansas on business to conduct an investigation, and when he comes back, he's got a girl with him from Arkansas that he met there, and that's basically it. He puts the girl in a big white house, and she spends a lot of time in that big white house looking at the sea, and that's the relationship between Jack's father and Jack's mother. So we're kind of beamed back into the present here when Sadie contacts Jack and say that there's about to be a big problem. And Jack kisses Sadie on the forehead because she isn't Dumond, which is that girl that had annoyed him from earlier. And she's surprisingly okay with it, but also tells him not to do it again. And then we go and find out what exactly this problem is, and this problem is kind of funny. So what's basically happening here is that Willie is chewing this guy out for having taken bribe money, and it goes as such. And you can just damn well remember you aren't supposed to get rich. A fellow like you, 50 years old and gut shot and teeth gone and never had a dime, if God Almighty had ever intended you to be rich, he'd have done it long back. Look at yourself, damn it. You to figure you're supposed to be rich, it is plain blasphemy. Look at yourself. Ain't it a fact? And the forefinger leveled at Mr. Byram B. White. Mr. White did not answer. He just stood there in his unhappiness and looked at the finger. God damn it, has the cat got your tongue? The boss demanded. Can't you answer a civil question? Yes. Mr. White managed with gray lips that scarcely moved. Speak up, don't mumble. Say, it's a fact, it's a blasphemous fact. The boss insisted, still pointing the finger. Mr. White's lips went grayer and the voice was less than loud and clear, but he said it, every word. All right, that's better, the boss said. Now you know what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to stay poor and take orders. I don't care about your chastity, which from the looks of you, you don't have any trouble keeping plenty of, but I mean it's poverty and obedience, and don't you forget it. Especially the last. There will be a little something coming to you now and then in the way of sweetening, but Duffy will tend to that. Don't you go setting up on your own anymore. There just aren't going to be any more one-man bonanzas. You got that? Speak up. Yes, Mr. White said. Louder, and say, I got that. He said it louder. All right, the boss said. So this corruption thing was going to be a case of impeachment for this guy, and the boss stops it in exchange for making him pre-write a resignation letter, signed and all, that the boss can pretty much cast whenever he so wishes. And all of this basically goes on to just emphasize the idea of this is how the Willie government is run. Finally, we're seeing a little bit more of why some of these people like Erwin don't like him. Like, what he did there is corruption and it's extortion, even if it's corruption and extortion relating to a guy who himself did something wrong. And Willie is also doing this corruption and extortion in order to stop an impeachment, so it's all kinds of dirty politically. So you can kind of understand that if any of this gets out, this is definitely something that some people would not be okay with having happen, and that is fairly reasonable. And it's actually in this moment that Hugh Miller, that guy I mentioned earlier that he picked up, resigns. And that's one of the reasons Hugh Miller is even important, is because he resigns away from Willie on a matter of principle and not wanting to deal with things this way anymore. Now with him, once again, Willie shows he's not just a bad guy. You know, he lets Hugh go. He's sad to see him go and he tries to get him back, but he lets Hugh go without any threats or anything like that per se. In the end, Willie actually defers to Jack to ask him what he thinks about the situation, saying, then he said, "You think I ought to have thrown White to the wolves?" White being the guy from earlier. And Jack says, "It's a hell of a time to be asking that question. You think I ought?" "Ought is a funny word," I said. "If you mean to win, then time will tell. If you mean to do right, then nobody will ever be able to tell you." "What do you think?" "Thinking is not my line," I said. "And I'd advise you to stop thinking about it because you know damn well what you're going to do. You're going to do what you are doing." And that's pretty much a key important phrase, and that's why Jack is around. In a way, he yes-mans Willie, but he's also a voice of reason in many situations. Or at least a voice of, I'm not going to just tell you what you want, I'm just going to tell you what I think the case is.
And the case is that, yeah, Willie's just going to do what he's going to do anyway. It doesn't actually even matter what Jack says. So it's sort of self-defeating in a way, but what can you do? At this point, the subject shifts to the idea that Willie says Lucy's going to leave him. And the first thing that happens with this is Jack looks at Sadie, which is our first indication that Willie and Sadie are kind of doing a thing together, doing some illicit stuff, doing some boinking in the background that they shouldn't be. And Willie recognizes that this is what Jack is thinking about and says that it's not that. And Willie even says that Lucy doesn't know about it, but Jack says that women can smell cheating. And that then Willie says that what it was is that Lucy would leave him if Willie let that guy off, which he did. So after the discussion of everything to do with Lucy potentially leaving, the next big topic is the hospital that Willie wants to build, and I'll just let him say why he wants to do that in his own words. I'm gonna build me the goddamnedest, biggest, chromium-platedest, formaldehyde, stinkingest free hospital and health center the All-Father ever let live, boy, I tell you. I'm gonna have a cage of canaries in every room that can sing Italian grand opera, and there ain't gonna be a nurse hasn't won a beauty contest at Atlantic City, and every bedpan will be 18-karat gold, and by God, every bedpan will have a Swiss music box attachment to play Turkey in the Straw or the Sextet from Lucia, take your choice. That'll be swell, I said. I'll do it, he said. You don't believe me, but I'm gonna do it. I believe every word of it, I said. I was dead for sleep. I stood there rocking on my heels, and through the haze I watched him pace and swing and lunge and sway his big head with the hair coming down to his eyes. This hospital becomes the obsession of Willie. It will get brought up a lot, so I don't need to say anything else about it because you are going to hear about it many more times. The next thing that happens is that Willie reflects on the strangeness of his relationship with Lucy and Sadie, where Lucy is debatably aware of what's going on, but Sadie, it's complicated to explain, but essentially there's this one episode where Jack and Willie go up to Chicago to pay a visit to some scantily clad ice skaters, and Willie wets his whistle. And Sadie finds out about it, and she is extremely unhappy about it. And she complains to Jack about Willie two-timing her, to which Jack says that, well, it's not actually two-timing. It's either one-timing or four-timing, depending on whether division or multiplication is more appropriate to the situation, which is a very amusing response and also tells us about how much Jack cares. However, there is something of note here, which is that Sadie cares if the girl, the ice skater girl, was pretty. And Jack once again remarks on Sadie's pockmarked face and the sort of plaster of Paris look, as he describes it. And there is this strange thing where it seems that Sadie does genuinely love, definitely not in a healthy way, but she does love Willie. And has some expectation that eventually Willie will leave Lucy and be with her. He'll always come back, she says, and she's pretty much always right, no matter what kind of episode he has, and there are more of these. I will probably skip over them for the sake of time, but there are more times where this happens. The next scene that is of particular importance to us today is probably the most iconic thing in the entire book. I would not say it's the most important thing, but it is very iconic, and you'll see why. So this is one where Willie is going out to speak again after the whole weird impeachment deal kind of gets fixed, and as said, as I've been saying, really, you understand why he's as popular and liked as he is. At least why he is so capable of riling people up, if nothing else. I'll ask you a question, and I want an answer. I want an answer before God and under the awful hand of the Most High. Answer me. Have I disappointed you? Have I? Then, leaning sharply, he would lift his right hand while the question was still ringing in the air and say, "Stop! Don't answer until you look into the depth of your heart to see the truth. For there is where truth is, not in a book, not in a lawyer's book, not on any scrap of paper, in your heart." Then in the long pause he would swing his gaze slowly over the crowd of faces, then, "Answer me." I would wait for the roar. You can't help it. I knew it would come, but I would wait for it, and every time it would seem intolerably long before it came. It was like a deep dive. You start up toward the light, but you know you can't breathe yet, not yet,
and all you are aware of is the blood beating in your own head at the intolerable timelessness. Then the roar would come, and I would feel the way you do when you pop out of the water from a deep dive and the air bursts out of your lungs and everything reels in the light. There is nothing like the roar of a crowd when it swells up all of a sudden at the same time out of the thing which is in every man in the crowd but is not himself. The roar would swell and raise and fall and swell again, with the boss standing with his right arm raised straight to heaven and his red eyes bulging. And when the roar fell away, he said with his arm up, "I have looked in your faces," and they would yell. And he said, "O Lord, I have seen a sign," and they would yell again. And he said, "I have seen the dew on the fleece and the ground dry," then the yell. Then, "I have seen the blood on the moon," then, "Buckets of blood, and boy, I know whose blood it will be." Then seizing forward, grabbing out his right hand as though to seize something in the air before him, "Gimme that meat axe." I get pumped up just reading it, and I'm not even there. You know, it's violent. It's kind of scary when you stop and think about it for a second, but boy, it's got some energy to it, you know? And Jack contrasts this side of the boss with the boss that goes and visits people in the dead of night and asks them about their endorsement decisions. So the next thing that happens is Jack goes to speak to one of the main guys who's sort of trying to make the impeachment happen, whose name is Lowry. And he tells him that honestly at this point you should just kill the impeachment before it comes to a vote, even if it would be politically better for Willie to see the vote happen and then fail. And basically Jack is saying just let it go the easy way. I'm skipping a lot of details with this, but the point is that, like, Willie has already won. There was never a risk to him. He is powerful in ways that are all-encompassing. His competition throughout this stage is completely helpless to do anything to him. So after that speech and after him talking to Lowry, Jack just ends up reflecting on the situation and thinking about how he already knew that this was going to happen the way that it is, and he has this sort of interesting view on it. "I stood there and felt like God Almighty brooding on history, which must be a damn dull business for God Almighty, who knows how it is going to come out. Who knew, in fact, how it was going to come out before he knew there was going to be any history, which is complete nonsense, for that involves time, and he is out of time. For God is fullness of being, and in him the end is the beginning," which is what you can read in the little tracts written and handed out on the street corners by the fat, grubby, dandruff-sprinkled old man with the metal-rimmed spectacles who used to be the scholarly attorney and who married the girl with the gold braids and the clear, famished-looking cheeks up in Arkansas. But those tracts he wrote were crazy, I thought back then. I thought God cannot be fullness of being, for life is motion. So there is a lot more to that little section. It's like a full two more pages, so I can't necessarily address it in full. But what I will say is that Jack's view of religion colors a lot of things that he thinks in this stage of the novel in ways that are directly related to the way that he thinks about his situation with his family. Both of these will impact what happens to him later on, so I'll talk about that subject more in the future, but it serves once again to show that while Jack has his reasons for thinking the way he does, it draws that comparison between his opinions and his relationship with his family and the people around him. And for a little bit more of that, to make that make a little bit more sense, for life is motion toward knowledge. If God is complete knowledge, then he is complete non-motion, which is non-life, which is death. Therefore, if there is such a God of fullness of being, we would worship Death, the Father. That was what I said to the old man who had looked at me across the papers and fouled dishes, and his red-streaked eyes had blinked above the metal-rimmed spectacles which had hung down on the end of his nose. He had shaken his head, and a flake or two of dandruff had sifted down from the sparse white hair ends which fringed the skull within which the words had been taking shape from the electric twitches in the tangled and spongy and blood-soaked darkness. He had said then, "I am the resurrection and the life," and I had said, "You've got the wrong end of the stick. For life is a fire burning along a piece of string, or is it a fuse to a powder keg, which we call God?" And it kind of carries on like that. It's pretty dense. I don't blame you if you don't understand what I just said, but it is another one of those sort of key things weighing on Jack. But of course this all comes up because Jack feels like God, because he knows how this is going to play out. He knows the impeachment will fail. He knows that the newspapers will report on it, and some will be really happy about it and some will disparage it, and that in the end it all won't matter, and that in the end it's the people's fault anyway because they were the ones who elected Willie in the first place. The next main thing that happens is that Jack ends up in the governor's mansion, and he talks to Willie about another key conflict that is pervasive throughout the novel, which is the conflict between Willie and Lucy. You could say that it is started in the sense that Willie is cheating on Lucy fairly frequently, but it comes up in the sense that Willie disapproves of Lucy disapproving of what he's doing. He says that Lucy only cares about principle rather than reality, and that she'd take sleeping on the dirt penniless if it satisfied her morals. And more than anything, Willie is worried that Tom will turn out the same way. This all happening because Willie is upset that Tom didn't get to go see his speech because he had to study. But as it were, Lucy does not ever end up leaving Willie at this stage, and she sticks with him, Jack thinks, for Tom's sake, which is fair enough. And they don't really see each other a whole lot. Willie goes back to the country to do those photo ops like the one we saw in the beginning, just to keep up appearances, and that's pretty much all there is there. So now we're on to chapter 4, and Jack recalls the quote that Willie had said to him earlier, which was that man is conceived in sin and there is always something, and that Jack thinks maybe not on the judge. And Jack says that, well, I guess it is the proper job for me to do, for I am a student of history. And he talks about when he made that excursion into history, which was when he was in college. His college years are best summarized by he lived in a crappy dorm that he didn't take care of with 2 other people that also didn't take care of it, and that his mother would come by and see the place and be aghast and give him money to buy clothes, which he would then blow. And the next main thing that really the dominant story of this chapter, though the chapters become slightly different around now between the restored edition and the standard edition, but basically the same things happen, is that Jack goes on this very long, as said, it's about a chapter, and I'm going to only very briefly go over it, largely because the benefit you would get out of understanding the story would only really be much of a benefit to you reading it yourself. For our purposes, I'm only going to cover the basics of this big story, but, you know, just read it. I mean, I'm going to keep telling you to read the book at some point, I mean, you know. But I also don't blame you if you want to go through this first, because this is actually what I do. While I did, I'm sure, bully some people into reading the book already back at this point, like an hour or 2 ago, I'd have to guess it was. I have fairly repeatedly watched entire videos on the entire plots of books and then read them, despite the people who made the videos insisting that I should read the book first, because I don't listen to instructions and I don't care about spoilers for things, so maybe I'm weird. But with that ramble aside, the story of Cass Mastern, which is this guy that Jack is studying for his degree, is basically the story of a guy who lived in the antebellum South, who is kind of a screw-up, but his older brother helps him out, sends him up to college, and at college, near the place he lives, he falls in love with the wife of one of the friends he is staying with there, and they have an illicit romance. The husband finds out and takes his own life, and what ends up essentially defining the story is that the girl that Cass fell in love with ends up selling, because unfortunately this is antebellum South, selling the slave girl who returned the husband's ring to her as a sign of him knowing. The girl couldn't look that slave girl in the face anymore, and so sold her to a really horrible place. And Cass looks for her and he can't find her, and because he can't handle that, he leaves the woman behind from the illicit relationship, and then goes and promptly dies in my home state of Georgia in the Civil War. In fact, he dies near Kennesaw Mountain, which is a place I have been to a great many times. But the one thing about that particular detail that stood out to me was just another triumph of Warren's descriptive capabilities, which is him describing the the Red Hills of Georgia, where Cass himself actually was born. And despite the context, it is a sort of sentimental or nostalgic kind of description, and I mean that really is what it's like. You know, the red hills, the and the heat and the humidity, all. It's just a very authentic description, and I don't know. It's nice. It's the description of the scenery is a bit of levity in the otherwise drudging, horrible story of Cass Master, and so I guess that's part of the reason that I latched onto it and made note of it. I guess it's also interesting knowing that they've always kind of been around, because, I mean, admittedly around all the time this would have been happening, Civil War and stuff. All my ancestors were busy losing a war in Crimea, but the Georgia red clay hills are somewhat timeless in a way, I suppose. However, out of all this Cass Master business, the most important thing for us today is something that Cass himself says right at the beginning, because all of this is within the context of Jack reading the notes that this guy left behind after he died. And it starts with, "I was born in a log cabin in North Georgia in circumstances of poverty, and if in later years I have lain soft and supped from silver, may the Lord not let die in my heart the knowledge of frost and of coarse diet. For all men come naked into the world, and in prosperity man is prone to evil as the sparks fly upward." This itself is extremely relevant not only to Jack but to Willie and basically to everybody who exists in the story. This is the entire reason I would say that the Cass Mastered story is even a part of the book, and though I won't be able to give you everything else about it, I can at least give you this. This part is a reference to the book of Job, specifically Job 5, which is a pretty good section, I guess. And I'll read a few choice bits that might add context for the rest of the novel, especially because these are things that Warren expects us to know, or if we don't know them, to look them up. But it says, "For wrath kills a foolish man, and envy slays a simple one. For affliction does not come from the dust, nor does trouble spring from the ground, yet man is born to trouble, as the sparks fly upward. But as for me, I would seek God, and to God I would commit my cause, who does great things, and unsearchable marvelous things without number. But he saves the needy from the sword, from the mouth of the mighty, and from their hand. So the poor have hope, and injustice shuts her mouth. Behold, happy is the man whom God corrects. Therefore do not despise the chastening of the Almighty, for he bruises, but he binds up. He wounds, but his hands make whole. He shall deliver you in 6 troubles. Yes, in 7 no evil shall touch you." This is another one of those things where Warren, like Faulkner, for example, exists within the very, as you might expect, Christian tradition of most Southern literature. You are just expected to know these or to look for them. And I'm making a big deal out of this part just because those 2 last lines in particular, those being, "He shall deliver you in 6 troubles, yes, in 7 no evil shall touch you," are relevant very strongly to much more than just Cass Master. So there's another thing, I guess. So the whole Cass Master story happens, as said, only doing the summary just for our purposes, and then it comes back to Willie talking to Jack, in this case about why Jack even works for him, and this is an exchange worthy enough to throw in there. "It'll be a long dig," I said. This is Jack in reference to finding any dirt on the judge. "Look here," he said, "if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. I can always pay somebody else. Or do you want a raise?" "No, I don't want a raise," I said. "I'm raising you $100 a month, whether you want it or not." "Give it to the church," I said. "If I wanted money, I could think of easier ways to make it than the way I make it with you." "So you work for me because you love me," the boss said. "I don't know why I work for you, but it's not because I love you, and not for money." "Nah," he said, standing there in the dark. "You don't know why you work for me, but I know," he said and laughed. Sugar Boy came into the yard, said good night, and went on to the house. "Why?" I asked. "Boy," he said, "you work for me because I'm the way I am and you are the way you are. It is an arrangement founded on the nature of things." "That's a hell of a fine explanation." "It's not an explanation," he said and laughed again. "There ain't any explanations, not of anything. All you can do is point at the nature of things, if you're smart enough to see 'em." "I'm not smart enough," I said. "You're smart enough to dig up whatever it is on the judge. There may not be anything." "Nuts," he said. "Go to bed." "Aren't you coming to bed?" "Nah," he said, and I left him walking across the yard in the dark. So at this point, Jack wonders about what kind of dirt he'd even start to look for on the judge, because of course the whole point of finding dirt on the judge is getting him to not only to recant his endorsement, but also just so that Willie can have power over him too. As I said,
Willie is all-powerful over almost everybody, and the judge is one of the few people who not only resists Willie's power, but is capable of resisting his power because Willie has nothing over him. So Jack decides that, well, he's not going to find anything on the judge from his ambition because the judge knows he's great and doesn't care what other people think. It's not going to be ambition. He decides it wasn't love because the judge may have had his innings, but that sort of thing gets around in a small town, so we'd already know about it. He wonders if the judge scares easy, but he knows he doesn't scare easy. He wonders if the judge loves money, but decides that all the money the judge wants is just enough money to make himself happy. He wonders if there was ever a time he was lacking that money. So while Jack is thinking, he goes to a Mexican restaurant, and half of all the good restaurants in the South are Mexican restaurants, so can't blame him for choosing that. And in there, he finds that his father frequents the place, and the people at the restaurant know and love him. And his father comes in, and they talk very briefly, and it's not a huge thing. Like, not much happens, and it's almost sad in how little happens, and yet still note is made of it. Then there's a scene of Jack at a football game, that being American football, of course, with Willie, where Tom is playing. Tom is very good, and that's pretty much that scene. I mentioned it for a reason, but that's all you have to know right now. Then we get another scene of Jack going to visit with Anne again, and this time they're all in pretty good spirits. And it's pretty clear that Jack still feels much for her. And I think that's best emphasized by this thing that he says about her right here. Her eyes were glittering like the eyes of a child when you give a nice surprise, and she laughed in a sudden, throaty, tingling way. It is the way a woman laughs for happiness. They never laugh that way just when they are being polite or for a joke. A woman only laughs that way a few times in her life. A woman only laughs that way when something has touched her way down in the very quick of her being, and the happiness just wells out as natural as breath in the first jonquils and mountain brooks. When a woman laughs that way, it always does something to you. It does not matter what kind of a face she's got either. You hear that laugh and feel that you have grasped a clean and beautiful truth. You feel that way because that laugh is a revelation. It is a great impersonal sincerity. It is a spray of dewy blossom from the great central stock of all being, and the woman's name and address hasn't got a damn thing to do with it. Therefore, that laugh cannot be faked. If a woman could learn to fake it, she would make Nell Gwyn and Pompadour look like a couple of campfire girls wearing bifocals and ground gripper shoes and with bands on their teeth. She could set all society by the ears, for all any of us really wants is to hear a woman laugh like that. So yeah, I think he still likes her. A little bit, you know. But there's an opportunity here for Jack to put his arm around Anne, and he doesn't. And not a whole lot's made of it right now, but this is a mirror to something we're going to see later. And then things get kind of weird because Jack gets confrontational a bit, asks why she didn't want to marry him all those years ago. After that, really, he screws it up. Like, it's evident even reading this for the first time that Jack is making a bad move here. And then Anne blindsides him by saying that she'd actually had lunch with Willie earlier that week to discuss something about money for a children's home. Adam ends up coming around and Jack asks about him, and it turns out the judge had been low on money at one point, around 20 years before, which of course this is the whole reason that Jack is here. He tried asking Anne about if there was anything on the judge, and she didn't know anything, but Adam knew he needed money at some point. Anne later calls Jack, and she's upset at him for asking about the question because she knows why. He wants to know if there's any dirt on the judge. And she says that, I got you. The judge actually didn't do anything for money. He just married into money, and that's all there was. So then begins this fairly long section of Jack doing some research into this weird money situation. And it turns out, though I'm skipping so much detail here, that the judge, not only did he not have money, but the woman he married didn't have money either, so where did it come from? He digs up a few more things and finds out that there's some sort of weird thing going on with the American Power Company, and it all comes down to this one lady, a Miss Littlepaw. She's a psychic who is living in Savannah, Georgia, which is a pretty interesting place if you've never been there. And he ends up having to bribe her to talk. Now, the reason he's talking to her in the first place is because there's a story of a Mr. Littlepaw doing a bit of self-deletion under mysterious circumstances, and so this is the lead that Jack is digging up. And it turns out that this Miss Littlepaw, his sister, is really afraid to say anything, and he has to bribe her with hundreds of dollars to get her to talk. And as it turned out, this Mr. Littlepaw had gotten screwed over, and Judge Irwin, being a friend of the governor, Governor Stanton, remember that guy being
Adam and Ann's father, Governor Stanton, screws over this Mr. Littlepaw guy so bad that he feels like he has no other way out and thus does what he does. So finally, after a bit of convincing, Jack gets Miss Littlepaw to read him the letter that was the last thing her brother had ever sent her. Dear sister, I have been this afternoon to see Governor Stanton and told him how I have been thrown out of my job like a dog after all these years because that man Irwin was bribed to let up on the suit against the Southern Belle Fuel people, and now he has my place at a salary they never paid me, and I gave them my heart's blood all these years. And they call him vice president too. They lied to me and they cheated me and they make him vice president for taking a bribe. But Governor Stanton would not listen to me. He asked me for my proof, and I told him what Mr. Satterfield told me months ago about how the case had been fixed and how in our company they'd take care of Irwin. Now Satterfield denies it. He denies he ever told me and looks me in the eye. So I have no proof and Governor Stanton will not investigate. I can do no more. I went, as you know, to the people who are against Governor Stanton in politics, but they would not listen to me. Because that blackguard and infidel McCall, who is their kingpin, is tied up with Southern Belle. At first they were interested, but now they laugh at me. What can I do? I am old and not well. I will never be any good again. I will be a drag on you and not a help. What can I do, sister? You have been good to me. I thank you. Forgive me for what I am going to do, but I am going to join our sainted mother and our dear father who were kind and good to us, and who will greet me on the other shore and dry every tear. Goodbye until the happy day when we shall meet again in light. Mortimer. P.S. I have borrowed against my insurance a good bit, on account of bad investments, but there is something left, and if they know I have done what I am going to do, they will not pay you. And that's it. Jack found the dirt on Judge Irwin, and as he says, so I had it after all the months, for nothing is lost, nothing is ever lost. There is always the clue, the canceled check, the smear of lipstick, the footprint in the can-of-bed, the condom on the park path, the twitch in the old wound, the baby shoes dipped in bronze, the taint in the bloodstream. And all times are one time, and all those dead in the past never lived before our definition gives them life, and out of the shadow their eyes implore us. That is what all of us historical research believe, and we love truth. Did you know that the end of man is knowledge, and that man can never know whether knowledge will save him or doom him? Did you know that? Have I said that before? I'm not sure. So after that, Jack returns to the land of the living in Louisiana, and Tom's getting himself into trouble. He was doing some booze cruising, got into a crash, and the girl he was riding with got severely injured, so now there's a whole case about it. And Lucy is... This is another set of conflict between Lucy and Willie. Willie just wants to get Tom out of the trouble. Lucy thinks that Tom should take responsible and that Willie needs to get a hold of him and stop him from doing this sort of thing. She even says she would rather see Tom dead at her feet than live as what vanity will make him. She says that Willie will ruin him, and she's probably right. It's also at this time that we find out that Anne was successful in her meeting with Willie a bit earlier, and she got a 2-year grant for the children's home. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a scuffle about getting some people into Congress, and all I'm going to say about this is that the way that Willie says how he solves the problem is kind of funny. A scandal comes out about him, that being the thing with his kid, so he gets a scandal about the other guy, and he says, "It may be a fallacy, but it is sure God useful. If you use the right kind of argumentum, you can always scare the hominem into a laundry bill he didn't expect," which is just pretty good. I like that a lot. There also comes the matter of Tiny Duffy wanting Willie to work with Gummy Larson, who's this guy Tiny's in with, to build the hospital. But Gummy Larson is about the biggest sleaze there ever was, or the second biggest behind Tiny Duffy, and so Willie will have no part of it and just ignores him flatly every time it's brought up. In fact, more than anything, Willie wants to do the hospital right, and so he wants Jack to get the right man for the job. And the right man for the job is Adam Stanton, who, as I said earlier, was a surgeon. What I might not have elaborated on is that Adam is a really good surgeon. He is busy all the time, he is beloved, and he barely ever asks any money for what he does. He is basically the ideal surgeon, and so Willie, despite knowing that Adam hates him, wants Jack to get him. And Jack has this really, really fascinating way of describing this next meeting with Adam that has stuck with me ever since I've read it. And that is the concept of the friend of your youth, and it goes as such. The smile was his apology for being what he was, for looking at you the way he did, for seeing what he saw. It did not so much forgive you and the world as ask forgiveness for himself for the crime of looking straight at whatever was before him, which might be you. But he didn't smile often. He smiled at me not because I was what I was, but because I was the friend of his youth. The friend of your youth is the only friend you will ever have, for he does not really see you. He sees in his mind a face which does not exist anymore, speaks a name, Spike, Bud, Snip, Red, Rusty, Jack, Dave, which belongs to that now non-existent face, but which by some inane and doddering confusion of the universe is for the moment attached to a not too happily met and boring stranger. But he humors the drooling, doddering confusion of the universe and continues to address politely that dull stranger by the name which properly belongs to the boy face and to the time when the boy voice called thinly across the late afternoon water, or murmured by a campfire at night or in the middle of a crowded street said, "Gee, listen to this. On Wenlock Edge the wood's in trouble, his forest fleece the wreck and heaves." The friend of your youth is your friend because he does not see you anymore. So yeah, the friend of your youth, the idea that when you reconnect with somebody who you were friends with as a kid, you will never see each other as true adult people, and I think it's kind of true in some circumstances. I've experienced it before, but an interesting thought nonetheless. So when it comes to Jack actually asking Adam about the Willie situation, he tells Adam not to yell until Jack finishes, and Adam doesn't yell until Jack finishes. And Adam thinks that Willie is trying to flatter him by saying, "Oh, I want to get the best guy," but Jack's response is pretty interesting and also alludes to another just interesting thing I want to talk about briefly. "Nobody could flatter you," I said softly. "Nobody in the world. And do you know why?" "Why?" "Listen, pal, there was a man named Dante who said that the truly proud man who knew his own worth did never commit the sin of envy, for he could believe that there was no one for him to envy. He might just as well have said that the proud man who knew his own worth would not be susceptible to flattery, for he would believe that there was nothing anybody else could tell him about his own worth he didn't know already. No, you couldn't be flattered." "Not by him anyway," Adam said grimly. "Not by anybody," I said, and he knows it. And when Adam asks why it is that the judge insists on having him as director, Jack says, "I'll tell you. He knows you're the best around, but you don't cash in on it. So obviously you don't want money, or you would charge folks something like the others in the trade or would hang on to what you do take. You don't want fun, or you would get some, for you are famous, relatively young, and not crippled. You don't want comfort, or you would quit working yourself like a navvy and wouldn't live in this slum. But he knows what you want." "I don't want anything he can give me," Adam affirmed. "Are you sure, Adam?" I said, "Are you sure?" "Damn it," he began, and the blood was up in his cheeks. "He knows what you want," I cut in. "I can put in a word, Adam." "What?" "You want to do good," I said. And that's what it is. The discussion continues, but that's what it is. Adam's ultimate motivation is to do good, and Willie knows that, and he wants to use it. And he wants to use it, which you could argue is a bad, but in an objective sense, it seems like a good move. Put Adam in charge, and he can do a whole heck of a lot of good. Adam doesn't think that this is good because he would be doing good in service of evil, whereas Jack thinks that being hospital director would be good in of itself. And both of them kind of have a point. And that point is going to be brought up later in another key part of the story that we're going to get to, probably before too long. So, while Jack does manage to save the situation, he doesn't manage to convince Adam that he should work at the hospital. And later on, he's called by Anne, who also wanted to convince Adam to work at the hospital for reasons that aren't exactly clear to Jack yet. So they meet at Slade's place. If you remember Slade from earlier, he was the guy who didn't force Willie to take an alcoholic beverage and gave him a soda instead. Well, that guy, interestingly enough, has a really nice bar now. Wonder why the guy who did good for the governor is now set up really well. Anyway, the two of them talk, and Anne isn't sure still why Adam won't take the job, but Jack has the explanation, and that's that point I was literally just talking about. I knew it was soon, I just didn't realize it was right now, but here's that reason that Adam has for not wanting to do it, and I think he's kind of... I kind of see where he's coming from, I guess. Why is he this way? Doesn't he see he ought to? That he's the man and he got to? Why, Jack, why? To be perfectly brutal, I said, it is because he is Adam Stanton, the son of Governor Stanton and the grandson of Judge Peyton Stanton, and the great-grandson of General Morgan Stanton, and he has lived all his life in the idea that there was a time along back when everything was run by high-minded, handsome men wearing knee breeches and silver buckles, or continental blue or frock coats, or even buckskin and coonskin caps, as the case may be. For Adam Stanton isn't any snob who sat around a table and candidly debated the good of the public thing. It is because he is a romantic and he has a picture of the world in his head, and when the world doesn't conform in any respect to the picture, he wants to throw the world away. Even if that means throwing out the baby with the bath, which, I added, it always does mean. And that's kind of the problem. Adam can't accept that the boss is, in a way, he's kind of scummy. He's corrupt. He does a lot of bad stuff. He blackmails people, and that's not the world Adam wants to live in. And he has that romantic idea of the past, which may or may not have existed, but especially if it's the idea you grew up around, if you're used to the idea that the world was once good and pure and proper and right, especially seeing, if you remember how things have been, as I've described the situation in Louisiana in the past, the world he's grown up in reality, has kind of sucked. So, while on the objective basis he should take the job because it is objectively better, I think his reservations are founded in something. And Anne asks Jack if Jack can do anything to change the picture of the world in his mind, and Jack knows that he can, because now he knows that Governor Stanton led to the death of that Mr. Littlepaw. And in the end, what Jack says about that is this: I can give him a history lesson. A history lesson? Yes, I am a student of history, don't you remember? And what we students of history always learn is that the human being is a very complicated contraption, and that they are not good or bad, but are good and bad, and the good comes out of bad, and the bad out of good, and the devil take the hindmost. But Adam, he is a scientist, and everything is tidy for him, and one molecule of oxygen always behaves the same way when it gets around two molecules of hydrogen, and a thing is always what it is, and so when Adam the romantic makes a picture of the world in his head, it is just like the picture of the world Adam the scientist works with. All tidy, all neat. The molecule of good always behaves the same way. The molecule of bad always behaves the same way. And it's at that point that Jack tells Adam what happened, that Irwin took a bribe and that governor got that guy killed indirectly. Jack ends up giving her the proof later on, and now Anne knows that her father, for the sake of corruption and nepotism, killed a man, and that changes a lot of things. In the end, Jack apologizes for being a son of a bitch, and her response is that she's not actually sure which particular thing he's apologizing for being a son of a bitch about. Eventually, she returns the photostats, which is the copies of the documents and the proof, and she just repeats that it was awful over and over again, and that she had given them to Adam. Adam will be mad at him, but Anne says that no, Adam is mad at his father, and so Jack has succeeded, and Adam's view of the world has changed. But in the end, that does make Adam agree to run the hospital, so Jack does complete his objective. In the end, there are a lot of times where Jack completes his objective despite all of the consequences that end up resulting. This leads to a meeting between Adam and Willie so that they can actually discuss their deal. They end up talking about Hugh Miller and the fact that Hugh Miller stepped down because he wanted to keep his hands clean. And Willie says that that is because, and you never have anything you don't make. Just because he inherited a little money in the name Miller, he thought you could have everything. Yeah, and he wanted the one last damn thing you can't inherit. And you know what it is? He stared at Adam's face. What? Adam said after a long pause. Goodness. Yeah, just plain, simple goodness. Well, you can't inherit that from anybody. You got to make it, Doc, if you want it. And you got to make it out of badness. Badness. And you know why, Doc? And you know why? Because there isn't anything else to make it out of. Then, sinking back into the wreck, he added softly, "Did you know that, Doc?" Adam then responds with a pretty good comeback to that, saying, "There is one question I should like to ask you. It is this. If, as you say, there is only the bad to start with and the good must be made from the bad, then how do you ever know what the good is? How do you even recognize the good, assuming you have made it from the bad? Answer me that." "Easy, Doc, easy," the boss said. "Well, answer it. You just make it up as you go along." Then Jack remembers back to the impeachment speech as he was with Adam and Anne at the time, and during the speech when, Willie was yelling about, "Gimme that meat axe," Anne was asking if he meant everything he was saying, and Jack says, yeah, he damned well means it, for pretty much everything he was saying. Meanwhile, Adam was aghast that Willie was using the word justice. So, in all this mess of stuff that's going on, Jack actually realizes there's a loose end. And it's that earlier on, Anne had asked Jack about the deal with the hospital when they'd gone to meet after Slade's. And then Jack realizes that, why does Anne know about that? Because he goes and he asks Adam, and Adam didn't tell her, and he didn't tell her either. So why does Anne already know about the hospital deal? And the way he finds out is that a bit later, he walks into the office and Sadie is mad again about being two-timed. And Jack ends up trying to pry information out of Sadie about, like, what are you so mad about? Who two-timed you? What's going on? And then comes the horrible truth that Ann Stanton has been the one two-timing Sadie this time. And it is not a good moment for Jack. Not a good moment at all. And in fact, in the moment, he feels worse for Sadie, but then it leads him to this description of him wanting to find out the truth for himself, which pretty much says everything that you need to know. They marched a long time, he says, referring to his legs. But at the end of forever, they brought me to a door. Then the door opened, and there, with the cool, white, shadowy room behind her, wearing a pale blue, cool, crisp linen dress, her bare, white, long, small arms hanging straight down against the pale blue, was Ann Stanton. I knew that it was Ann Stanton, though I had not looked into her face. I had looked into the other faces, all the faces I had met, and I had looked into them with the greatest frankness and curiosity, but now I did not look into hers. Then I looked into her face. She met my gaze quite steadily. I did not say anything, and I did not need to, for, looking at me, she slowly nodded. I don't really think I can sell it in the video, but it is so supremely uncomfortable reading that, especially because you know that there's still something between them, and worst of all, you know that this only happened because of Jack. Because Jack didn't just change the world in Adam's eyes, Jack changed what the world looked like to Anne, too. And so he was the architect of this. And so the next chapter begins, and Jack drives out west. He says, as all people do at some point in their life, to basically escape their situation. And he just goes to a hotel in California, and he lays down and he reminisces about his childhood. He talks about how around the time that they were in college, he began to see her differently in a romantic way for the first time, and about a night where they went to the movies and they sat together in a parked car under the moonlight, and about how they were both nervous, both apprehensive, but that both of them knew what was about to happen, because, as he says, you don't sit in parked cars with a girl just to play checkers. But he ends up not doing anything then either, kind of mirroring that time when he didn't put his arm around her earlier in the story. But it was at that moment when he took her home and he looked at her with the moonlight shining in her face that he realized he was in love with Ann Stanton back then in college. And it's such a powerful feeling that he stays up all night. He ends up even saying that Ann had stuck him better than Queequeg ever stuck any whale, which of course that's a reference to Moby Dick. And then he goes to talking about the beautiful swan dives that she would do from the highest diving board within a hotel they'd often visit. He even talks about their first kiss and about how eventually, instead of being Jack and Adam plus Ann, it became Jack and Ann plus Adam, and then eventually just Jack and Ann most of the time. And after that happened, when they go home and Ann goes into a room to change before they go out and do something else, Jack has this description about this feeling, which I think is really quite beautiful. So maybe she was up in the room trying to discover what her new self was, for when you get in love, you are made all over again. The person who loves you has picked you out of the great mass of uncreated clay which is humanity to make something out of, and the poor lumpish clay which is you wants to find out what it has been made into. But at the same time, you, in the act of loving somebody, become real, cease to be a part of the continuum of the uncreated clay, and get the breath of life in you and rise up. So you create yourself by creating another person who, however, has also created you, picked up the you chunk of clay out of the mass. So there are two yous. The one you yourself create by loving, and the one the beloved creates by loving you. The further those two yous are apart, the more the world grinds and grudges on its axis. But if you loved and were loved perfectly, then there wouldn't be any difference between the two yous or any distance between them. They would coincide perfectly. There would be a perfect focus, as when a stereoscope gets the twin images on the card into perfect adjustment. And we also, finally, about 60% of the way through the book, get a description of what Jack looks like, where he says of Anne, she was in love with a rather tall, somewhat gangly, somewhat stooped youth of 21 with a bony horse face, a big, almost askew hook of a nose, dark unkempt hair, dark eyes, not burning and deep like the eyes of Cass Master and his great-uncle, but frequently vague or veiled, bloodshot in the mornings, brightening only with excitement. He describes himself as well as a youth who's not beautiful, not brilliant, not industrious, not good, not kind, not even ambitious, given to excesses and confusions, thrown between melancholy and random violence, between the cold mire and the hot flame, between curiosity and apathy, between humility and self-love, between yesterday and tomorrow. What she had succeeded in creating out of that unpromising lump of clay scooped up from the general earth, nobody was ever to know. That was the evening Adam got counted out, as did everybody else. Jack and Anne would only do things together now. I'm also going to say that passage I just read is the answer to one of the mysteries of the book. There is a thing in there that is the answer to one of the mysteries of the book. If you really want, and you've got it figured out, you can comment about it. Now, I know most of those comments are kind of pointless because it's not like I know if you watch to the end of the video and then pretend you knew what it was, but I mean, I'm curious if anybody has figured it out by this point, so I'll take your word for it if you decide to say something, probably. But from this point, he reminisces about them tearing off in their roadster, singing, talking, and just having fun. It's just kind of cute. It's very different from the rest of the book, but it's just this cute little thing where the two of them go and do nice things together. I don't know, maybe it's cringe, but it's kind of pleasant. I enjoyed it. She would say things to him like, "I love Jackie boy, even with his ugly nose." Then she would give the nose a sound tweak, and I would fondle that hooked askew cartilaginous monstrosity, pretending great pain but proud as punch of the thing simply because she had put her fingers on it, which might be one of my favorite lines in the book. They talked about what they'd do when they were married, though neither of them ever proposed, so they both just kind of assumed it would happen, about the names their kids would have. All would have the middle name Stanton, and the eldest would be Jack, for Jack, because Jack was the oldest thing in the world, she said. She said, "You are older than the ground, you are older than the trees, and I always loved you, and I always pulled your nose, because you were an old, old mess, Jackie boy, Jackie bird, and I love you." So she would pull my nose. But then it takes a turn when the topic moves to what he's going to do for a living. He says it's going to be law, but she said that he just came up with that at the moment, which he did, but he insisted that, no, actually, that totally was his plan. And once again, I hit you with the point of Jack has no ambitions. And she affirms to him that he needs to do something. She says that they can be poor and live in a shack, but he needs to have a purpose. He needs to have a drive, but he just sort of forgets about it. There is this one situation where things begin to crack a little more, when after she didn't talk to him for a couple days from what seems to not be any particular reason, but just circumstance, he ends up asking her if she loves him. And of course she says, "Sure I love you, Jackie boy, Jackie bird. Who said I didn't love poor old Jackie bird?" He tells her not to be silly and not to call him Jackie bird. Pro J-Bat tip, this was a fumble. If she has a cute nickname for you, even if you think it's dumb, you should probably accept it because it's a sign of affection, and vice versa. And in any relationship, well, any romantic I mean, it's probably kind of weird if your coworker's calling you something like that. But, you know, if you're romantic with somebody and they give you a little nickname, you should probably just accept it in all likelihood, because it's probably a good thing. But this leads to a day of them swimming out on the rain. The two of them head home, though she seems a little different. And they're home alone, and Jack's mom won't get home for a while because she's gone out gambling with some people. So it's just the two of them, and as people in that situation do, they end up in Jack's bedroom. She starts undressing, but a point is made that Jack never touches her. He never makes any physical contact with her. And he never does anything. He gets that image in his head once again of her floating on the water when she was a kid, and he can't do it. And in the end, they don't do anything, and Jack's mom comes home, and they have to scramble, and nothing comes of it. This is the most important of the inactions, because on one hand, he wasn't wrong to not do it in a way. Like, she wasn't super enthusiastic about it. I mean, she didn't stop him in any way, and she was the one who went up there first, but she's not making the moves. And on the other hand, if he had done it, none of what happens in the rest of the novel that goes bad for Jack would have happened in all likelihood. So it's a mistake, probably, in a very unique and bespoke way, I suppose. And so that's pretty much what ends up being it for Jack and Anne. He doesn't make the move, and the summer's almost over, so though they keep spending time together throughout the summer, when it's over, he goes back to college and she goes to her own school, and that's pretty much it. And he ruminates on how it might have been had he acted differently either then or earlier, but it was a keystone moment in which things certainly went differently than they might have otherwise. For a long time, however, he decided that he'd acted wisely because they would have been found out and there would have been a shotgun wedding and all that sort of thing, and nobody would have been happy about it, but it would have happened. And then he even got the notion that he acted nobly. But, as we remember, he's still in his drive west from having found out the news that Anne has been sleeping with Willie. So, he decided how things might have gone differently. He decided that, as said, if they'd been caught, there'd have been the shotgun wedding, and whatever the thing was that sent him west wouldn't have happened. And he decides this is actually similar to what happened with Cass Mastern. After that summer's over, Jack does end up trying again. This is past Jack, of course, and he asks her to marry him, and she says no because he doesn't have his law degree yet. He'd almost forgotten about it, so it's not looking like it's going to happen. They spend a good deal of time writing each other during their respective school years, but as Jack says it, they're basically running off the fuel of the summer rather than being something that continues renewing itself, the love, and it sort of runs out of steam eventually. There ends up being a whole thing about her kissing him in a new way when they do meet again. She admits to having kissed another guy when she was up in Maine. That becomes a whole problem. But then Anne ends up deciding that, they've made up and everything's okay now, and she says, "For we did make up, you and I," she asked. "Didn't we, Jackie Bird?" She laughed a quick laugh that welled up in her throat, then asked, "Didn't we, Jackie boy? Didn't we? And I'm happy again." "Yeah," I said, "we did." "Aren't you happy?" she asked, leaning. "Sure," I said, and was happy, I suppose, as I deserve to be. Which is to say, not very. And even when she does kiss him their way the next time, that annoys him too. So he kisses her the other guy's way. That doesn't help anything at all because she gets mad about that. And he even tells her after that Christmas that he actually hated law school, and he even wanted her to be upset with him about it, but she wasn't. She just told him to find something else that he loved doing and that she'd love him even if they were poor. Jack asks her again to marry him, but she says she does love him but feels like sometimes she'd just jump off a cliff, or like when they kissed underwater, as if it would be nice in the moment, but there's no future in it. And she's right. Here's the main thing about this whole scenario that I've been describing to you is the entire time Anne is right and Jack is wrong. Jack does lack ambition. He has nowhere to go, and Anne is... realistically, she's wise to not do anything with him. Now, had things gone differently earlier, maybe Jack would have gotten his stuff together, but the Jack that exists is not the Jack that Anne should be with. And it's a really interesting perspective on the part of the book because typically the protagonist should be in whatever relationship that is being practically advertised to you by the manuscript of the book. But in this case, we are being advertised that no, this would not have been good in the state that Jack existed, and that Anne actually is wise to not have wanted it. But Jack does in the end go back to law school. He busts out rather than withdrawing or resigning, and then he gets into a scandal with some other girls, and that was pretty much it. They didn't talk much after that. I could also say something about the differences in perspective, because this is my second full-time reading through the book, and the first time reading through it, especially because it was several years ago, and because we as readers are pretty hard-coded into just accepting that whatever the protagonist is doing is generally the right thing or the thing that the author supports. So throughout this whole affair, the first time I actually was kind of on Jack's side. And it's not written in such a way that he's like super obviously doing the wrong thing. It's not like blatant. Now that I've just been experiencing life more since the couple years ago that I read it the first time, since I've been in a relationship for several more years, and since I am reading this book the second time knowing what happens, it becomes very blatantly clear, especially this second time, that Jack is entirely in the wrong. And it is an interesting perspective because I did find, more than many other books I've read for the second time, that this book is very different. I can't necessarily guess how different it will be if you watch the whole video and then read it, but I guess my point here is just that the perspective you have and the knowledge you have on the book certainly has an impact on how you read it. But if nothing else, I would say that I actually enjoyed it more the second time around, and even the first time around I said this was in my top 3 books of all time, so do with that what you will. So, As Jack says, he goes his way, she goes hers after that scandal with the other girls, and it's pretty soon after this, though I don't think it's necessarily specified in time, that Jack ends up marrying Lois. And as he says himself, Lois probably married him because his last name was Burden as opposed to any particular feature of he as a person. Lois is described as being very physically attractive, and the main thing that I remember about her personality, without even having to check a script or anything, is the time that she says to friends of hers while at a dinner party with Jack that the two of them are perfectly sexually adjusted. And that's about it. That's pretty much the topic of reasoning with which Jack decides to stay with Lois. He hates literally everything about her. He talks about how he completely zones out of conversations he's having with her, how she'll fight with him and he'll just concede or not care, just so they can do their thing more. And that's pretty much the relationship for several years. So he ends up walking out on her one day, pretty much cold turkey, just walking out of the house, packing his bags. And it's sort of a mixed situation. He was not in any way a good partner for her. He would completely ignore her, completely was just using her for physical reasons and all those reasons. But she herself would hit him. She tried to sort of impose herself on him in a way, though those, I suppose, are less severe because part of it was just Jack being sort of unhygienic. It was all sort of messy. But in the end, Jack just walks out on her, and regardless of the situation, he might have been able to do a little more than that, but at the same time, there was very clearly, there was no him salvaging the relationship. It wasn't going to happen, especially because it was not founded on solid grounds, obviously. And his last thought about Lois is basically, "Goodbye, Lois, and I forgive you for everything I did to you," for whatever that may mean. And, of course, now he's back working at the Chronicle, or I guess we should say he is now working at the Chronicle in the job that he has been in the sort of midpoint, where it's during the knowing of Willie, but before the working for the Willie kind of period of the book. I hope you're keeping up. This is when he's still a reporter. This is before the whole thing with the schoolhouse, but leading directly up to it is where we exist in time now. As for Anne, she ends up getting engaged after coming home from school. Nothing comes of it, and then there's another engagement that nothing happens with, and so on and so forth. And she ends up spending most of her time taking care of her father, who is sick and infirm until he passes away after 7 years of being intensively watched over. So she doesn't really get much of a life. As one, she never does end up marrying anybody or getting past engagement, and two, she's spending most of her time caring for her father, Governor Stanton, who, given that she spent even more years of her life around here, I think this reinforces the idea of why what happens is what happens when she finds out that Governor Stanton got that little paw guy to do what he did. And after all of this memory, Jack brings it back to the actual present by saying, "That was the Anne Stanton whom Willie Stark had picked out, who had finally betrayed me, or rather, had betrayed an idea of mine, which had had more importance for me than I had ever realized. That was why I had got into my car and headed west, because when you don't like it where you are, you always go west. We have always gone west. That was why I drowned west and relived my life like a home movie." And that is basically what it is with Jack, is he shut himself off, and he's about to shut himself off a hell of a lot more, from emotion, essentially. He knew that he screwed up with Anne. Part of him knew that she was right, but rather than attempting to fix himself and prove himself, do something better with himself, he just sort of got stuck in his habit. And now that doing so has really bitten him with the whole situation with Willie, now he's realizing that apathy was not the correct answer, I guess. As I've been saying, Jack himself concludes that he had no future, and you cannot live only on the past, and that's what he meant when he said earlier that their letters lived off the credit from the love of summer. And that is Jack's curse. That is Jack's whole problem, is that he relies on the past, both as his burden, but also very much you're supposed to think of it as Jack Burden, his burden being the past, And it is also the only place from which he draws comfort. So the only place that he goes to for anything is the past. It is his pain and it is his pleasure, and that is his problem. And Jack ends up coming to a conclusion which is the epitome, I think you could call it, of his descent, his mental descent, his sort of unhealthy path that he's been treading upon. It comes to its the precipice and finally over the edge in this section right here. So I fled west from the fact, and in the west, at the end of history, the last man on that last coast on my hotel bed, I had discovered the dream. That dream was the dream that all life is but the dark heave of blood and the twitch of the nerve. When you flee as far as you can flee, you will always find that dream, which is the dream of our age. At first, it is always a nightmare and horrible, but in the end it may be, in a special way, rather bracing and tonic. At least, it was so far for me for a certain time. It was bracing because after the dream I felt that, in a way, Anne Stanton did not exist. The words Anne Stanton were simply a name for a peculiarly complicated piece of mechanism which should mean nothing whatsoever to Jack Burden, who himself was simply another rather complicated piece of mechanism. At that time, when I first discovered that view of things, really discovered in my own way and not from any book, I felt that I had discovered the secret source of all strength and all endurance. That dream solves all problems. He then goes on to say, though I'm skipping a slight bit here, for any place to which you may flee will now be like the place from which you have fled, and you might as well go back, after all, to the place where you belong, for nothing was your fault or anybody's fault, for things are always as they are. And you can go back in good spirits, for you will have learned two very great truths. First, that you cannot lose what you have never had. Second, that you are never guilty of a crime which you did not commit. So there is innocence and a new start in the West, after all, if you believe the dream you dream when you go there. And I won't comment on that just yet because it's at the beginning of the next chapter where this whole concept that he's building upon comes to a head, which I will then elaborate on. As he makes his way back home, he finds this newfound sort of secret knowledge. He feels like he knows something that nobody else does as he makes his way back home. He talks of envying others or seeing people fleetingly and wondering what secrets they might hold, but I did not think I would ever have to envy. I did not think that I would ever have to envy anybody again, for I was sure now that I had the secret knowledge, and with knowledge you can face up to anything, for knowledge is power. Did you know that knowledge is the end of man? And this is where it all comes to a head, in this very strange scene where he observes an old man and talks to him, and he doesn't really listen to anything the old man says, but he focuses on this facial twitch that he has, because he finds that it operates independent in the world. It doesn't seem to care that the old man exists. It's just a twitch. It's a twitch that he has that operates independent of anything else going on with the old man. He doesn't do it consciously. And he gets a little silly about it. He really does get a little crazy about it. So what he ends up getting out of this man, who in fact is actually talking about how he fled west to try and escape the Dust Bowl in California, to which he said of California, he said, "It is just like the rest of the world, only it is more of it," which is how it's written. Yeah, I replied, that's a fact. You been there? He demanded. I told him I had been there. You gone back home? He asked. I told him I was going home. And then he says, we rode across Texas to Shreveport, Louisiana, where he left me to try for North Arkansas. I did not ask him if he had learned the truth in California. His face had learned it anyway and wore the final wisdom under the left eye. The face knew that the twitch was the live thing, was all. But having left that otherwise unremarkable man, it occurred to me as I reflected upon the thing which made him remarkable that if the twitch was all, what was it that could know that the twitch was all? Did the leg of the dead frog in the laboratory know that the twitch was all when you put the electric current through it? Did the man's face know about the twitch and how it was all? And if I was all twitch, how did the twitch, which was me, know that the twitch was all? Ah, I decided that is the mystery. That is the secret knowledge. That is what you have to go to California to have a mystic vision to find out. That the twitch can know that the twitch is all. Having found that out in the mystic vision, you feel clean and free. You are at one with the great twitch. So it would be very easy to say he's just lost it, and in a sense he has just lost it, but in reality what's going on here is he is attempting to push responsibility away from himself and away from anybody for their actions. He is removing agency from the world. He is downplaying the very idea of things like free will. And it is for a fairly obvious reason, I think, as I'll explain it here, and it's that he can't accept that he, with his free will, screwed up so bad so as to lose his childhood love whom he could have had he not screwed up by virtue of his own free will, to his own boss and arguably best friend, Willie, who by his own free will took Anne, who he knew was close to Jack, and started sleeping with her. And then, of course, the fact that Anne, who of her own free will chose to sleep with Willie, did that despite her previous relationships with Jack. All of these are things that Jack just cannot handle, especially since, though it is much less pronounced on him, the impact of learning that Judge Irwin and Governor Stanton too use their free will to do ill is something that also weighed on him. This is going to come up in the last pages of the book. I will just say that. So the next kind of odd scene is as Jack gets home, he goes and he sees Adam, and he actually volunteers to go watch Adam perform a lobotomy. The lobotomy is being done on somebody with catatonic schizophrenia. They talk a good deal of science, which actually, even though it's clear even at the time that it seems that Warren is kind of suspicious of the idea of the lobotomy, that he has to have seen one to have described it the way he does. It is very detailed, unpleasantly detailed, so I'm not going to read it, but it's very detailed. Like he certainly took notes on whatever he did to learn that that's how it worked. But the reason that Jack is going to see this is because he wants to view the mechanism. He, remember, having taken agency out of everything, considers the human brain or the human machine to be a mechanism that acts on impulses, not will and reasoned decisions. And so it is not out of any logical reason that he actually wants to see this, but because it is an extension of this obsession, this great Twitch idea. And he even says some kind of strange things that sort of hint that he is definitely sort of losing his grip a bit, that Adam calls him out on, but he retracts what he says. I wrote in the script, which I think summarizes it, as he's geeking. He is very much doing that. He also says in the narration, because remember, the narration Jack Burden, though it's usually in tune with the Jack Burden of wherever the story is technically more knowledgeable than the Jack Burden that does dialogue and such, says that he found a lot of things funny then that he doesn't find funny now, which really signifies the clear mental break, but also the fact that it won't be this way for Jack forever. The next of Jack's many assorted problems is that somebody comes to Adam to try and sell the idea of convincing Willie about the Gummy Larson contract. And though the fact that this guy who works for Gummy Larson has nothing to do with Willie, Adam resigns from the job at the hospital because from his perspective, it looks like Willie is being crooked about it after all, and that, of course, was one of Adam's stipulations, no funny business. So it ends up being Anne that asks Jack to rectify this, and Jack wonders why she doesn't just go to Willie now in a bitter way, as is maybe not surprising. Now, what this guy who worked for Gummy did was illegal, so Jack talks about how they could probably get him arrested for it, but that in order to prove it happened, Anne would need to be on the stand to prove certain things, and that in doing so, Gummy Larson's people would dig up the whole thing between her and Willie, and that would not look good for anybody, especially her. While they're talking, Jack also just takes a glance at her, and it's sort of an odd detail on its own, but he notices something new about her neck, and he appreciates just the aesthetics of how she looks, and then he feels betrayed all over again, and even says in the narration that the anger makes him lash out and say that while Anne might not care that this whole thing would look bad for her, Adam would be seeing his little sister exposed to the controversy, and then he asks why she did it with Willie. And she says, he wasn't like anybody else, not like anybody else I've ever known, and I love him, I guess. And she says, confirming what I said earlier, and what you may have surmised earlier, that after Jack told her the truth about what her father did, she said there was no longer any reason not to do it, and Jack realized he had that coming. Jack gets mad at himself, as you might expect, saying, mentally, "I only told her the truth," I said savagely to myself, "and she can't blame me for the truth. So Jack does end up trying to go solve the problem with Adam, and it's interesting in the sense that you don't even really know why he's doing it at this point. Like, any of us probably in his situation would want nothing to do with him or with Anne, and would probably just, say screw you to all of it, but he continues doing things for them. And the reason, because it might seem strange, is because he has nothing else to do. He doesn't have anybody else, anywhere else, anything else. And especially in seeing even himself as the mechanism, even enlightened as he believes himself to be, there's nothing else for him to do. But in the end, Jack gets Adam to swear out a warrant against Coffey. Then he lets him discover for himself that Anne would be a part of the testimony. Jack tries to phrase things as such that Adam should believe he and the boss were working together to keep the hospital clean, and that this was, an aberration. And so the summer moves on. Jack keeps up with the same stuff he'd been doing. He goes to a few more photo ops, and he sort of comments on the knowledge of what's going on with the people knowing about Willie's affairs. Yes, those pictures were an asset to the boss. Half the people in the state knew that the boss had been tomcatting around for years, but the pictures of the family and the white leghorns gave the voters a nice warm glow. It made them feel solid, substantial, and virtuous. It made them think of gingerbread and ice cold buttermilk, and if somewhere not too far in the wings there was a flicker of a black lace negligee and a whiff of musky perfume, then, well, you can't blame him a taking it. They put it up to him. It only meant that the boss was having it both ways, and that seemed a mark of the chosen and superior. It was what the voter did when he shook loose and came up to town to the furniture dealers convention and gave the bellhop a couple of bucks to get him a girl up in the room. Or if he wasn't doing it classy, he rode into town with his truckload of hogs and for $2 got the whole works down at a crib. But either way, classy or crib, the voter knew what it meant, and he wanted both Mom's gingerbread and the black lace negligee and didn't hold it against the boss for having both. But what he would have held against the boss was a divorce, and was right about that. It would have hurt even the boss. That would have been very different, and would have robbed the voter of something he valued, the nice, warm glow of complacency, the picture that flattered him and his own fat or thin wife standing in front of the henhouse. Meanwhile, if the voter knew that the boss had been tomcatting for years and could name the names of half the ladies involved, he didn't know about Ann Stanton. Sadie had found out, but that was no miracle. But as far as I could detect, nobody else knew, not even Duffy with his wheezing, elephantine wit and leer. At this point, as you might expect, Sadie and Willie are fighting again because Sadie is being 1 or 4 timed, depending on your view of things. Because really, it's Lucy who's being 2 timed, so as Jack says, that means Sadie is, only being 1 or 4 timed. She can't be 2 timed. But they're fighting as normal, and it gets to the point where Jack will already know what Sadie's about to say, and he will walk out of the arguments as they're happening. So the summer goes on, and nothing really changes except the one change that comes from Tom who once again causes a problem. Turns out there's a Marvin Frey who has a daughter, a Sybil Frey who's had a kid, and thinks Tom might be the father. Now it comes out relatively quickly that Sybil had a great many close male friends, so to speak, and so it is not entirely clear that Tom is the father, but Tom is the highest profile candidate, and so the trouble is pretty much his. So, of course, big politics get involved. It doesn't end up just being this little case. It gets expanded out pretty quickly. Jack is sent to go find out everything about Marvin Frey, the father, as soon as possible, and then it turns out that there's a deal. Frey wants Tom to marry the daughter, but in order to make the whole thing just go away without that happening, McMurphy would have to go to the Senate instead of the one Willie wanted. And it's interesting how that deal works out. It doesn't seem like it's very related, does it? But while this is all happening, Jack goes to see Lucy. This is interesting because Jack does it out of an almost sentimentality or respect for her, as he said he decided long ago that he would do whatever she asked of him in any given situation. It was a debt he'd imposed on himself, not out of guilt or penance or anything else. But it is interesting because it's the only thing like it that he does at this point. When he sees her, he makes notes that now she's got tinges of gray in her hair, though she is, if I didn't mention it way earlier, I probably should have, but I will now. As far as she goes, Lucy is always described in terms of light. She is a very light woman. Very much described in terms of almost a golden halo around her in one scene, I believe. But why Lucy wants to see Jack is because she wants to know what exactly is going on with this whole Sybil Frey situation. So Jack tells her exactly what's going on, and she says there's just one right thing to do, and that's to marry Sybil. Then Jack tells her the whole thing about Sybil having some other boyfriends, and Lucy is pretty concerned about that. Then Jack says it's a political issue, and she says, oh God, politics, which fair enough. And to finally give old Lucy a bit of a voice within our video, I'm going to read this because I think this sort of encapsulates her and the situation and the role she has in the story. It had to be this way, I guess. I've tried to do right, but it had to be this way, I guess. Oh, Jack. I heard the rustle as she turned from the window and swung my head toward her as she said, oh, Jack, I tried to do right. I loved my boy and tried to raise him right. I loved my husband and tried to do my duty, and they love me. I think they love me after everything. I have to think that, Jack. I have to. I sat there and sweated on the red plush while the large, deep brown eyes fixed on me in a mixture of appeal and affirmation. Then she said, very quietly now, I have to think that and think that it will be all right in the end. Listen, I said, the boss stalled them off. He'll think of something. It'll be all right. Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant... But she stopped. But I knew what she had meant, even as her voice, lower and steadier now, and at the same time more resigned, resumed to say, yes, he'll think of something. It'll be all right. And here, I'd say it is pretty clear why Jack is so interested in helping her. She is pretty much one of the only faultless characters in the story. The only thing you can kind of get in on her is, well, she should have taught Tom to be more responsible, but when Tom's father is Willie, who encourages every irresponsible thing he does, and Lucy herself being just a more reserved figure, I don't know how much she really could have done. She does all sorts of things that are definitely harmful to her for the sake of the people she loves. She doesn't divorce Willie for Tom's sake, and she tries to be helpful to Tom to the best of her abilities, but Willie just kind of pulls him in the wrong decisions, and he is at this point an adult, so he can make his own decisions, even if they are stupid decisions. Then she talks about the baby that will soon come that Sybil has, about how it doesn't know why it'll exist, and the context within it exists, the scandal and all that. She says, oh, Jack, it's a little baby, and nothing's its fault. It would be my grandbaby. It may be my boy's baby. I would love it. Her hands, which had been clenched into fists and pressed together at the level of her breast, opened slowly at the words and reached out, supine and slightly cupped, but with the wrists still against her own body as though expectation were humble or hopeless. She noticed me looking down at the hands, then quickly let them drop. Goodbye, I said, and moved toward the door. Thank you, Jack, she said, but didn't follow me, which suited me down to the ground, for I was really on my way out. I walked out into the dazzling world and down the prideful patch of concrete and got into my car and headed back to town where, no doubt, I belonged. The boss did think up something. So yeah, you just feel bad for Lucy. You just feel bad for her. Nothing good ever seems to happen to her. And the compassion that she has towards this child that may not even have anything to do with her, that doesn't even really exist yet, is pretty striking. So Jack and Willie get talking now that Willie's starting to solve the problem, and Willie asks about the judge, as he and McMurphy still are having that problem there. Jack tells Willie that he did find something on Irwin, but by the way this is phrased, that means Jack did not volunteer this information when he found it. In fact, at this point, chronologically, Jack found this information about the judge quite a while ago. He told Adam and Ann way earlier than he told Willie, even though the only reason he got it was for Willie. Then he even says, Jack says, that he's going to give Irwin a chance to prove that what he found isn't true, which Willie doesn't like. But Jack insists that he will not frame Irwin, and Willie says he doesn't want Jack to frame Irwin, nor has he ever, because the truth is always sufficient. Once again, very reminiscent of the things Willie said much earlier in the story. Jack then reads the newspaper, and there is a moment of levity in him thinking about how pointless it is to read the newspaper, because he already knows everything that's in it and all of the things that aren't in it. He then, because he's back in Burden's Landing, sees a couple of teenagers playing a game, and they catch his attention because they remind him of himself, Adam and Ann. And he realizes this, and he's mad that it isn't him and Ann, and spirals mentally with a hypothetical conversation between him and the teenagers he sees playing the game, and about how they would never be that way forever playing a game as teenagers, and how one day they too would be. Then he goes and he eats a meal with his mother. He asks if the judge is in, which of course he is. And his mother asks if he's going to see him for political reasons, and my book just fell off my lap. And he says that he is going to see the judge for political reasons. She says he should wait till later. He wouldn't like talking about that sort of thing at this time of day. And Jack says the very ominous words, There isn't any time, day or night, where he wouldn't hate to hear what I'm going to tell him. Then she tells him that he's also starting to get sick. So he finally gets in to see the judge, and as always, the judge is all smiles, all glad to see Jack. And I'll read a little bit of it just so you can get the feel of it, and so you can understand why I'm about to have such a strong reaction to what's about to happen. "Hello, Jack," he was saying in the voice I had always known. "Damn glad you came by. I didn't know you were at the landing. Just get in?" "Last night," I said briefly and rose to take the hand. He gave me a firm grasp, then waved to me back into the chair. "Damn glad you came by," he repeated, and smiled out of the high-tired, rust-colored old hawk's head up there in the shadow. "How long you been in the house? Why didn't you make that rascal rout me out instead of letting me sleep all afternoon? It's a long time since I've seen you, Jack." "Yes," I agreed, "it is." It had been a long time. The last time had been in the middle of the night with the boss, and in the silence after my remark I knew that he was remembering too. He was remembering, but after he had said it, then I knew he had put that memory away. He was denying the memory. "Well, it is a long time," he said as he settled himself, as though he remembered nothing. "But don't let it be as long next time. Aren't you ever coming to see the old fella? We old ones like a little attention." He smiled, and there wasn't anything I could say into the face of that smile. "Ah, it's hitting me." "Damn it," he said, popping up out of his chair without any audible creaking of joints. "Look at me forgetting hospitality. I bet you are as dry as Andy Jackson's powder. A little early in the day, perhaps, for the real thing, but a touch of gin and tonic never hurt anybody. Not you and me, anyway. We're indestructible, aren't we, you and me?" He was halfway across to the bell pull before I managed to say anything. "No thanks," I said. And once again, I just want to remind you why Jack is here, and also to emphasize that it just feels like a betrayal. And it's complicated, too. It's complicated because the judge did take that bribe to get that job, but he still wasn't Governor Stanton who pulled the trigger, so to speak, and his... if only you knew what I knew. Which you might. The pieces are there, but, you know, you're just hearing me regurgitate the whole story poorly, so I wouldn't blame you if you don't. And the judge eventually relents on having Jack have a drink with him, and he decides, "Well," he said, offering something which wasn't quite the smile, "I'm not going to drink by myself. I'll get my stimulation out of your conversation. What's on your mind?" "Nothing much," I said. And I'm just going to read the next section without too much commentary. I looked at him over there in the shadow and saw that something was keeping the old shoulders straight and the old head up. I wondered what it was. I wondered if what I had dug up were true. I looked across at him and didn't want it to be true. With all my heart, I discovered I didn't want it to be true. And I had the sudden thought that I might have his drink of gin and tonic and talk with him and never tell him, and go back to town and tell the boss that I was convinced it was not true. The boss would have to take that. He would pitch and roar, but he would know it was my show. Besides, by that time I would have destroyed the stuff from Miss Littlepaw. I could do that. But I had to know. Even as the thought of going away without knowing came through my head, I knew that I had to know the truth. For the truth is a terrible thing. You dabble your foot in it and it is nothing. But you walk a little farther and you feel it pull you like an undertow or a whirlpool. First there's the slow pull so steady and gradual you scarcely notice it, then the acceleration, then the dizzy whirl and plunge to blackness. For there is a blackness of truth, too. They say it is a terrible thing to fall into the grace of God. I am prepared to believe that. So I looked across at Judge Irwin and liked him suddenly in a way I hadn't liked him in years. His old shoulders were so straight and the dog-toothed smile so true. But I knew I had to know. So, as he studied me, for my face must have been something then to invite a reading, I met his gaze. "I said there wasn't much," I said, "but there is something." "Out with it," he began. "Judge," I began, "you know who I work for." "I know, Jack," he said, "but let's just sit here and forget it. I can't say I approve of Stark, but I'm not like most of our friends down the row. I can respect a man, and he's a man. I was almost for him at one time. He was breaking the window panes out and letting in a little fresh air, but..." He shook his head sadly and smiled. "I began to worry about him knocking down the house, too, and some of his methods, so..." He didn't finish the sentence, but gave his shoulders the slightest shrug. "So I finished it for him. You threw in with McMurphy." "Jack," he said, "politics is always a matter of choices, and a man doesn't set up the choices himself. And there's always a price to make a choice. You know that. You've made a choice and you know how much it cost you. There is always a price." "Yes, but..." "Jack, I'm not criticizing you," he said. "I trust you. Time will show which of us is wrong. And meanwhile, Jack, let's don't let it come between. If I lost my temper that night, I apologize. From my heart, it has cost me some pain. You say you don't like Stark's methods, I said. Well, I'll tell you something about McMurphy's methods. Listen, here is what McMurphy is up to. And so he tells him, and the judge agrees it's not pretty. And Jack even tells him that McMurphy will listen to the judge if he throws in his own 2 cents, because the judge was a good judge. He was honest, and he did his job well, so he's very well respected, so McMurphy would listen. And of course, the whole McMurphy affair is the thing about him using Marvin and Sybil for his own political gain. But Jack says Sybil will be cared for, but Irwin says that that's not what the problem is. He says it's McMurphy's problem, not his problem. Jack tells him to think the whole situation over and he'll be back tomorrow. Because this whole time, Jack is just hoping and pleading that he could just change Judge Irwin's mind the normal way and not have to bring this up at all. But Irwin insists that that's what his opinion is. It's going to stay that way because he's a man of his word. And he says, damn politics anyway. And he says Jack should come back tomorrow and they won't talk about politics. And Jack knew that this was it. It was the heady race and plunge of the vortex. Looking at him, I said, almost whispering, I asked you, Judge. I near begged you, Judge. A mild question came on his face. I tried, I said. I begged you. What? He demanded. Did you ever hear, I asked, my voice still not much more than a whisper, of a man named Little Paul? Little Paul, he queried, and his brow wrinkled in the effort of memory. Mortimer L. Littlepaw, I said. Don't you remember? The flesh of his forehead drew more positively together to make the deep vertical mark like a cranky exclamation point between the heavy rust-colored eyebrows. No, he said and shook his head. I don't remember. And he didn't. I was sure he didn't. He didn't even remember Mortimer L. Littlepaw. Then he asks about the American Power job, how it came through a Mr. Satterfield, and as Jack says, as Irwin's expression changes, there had been the flicker. The barb had found meat, and he knew it. There was something. The judge marvels that he didn't remember Littlepaw's name. He says that for weeks or months at a time he didn't remember any of this, and when he does remember, he thinks it couldn't have happened to him. He doesn't deny it, just says it's difficult for him to believe that it happened. Jack says it's hard for him to believe too, to which the judge smiles. They both sort of acknowledge what the point of this whole thing was, and it's incredible to me that the judge still doesn't lash out at all at Jack for this, which is very important. And I just emphasize again, this is just so crushing to read, because the whole time you just don't want Jack to do it. You know he has to do it. You know he will do it, but you just don't want him to do it. You just really, it's visceral. It is visceral that you don't want him to do it. So the judge asks Jack if Willie knows about this already, and Jack said that no, he doesn't. I told him I wouldn't tell him till I'd seen you. I had to be sure, you see, Judge. You have a tender sensibility, he said, for a blackmailer. We won't start calling names. All I'll say is that you're trying to protect a blackmailer. No, Jack, he said quietly. I'm not trying to protect McMurphy. Maybe. He hesitated. I'm trying to protect myself. You know how to do it then, and I'll never tell Stark. Maybe you'll never tell him anyway. He said that even more quietly, and for the instant I thought he might be ready to reach for a weapon, the desk was near him, or ready to spring at me. He might be old, but he would still be a customer. He must have guessed the thought, for he shook his head, smiled, and said, No, don't worry, you needn't be afraid. Because, of course, what he actually meant was that maybe Jack would, I guess, be compassionate enough to not tell Willie. Look here, I began angrily. I wouldn't hurt you, he said. Then, reflectively, added, but I could stop you. By stopping McMurphy, I said. A lot easier than that. How? A lot easier than that, he repeated. How? I could just, he began. I could just say to you. He stopped, then suddenly rose to his feet, spilling the papers off his knees. But I won't, he said cheerfully and smiled directly at me. So Jack tries to leave. He tries to convince Irwin just to think it all over, so that he doesn't have to tell Willie and that this doesn't have to come out. And they have one last exchange. I walked down the hall without saying goodbye. I had my hand lifted to the front door when I heard his voice calling my name. I turned and took a few steps toward him. He had come out into the hall. I just wanted to tell you, he said, that I did learn something new from those interesting documents. I learned that my old friend Governor Stanton impaired his honor to protect me. I do not know whether to be more glad or sorry at the fact, at the knowledge of his attachment or the knowledge of the pain it cost him. He had never told me. That was the pitch of his generosity, wasn't it? Not ever telling me. I mumbled something to the effect that I supposed it was. I just wanted you to know about the governor, that his failing was the defect of his virtue, the virtue of affection for a friend. I didn't mumble anything to that. I just wanted you to know that about the governor, he said. "All right," I said, and went to the front door, feeling his yellow gaze and calm smile upon me, and out into the blaze of light. And this is when Jack finds out. He goes back to his mother's house, hears a scream in the middle of the night, and it's his mother screaming and crying and saying, "You killed him," and that him is the judge who took his own life in the night. This is how Jack finds out. Here's your last opportunity in the comments, that Judge Irwin was his real father. And that's the yellow in the eyes right there. Everybody with yellow in the eyes is an adulterer or a cheater or does infidelity or whatever other phrase you'd rather have to describe that. But that's what the yellow means, because that's also why Ellis Burden, who Jack thought was his real father, walked out. And I'll have more to say about that, but that's the big bombshell there. And Jack has he just has a strange response, because in discovering that his mother truly did love Monty Irwin, the judge, Jack felt more sympathetic to her too, because that meant that she had earnestly loved somebody at some point, even though that she had to keep herself apart from him, and they never did get together even after Ellis Burden left. And the judge is buried 2 days later, and we get another description of his hawk nose, which, if you might remember, was one of the details I mentioned when I said I gave you all the tools to discover it. That was it. Jack is described as having the hawk nose. Irwin has the hawk nose. That's your main hint. So I don't blame you if you missed it, because I don't think I did the first time. I don't think I got it the first time either, but that's what it was. Then Jack thinks of Mortimer L. Littlepaw and how the judge had forgotten him and in a way killed him, yet Mortimer killed him back in the end. Then he thinks perhaps he, Jack, was the one who killed him. But Mortimer had killed Judge Irwin in the end, or had it been Mortimer, perhaps I had done it. That was one way of looking at it. I turned that thought over and speculated upon my responsibility. It would be quite possible to say that I had none, no more than Mortimer had. Mortimer had killed Judge Irwin because Judge Irwin had killed him, and I had killed Judge Irwin because Judge Irwin had created me. And looking at matters in that light, one could say that Mortimer and I were merely the twin instruments of Judge Irwin's protracted and ineluctable self-destruction. For either killing or creating may be a crime punishable by death, and death always comes by the criminal's own hand, and every man is a self-delete. If a man knew how to live, he would never die. By this time, it becomes clear that Jack had already gotten used to the idea of thinking of the judge as his father, but not the scholarly attorney, and that's because that's really how Jack had been thinking of Judge Irwin all this time. I talked before about the father figures, and not only was Judge Irwin his arguably best father figure, but he was also his real father. But with the two key sins that, like all of his father figures, give all of them something that makes them imperfect. With Irwin's, of course, being the infidelity and the bribery. And Jack sort of deliberates on choosing which of the two fathers he wants to have. There was the scholarly attorney, Ellis, who was good but weak, and then there was Judge Irwin, who was strong but bad. Even though he was a good judge, he screwed over his friend and sent him packing. Not to mention the whole affair with Littlepaw. Well, I'd swap the good weak father for the evil strong one. I didn't feel bad about it. I felt sorry for the judge as I walked down the row by the sea, but as far as I myself was concerned, I didn't feel dissatisfied with the swap. Then I thought of the other old man leaning over the half-wit acrobat in the grubby room and holding out the bit of chocolate to the tear-stained face, and I thought of the child on the rug before the fire and the stocky, blank-coated man leaning to him and saying, "Here, son, just one bite before supper." Then I wasn't so sure what I felt. And this was a section I sort of skipped over for the sake of time, but when Jack goes to visit his father earlier, he finds him caring for a mentally disabled man, and they argue a bit about religion, but it's in this moment now that I bring it up, because this is when it's important, when Jack realized that there was value in that weak but good man. And I wasn't so sure what I felt, is pretty rough. It's pretty rough. So I quit trying to decide. There was no use trying to probe my feelings about them, for I had lost both of them. Most people lose one father, but I was peculiarly situated. I had lost two on the same instant. I had dug up the truth, and the truth always kills the father, the good and weak one, or the bad and strong one, and you are left alone with yourself and the truth, and can never ask Dad, who didn't know anyway, and who is deader than a mackerel. Jack turns out to be the sole heir to the Irwin estate as well, the estate that the judge had saved with his single act of dishonesty. The whole arrangement seemed so crazy and logical that after I had hung up the phone, I burst out laughing and could scarcely stop. Before I stopped, as a matter of fact, I found that I was not laughing at all, but was weeping and was saying over and over again, "The poor old bugger, the poor old bugger." It was like the ice breaking up after a long winter, and the winter had been long. By the start of this next chapter, Jack had mentally adjusted himself, saying that he felt as if nothing would ever change again. But if anything is certain, he says, it is that no story is ever over, for the story which we think is over is only a chapter in a story that will not be over, and isn't the game that is over. It is just an inning, and that game has a lot more than 9 innings. It's here where in the script I acknowledge that I'm just having a really hard time not reading the entire book to you. The dialogue is perfect the whole way through, essentially, as is the descriptions, but he meets with Willie, who pries about why the judge did what he did, and Jack affirms that he does not want to discuss it, and Willie, surprisingly, relents and apologizes. While I like Willie a hell of a lot less on my second read-through, he still does have good qualities. No character in this book is all good or all bad, probably with the exception of Lucy, which is where her importance comes from. And I'd say there is actually one all-bad character, but we'll get to that whole thing later. Then, of course, there's still the whole matter of McMurphy, but Jack says he will not do any blackmailing anymore, even for McMurphy. Willie talks about how long they've been working together and that it'll all work out. So the game plays on, but Jack takes less part. And it's another one of those things that makes you feel complicated about Willie, because he keeps Jack on so Jack can keep a job, even though Jack isn't really doing much other than basically paperwork now. Things then sort of gently transition to another one of Tom's football games where he's playing very well. Willie and Tom had fought some over the whole Sybil and Marvin Frey situation, and Tom hadn't done anything to make up for causing so much trouble, but the boss is still very enthusiastic about the football game and still handles the case. And to get at McMurphy, he could have done it through Irwin, but he also could have done it through Gummy, so with no Irwin, he simply buys Gummy out. Unfortunately, the sell was the medical center contract, which he had to give to Gummy, so Tiny finally gets what he wanted. But it happens under Jack's eyes. And Jack isn't even really paying attention at this point. He describes himself as withdrawing from the world with the thought of simply driving off and never coming back, which he could afford to do at this point since Willie does pay him well. And it's also to do with the fact that now he has the judge's estate, so he has a heck of a lot more money, even than he already had, which he's still trying to reconcile having. He even refers to something Emperor Vespasian said upon charging taxes on chamber pots, which was, "Money does not smell, pecunia non olet." And the next thing that he actually works on is working on a tax bill that he doesn't even know enough about to comment on. Then we have this whole odd scene where Jack is together with Sugar Boy, the boss, Tiny Duffy, and Gummy. And the boss basically just waylays Tiny Duffy and Gummy. He hates them. But Gummy just doesn't respond. Gummy does not act like a person. Gummy is a robot. Willie gives him basically every curse under the sun, and Gummy just stands there, stock still, with no emotion or reaction whatsoever. Willie even says, which I find very funny, the only difference between Gummy and Judas Iscariot is that Gummy would have got some boot with that 30 pieces of silver. The boss ends up throwing his drink in Duffy's face, drops the glass. Duffy asks him what made him do that, and Willie said he ought to have done it a long time ago. Then, of course, Willie goes back to Larson, saying, "Then he seized Larson by the lapels and thrust his own flushed face down to the gray one. 'Arranged,' he said. 'Yeah, it's arranged, but you leave one window latch off, you leave one piece of iron out of that concrete, you put in one extra teaspoon of sand, you chip one piece of marble, and by God, I'll rip you open, And still clutching the lapels, he jerked his hands apart sideways. A button from Larson's coat, which had been buttoned up, spun across the room and bounced on the hearth with a little click. 'For it's mine,' the boss said. 'You hear? That's my hospital. It's mine.' Then there wasn't any other sound but the boss's breathing. Meanwhile, Larson stood there, the boss's hand still gripping the lapels, and didn't blink an eye. I had to hand it to Gummy. He didn't quiver. He had ice water in his veins. Nothing fazed him, not insult or anger or violence or getting his face beat into a hamburger. He was a true businessman. He knew the value of everything. However, this isn't the case with Duffy. Tiny Duffy, with a peculiar impression of lightness, the lightness of a drowned, bloated body swaying slowly upward on the 9th day, which a fat man can give when he tiptoes, moved toward the door too. Once there, with a hand on the knob, he looked back. As his eyes rested on the unregarding boss, the fury flashed again into the face, and for just that moment I thought, by God, he's human. Then he caught my gaze on him and looked back at me with a kind of suffering, mute appeal which asked to be forgiven for everything, asked for my understanding and sympathy, asked for everybody to think well of poor old Tiny Duffy, who had done what he could according to his lights, and then they threw stuff in his face. Didn't he have his rights? Didn't poor old Tiny have his feelings? Then he followed Larson off into the night. He managed to close the door without a sound. I read that for a reason, and that's all I'll say about that. So after Willie's outburst at Gummy and Tiny, Sugar Boy comes in and puts a blanket over the now fast asleep Willie, and Jack wonders about how Adam would feel now that the contract with Gummy has come into effect and the corruption ended up happening regardless. And then he also wonders how Anne would feel seeing Willie act this way, and then thinks, well, maybe she'd just want to fix him. Maybe she thinks she can fix him, and so she would be interested in seeing Willie in this state. But the focus then shifts to good old Tom once again, and a very big distinction is made between them, and as you might remember from earlier on, we know that Willie grew up very humble. And Willie he really had to do everything he can to get where he is today. Tom has not had that experience. Now, while we can definitively say Tom is a good football player, and playing football is a skill that not a whole lot of people can do to a high degree, and Tom clearly can, Tom never experienced the circumstances that have required him to be humble the way that Willie is, and it's here that Jack makes notice of that and sort of points that out as being the reason that Tom isn't all that he should be. All this is mentioned because Willie and Tom's team end up losing a game because Tom has to get benched because he got into a bar fight, and so Tom's team ends up losing to a Georgia University team, which Willie is pretty angry about, perhaps more so than Tom himself. And once he finally gets back in, we're treated to seeing Tom play at his best, but at one point he gets knocked down and he doesn't get back up. They have to drag him off the scene, and things kind of continue as normal. Tiny insists, oh, he'll be fine, he's real tough. But eventually a doctor comes by and pulls Willie away to see what had happened to him. Jack returns to the governor's mansion, and he finds Sadie there, who is crying, and it's because Sadie is once again upset about the situation with Anne. And she asks why Jack is even there. He says that he's waiting to hear anything about what's going on with Tom, and she says somebody should kick his teeth in, and, Jack responds, somebody did. But they all end up at the hospital, and it's looking pretty grim. They had to call in a specialist from Baltimore, and that specialist then gets grounded due to fog, and things are just not going particularly well. But the boss sends Jack to go get Lucy and break it to her easy that Tom is not doing so hot. But she took it. It hit her where she lived, but she took it. Oh God, she said, not loud. Oh God. Then out of the stiff, white face, wait a minute, I'll get my coat. Then, of course, she and Willie have an exchange about what's going on once she arrives. Look here, he said, he's all right. He's going to be all right, you understand that? How is he? She repeated. I told you he's going to be all right, he said with a grating voice. You say it, but what do the doctors say? The blood apoplectically flushed his face, and I heard the snatch of his breathing before he said, You wanted it this way. You said you did. You said you would rather see him dead at your feet. You wanted it this way, but... And he stepped toward her. He'll fool you. He's all right. Do you hear? He will be all right, God granted, she said quietly. Jack ends up going in to see Tom's status, and you feel the effects of his great twitch detachment from reality pretty thoroughly. He describes the body as being a log, and he never actually says Tom's name in the narration. He refers to Tom as an it, or as if he is an object. And I suppose it's fair to assume that Jack doesn't necessarily like Tom, but it is still notable that he does not humanize him at all in his narration. We also get a unique scene here where, as I mentioned, that Baltimore specialist gets grounded. Willie demands that they fly anyway, and this ends up being one of the first times, especially post him becoming governor, where he wants power over somebody and he can't get it. You could say that the same thing happened with Irwin, but then Irwin dies, so it didn't matter. But this is a situation where Willie really wants that power and he can't get it. No matter how powerful he is in Louisiana, he can't stop the fog in Baltimore. But finally, we end up finding out what happened to Tom, and it is that he broke his neck, basically. He had a dislocation of the 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae. Jack says, "I thought that killed them." "It usually does," Adam said. "Always if the fracture is a little higher." "Has he got a chance?" "Yes." "To live or to be alright?" "To be alright, or almost alright, just a chance." "What are you gonna do?" And it's at this point that Adam tells Jack that there's basically 2 ways to advance through this process. Either 1, they can just leave him alone and hope that it gets better, but it might not. Or 2, they can go in, do an operation, and see if they can remove fractured bones that might be putting pressure on a nerve or tendon in the neck. And if that worked, then Tom would probably be fine. But if they discovered that the cord, like I think the spinal cord, is crushed, then that's pretty much it for Tom. He's going to be paralyzed and will likely die of pneumonia soon after. However, while it's Jack that is told first, obviously he's not the one calling the shots, so here's how the exchange goes when it comes to Willie and Lucy. "Dr. Burnham has examined the patient," Adam said, "and studied the x-ray plates. His diagnosis and my own check, absolutely. You know what that is." He paused as though expecting some reply. "There are 2 lines of action possible," he resumed. "One is conservative, the other radical." Then, of course, he describes what I just told you, and then says, "As you know, the plate showed in a lateral view of a fracture and dislocation of the 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae, but the x-ray cannot show the condition of soft tissue. Therefore, we cannot know at this moment the condition of the spinal cord itself. We can learn that only by surgical action." He then goes on to explain how this might happen, as I said earlier, and then it ends with, "I must emphasize one consideration. This operation is very near the brain. It may be fatal, and the chances of infection are greater with the operation. Dr. Burnham and I have discussed the matter at length and are in agreement. I myself take full responsibility for advising the operation, but I want you to know that it is radical, that it is the outside chance. It is the gambler's chance." He stopped, and in the silence, the boss's breath rasped 2 or 3 times in and out. Then he said, gratingly, "Do it." He had taken the outside chance, the gambler's chance, but that was no surprise to me. And Lucy ends up agreeing as well, and they operate immediately. And while Tom and Lucy are waiting, they have this very important exchange about Tom. You know what I'm gonna do?" The boss says, leaning forward, not waiting for an answer. "I'm gonna name the new hospital for him, for Tom. I'm gonna call it the Tom Stark Hospital and Medical Center. It'll be named for Tom. She was slowly shaking her head, that being Lucy, and his words stopped. "Those things don't matter," she said. "Oh, Willie, don't you see? Those things don't matter. Having somebody's name cut on a piece of stone, getting it in the paper, all those things. Oh, Willie, he was my baby boy. He was our baby boy, and those things don't matter. They don't ever matter, don't you see?" And there's a whole topic there I could talk at length about, but I think the best way that I can say it concisely is that Willie lives big, you know? He is the governor of the millions of people of the state of Louisiana. He is building hospitals. He is thinking about a Senate race or potentially a presidency one day. Everything with Willie is large scale, and the only small scale things with Willie are distractions. Tom's football games are distractions. His drinking are distractions. His philandering is distractions. But everything to him that is important is larger than himself. But with Lucy, the only things that are important to her are those things which are close. She only cares about Willie. She only cares about Tom. She only cares about doing the right thing. Her concerns are smaller scale, but they are more human concerns. And that is what Warren is trying to tell us with her character, that all of these grandiose ideas are great. They can be very important. But none of those things ever really matter when it comes down to it. Then Adam comes in with the news of what is going to happen to Tom Stark. Then Adam said, "He will live." "Thank God," Lucy breathed, but the boss still stared into Adam's face. Adam stared back. Then he said, "The cord was crushed." I heard a gasp from Lucy and looked over to see her with her head bowed on her breast. The boss didn't show a sign for a moment. Then he lifted his hands chest high with the fingers spread as though to seize on something. "No," he declared. "No." "It was crushed," Adam said, and added, "I am sorry, Governor." Jack and Adam later talk about it, and Adam pretty much concludes that while he didn't say it to Willie, it's pretty likely that Tom's just going to die of pneumonia in a couple days because his body's ability to fight infections below the neck now is severely compromised. Jack then tells Anne about the situation. She says and repeats over and over that it's horrible, which it is. He then tells Sadie, who sympathizes with the boss. Jack sympathizes with Lucy, saying she'll be the one who has to take care of the baby, which is what Jack calls Tom now, as Adam says that's essentially the level of function that Tom will be at this paralyzed. But time moves on, and tons of people start sending in condolences and flowers and all of that for Willie, but Jack views it all as very cynically. It's all procedure. They're all, oh, we're so sorry, boss, and all that sort of thing, but Jack doesn't really buy any of it as being earnest. And part of that is, of course, because Willie has built up this sort of cult of personality, and even if he isn't, outright disliked by most of the people he works with, most of them do like him. They are more afraid of him than they are fans of him. But Willie comes into the office, and he retrieves Jack and Tiny, and he decides that there will be no contract with Gummy Larson. You tell Larson, he said. Larson is your pal, and you tell him. He punched Tiny's front with a stiff forefinger. Yeah, he said, he is your pal, and when you tell him, you can put your hand on his shoulder. Then the boss grinned. I had not expected a grin, but it was a wintry and uncomforting grin. It put the seal on everything that had been said. Tiny made the door. And then it's just Jack and Willie, and there is this extremely foreboding little bit here, and I guess just for a time check, there are 60-ish pages left in the book, and a lot of people on our to-die list are still not dead. He looked up at me with a look that was innocent and questioning and asked, well? I do not know what it was he wanted me to say, or what he expected me to say. Since that time, I have thought a good deal about that. That was the time for me to say whatever it was I was ever going to have to say to Willie Talos, who had been Cousin Willie from the country and who was now the boss. But I did not say it. I shrugged my shoulders and said, well, it doesn't matter if you kick Tiny around some more. He's built for it. But Larson is a different kind of cookie. He continued to look at me and seemed about to say something, but the question faded off his face. Then he said, you got to start somewhere. Start what? He studied me a moment before he said, skip it. Now, what he means by that is something that we're now late in the book enough that I will just tell you what he means by that. So earlier on, I didn't mention it, but a while ago when Willie and Lucy are in the hospital together waiting on news for Tom, Willie finally has his own change of heart, his own big character moment. Jack sees them holding hands and realizes that things aren't going to be the way that they are. This is, as you might expect, going to impact a lot of things that happen from this point on. But this is Willie's, I suppose you could call it his redemption. And the first part of it is him deciding that he won't do Gummy Larson, he won't take that deal, because he's got to start somewhere as far as doing the right thing goes. Because only in seeing his son suffer such, seeing the results of his own actions reflected in his son, does he realize how misguided he's been. And in a way, it's much like what happens with Jack, the difference being that when Willie realizes that his free will, and yes, that's the other big theme of this book is so large concept that free will itself is one of the key contentious objects of it, which is why I sort of dismiss people saying it's just about politics. It's about a little more than that. And of course, that point will be really hammered home at the end, but we aren't there yet, even though we're getting pretty close. But the point being, of course, that when Willie, by his own free will, makes a mistake, he elects to rectify it, whereas Jack elected to, mope, I guess. And this is where things all start to happen. Sadie has disappeared, and Jack asks about it, and some of the people working at the office say that she was not in a good mood, which, once again, I'll just tell you, is because Willie is now together with Lucy. He doesn't want to see Sadie anymore. But then Jack gets a very urgent message from Anne. Jack, she exclaimed. Jack. What the hell? I asked and shoved the door shut behind me. You've got to find him. You've got to find him. Find him and tell him. She was shaking like a chill. Find who? Tell him how it was. Oh, it wasn't that way, not what they said. For Christ's sake, who said? They said it was because of me, because of what I did, because who said? Oh, you've got to find him, Jack. You've got to find him and tell him and bring him to me. And I grabbed her hard with a hand on each shoulder and shook her. Look here, I said. You come out of this, just stop jabbering a minute and come out of this. After a minute, I said, now tell me who you want me to find. Adam, she said. It's Adam. Now why do I find him? What's happened? He came here and said it was all because of me, of what I had done. What was because of what you had done? He was made director because of me, that's what he said. Because of what I had done, that's what he said. And he said, oh, Jack, he said it. Said what? He said he wouldn't be paid pimp to his sister's whore. He said that, Jack, to me, Jack, and I tried to tell him how it was, and he pushed me, and I fell down on the floor, and he ran out. He ran out, and you've got to find him, Jack. You've got to, and... Yeah. Your historical knowledge on Huey Long is about to line up slightly more, I guess, is all I'm going to say about that right now. But, so Jack goes on the hunt for Adam. He looks in all the places he goes to his apartment. He even convinces the janitor of his apartment to let him in and look around, but he doesn't find him there. He doesn't find him in any of the bars or pubs or anywhere that he, even then, wouldn't be all that likely to be at. So he just cannot in any way seem to locate Adam Stanton. But the key thing here that happens is that somebody told Adam that Anne and Willie were sort of an illicit thing, and that is what set Adam off. And the last thing that Adam said to Anne before he left was, he called me terrible things. He said if everything else was filthy, a man didn't have to be. And that is the Adam Stanton quote. If you put a quote next to Adam Stanton to describe what his character is, if everything else was filthy, man didn't have to be, would be that quote, flat out. And Anne even asks Jack if she'd been acting horribly, and Jack surprisingly said she hadn't been, even though he'd have plenty of reasons to say she had. But I think it's because at this point Jack is beginning to realize that, especially in the beginning, she was not the problem. And this, of course, is when Anne tells Jack the big thing about what's going on with Willie. I went to the place out of town we used to meet in. He called me early this afternoon. I went there and he told me he's going back to his wife. Well, I'll be damned, I said. Then I pulled myself together and headed for the door. I'll get Adam, I said. Get him, she said. Get him, for he's all I've got now. And that's when his search happens, which, as I said, he cannot seem to find him anywhere. It's in this time that things slow down just a little bit while Jack reads an editorial and waits to hear from people. I read on down through the editorial. It said that our state was a poor state and could not bear the burden thus tyrannically imposed upon it. That was an old one. Every time the boss had cracked down, income tax, mineral extraction tax, liquor tax, every time it had been the same thing. The pocketbook is where it hurts. A man may forget the death of the father, but never the loss of the patrimony. The cold-faced Florentine, which, in my opinion, is almost certainly Machiavelli that he's referring to here, who was the founding father of our modern world, said, and he said a mouthful which was not a mouthful of mush. This is a poor state, they always screamed, but the boss said there's a passel of poor folks living in it and no mistake, but the state ain't poor. It is just a question of who has got his front feet in the trough when slopping time comes, and I aim to do me some shoving and thump me some snouts. And he had leaned forward to the crowd with the shag-down forelock and the bulging eyes and had lifted his right arm to demand of them and of the hot sky, "Are you with me? Are you with me?" And the roar had come. And at the very end of this little section, we get another explanation of Willie's thought process. Maybe in our state things could only come in the terms in which it was taking place, and it was sure due for some change. The theory of moral neutrality of history, you might put it. Process is neither morally good nor morally bad. We may judge results, but not process. The morally bad agent may perform the deed which is good. The morally good agent may perform the deed which is bad. Maybe a man has to sell his soul to get the power to do good. The theory of historical costs, the theory of the moral neutrality of history, all that was a high historical view from a chilly pinnacle. Maybe it took a genius to see it, to really see it. Maybe you had to get chained to the high pinnacle with the buzzards pecking at your liver and lights before you could see it. Maybe it took a genius to see it. Maybe it took a hero to act on it. But sitting there in the lobby waiting for the call which did not come, I was willing to let those speculations rest.
And of course, that's just Jack thinking on everything that had happened, but I will let that stand on its own otherwise. Jack does eventually find Willie, though, as he returns to the Capitol, and he ends up sitting next to Sugar Boy while Willie does some negotiations with some senators. It sounds like, though we don't really hear the exchange, that there was some sort of corruption or tomfoolery about to happen, and the boss shuts it down, which is another little bit of what seems to be his change in character. However, as they're walking, they enter the grand lobby of the Capitol, and standing against a statue of General Moffett, who is the first governor of the state, which is a very significant detail, is Adam Stanton. Adam, I said, Adam! He took a step towards us, but still did not look at me. Then the boss veered toward Adam and thrust out his hand in preparation for a handshake. Howdy do, Doctor, he began, holding out his hand. For an instant, Adam stood there immobile, as though about to refuse to shake the hand of the man approaching him. Then he put out his hand, and as he did so, I felt a surge of relief and thought, he's shaking hands with him. He's all right now. He's all right. Then I saw what was in his hand, and even as I recognized the object, but before the significance of the recognition had time to form itself in my mind and nerves, I saw the two little spurts of pale orange flame from the muzzle of the weapon. I did not hear the report, for it was lost and merged with the other more positive staccato series of reports on my left. With his right arm still extended, Adam reeled back a step, swung his reproachful and haggard gaze upon me and fixed it, even as a second burst of firing came and he spun to the floor. In the astonishing silence, I rushed toward Adam as he fell. Then I heard somewhere in the lobby a woman begin screaming, then a great rush of feet and babble of voices. Adam was bleeding heavily. He was stitched across the chest. The chest was all knocked in. He was already dead. I looked up to see Sugar Boy standing there with the smoking automatic in his hand, and off to the right near the elevator a highway patrolman with a pistol in his hand. I didn't see the boss and thought he didn't hit him. But I was wrong. Even as I thought that and looked around, Sugar Boy dropped his automatic, clattering to the marble and uttering some strangled animal-like sound, rushed back beyond the statue of Governor Moffett. I laid Adam's head back on the marble and went behind the statue. I had to shove the people back now, they were crowding so. Somebody was yelling, stand back, give him air. But they kept crowding up, running to the spot from all over the lobby. When I broke through, I saw the boss sitting on the floor, breathing heavily, staring straight ahead. He had both hands pressed to his body, low on the chest and toward the center. I could see no sign that he was hit. Then I saw a very little ooze of blood between two of the fingers, just a little. Sugar Boy was leaning above him, weeping and sputtering, trying to speak. He finally managed to get out the words, Does it hurt much, boss? Does it hurt? The boss did not die there in the lobby under the dome. In fact, he lived quite a while and died on a clean, white, antiseptic bed with all the benefits of science. And that's pretty much it. It does take Willie a while to die. Lucy's sister, who is described as having suffered a lot and thus knowing how to help others suffer, comes in to assist Lucy, and Lucy herself wants Jack to be there with her. But even though they do a successful operation to pull the bullets out of Willie, but it isn't going to be enough. On the third day after he got shot, Willie gets an infection, and that's pretty much it for him. Simmons knew he would die, Simmons being the doctor who was operating on him, but apparently he had rallied and wanted to see Jack in his last moments. He's described as very gaunt and slow. I wanted to see you, Jack. I wanted to see you too, boss. For a minute he didn't speak, but his eyes looked up at me with the light still flickering in them. Then he spoke. Why did he do it to me? Oh, God damn it, I burst out very loud. I don't know. The nurse looked warningly at me. I never did anything to him, he said. No, you never did. He was silent again, and the flicker went down in his eyes. Then, he was all right, the doc. I nodded. I waited, but it began to seem that he wasn't going to say any more. His eyes were on the ceiling, and I could scarcely tell that he was breathing. Finally, the eyes turned toward me again, very slowly, and I almost thought that I could hear the tiny, painful creak of the balls in their sockets. But the light flickered up again. He said, It might have all been different, Jack. I nodded again. He roused himself more. He even seemed to be straining to lift his head from the pillow. You got to believe that, he said hoarsely. The nurse stepped forward and looked significantly at me. Yes, I said to the man on the bed. You got to, he said again. You got to believe that. All right. He looked at me, and for a moment it was the old, strong, probing, demanding glance. But when the words came this time, they were very weak. And it might even been different yet, he whispered. The nurse was making signals to me. I reached down and took the hand on the sheet. It felt like a piece of jelly. So long, boss, I said. I'll be seeing you.
He didn't answer, and I wasn't even sure that there was recognition in the eyes now. I turned away and went out. And he dies the next day. That was the second funeral that Jack ends up having to attend, as he also goes to Adam's funeral. A reporter ends up haranguing Anne and being extremely rude. Jack confronts him, but doesn't really react in anger. He just sort of tells him he was being a bastard and doesn't decide to take it any further. And he helps Anne get home. She faints when she arrives, and then that's the last he sees of her for a while. Jack returns to his own home, and his mother and the young executive are on a trip, so there's nobody there for him at the landing at the moment. He says that he starts getting used to all the deaths, but still Anne and himself are left. They end up sitting together on the landing later. They don't do much, they just sort of exist in the same place. He'd read to her, and those days remind him of when he'd fallen in love with her almost 20 years before. But the question on Jack's mind was who it was that had called Adam and had told him what had been happening. He didn't think he could ask Anne, and since neither of them really wanted to address the subject of what had happened anyway. When he does eventually get up the confidence to ask her, all she knows is that it was a man who told him. So then Jack tries for Sadie Burke, but he can't find her in her apartment, so he has to go on a bit of a hunt, but eventually finds her in a sanatorium where she voluntarily committed herself to. Sadie does get mad when Jack brings up Anne, but he asks who might have given that call, and Sadie says she doesn't have any notion. But she says she doesn't have any notion because she knows exactly who it was. It was that little scumbag Duffy. I knew it, Jack says. And Sadie asks why he came if he knew, but Jack said he had to be sure. And Jack asks Sadie how she knows it's Duffy, and she tells him that she knows that it was Duffy because she was the one who told Duffy to take advantage of the situation and tell Adam. And in the end, Sadie decides she's glad that she told Jack, and Jack sort of, despite the fact that Sadie is the one who killed Willie and Adam, realistically, Jack determines her to be a lot less guilty because her crime was a hot crime, as he says. It was a crime of passion. But Duffy's crime was cold as ice. His was calculating, his was done for his own advantage, not because of the heat of emotion. The last thing that Sadie says to Jack is, "I may not be noble and high tone like that Stanton woman, but I'm glad I told." I didn't find much to say to that, so I continued to sit there for quite a while, holding Sadie's hand in the silence which she seemed to want, and looking across her down toward the bayou, which coiled under the moss depending from the line of tattered cypresses on the further bank, the algae-mottled water heavy with the hint and odor of swamp, jungle, and darkness along the edge of the expanse of the clipped lawn. Which, it's just things like that that make me, which I think the way I'll say it is that make me love Warren and McCarthy's prose for about the same reason. They're distinct from each other, but it's a very McCarthyite line, even though Warren did come first. And there's just a lot of those like that. So I wanted to make another note of that just to give me a bit more time to talk about how good the prose is before we get back to the main stuff. Jack deliberates for a while on what to do about Duffy. He has a pretty much ironclad proof that Duffy is the one who's responsible, but he ends up deciding to go and talk to Duffy and scope things out for himself. "Jack, the boys sure miss you around here, too." I nodded modestly and said that I sure miss the boys. "Yeah," he resumed, "I was saying to myself the other day, just let me get settled in a harness and I'm gonna get a hold of Jack. Yeah, Jack's the kind of fellow I like to have around. Boss sure thought a lot of him, and what was good enough for the boss is good enough for old Tiny. Yeah, I said to myself, I'm gonna get old Jack, the kind of guy I need, a square shooter. A guy you can trust. He'll speak the truth, fear nor favor. His word is his bond." "Are you referring to me?" I asked. "I sure am," he replied, "and I'm making you a proposition. I don't know exactly what arrangement you had with the boss, but you just tell me straight what it was and I'll up it 10%. I had no complaints about my treatment. "Now that's talking like a white man, Jack, this guy," he said, and added earnestly, "And don't get me wrong, I know you and the boss was like this." He held up two large, white, glistening episcopal fingers as in benediction. "Like that," he repeated. "Does that remind you of anything?" "And don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing the boss, I just want to show you I appreciate you." "Thanks," I said with some lack of warmth. The lack of warmth was such, I presume, that he leaned slightly forward and said, "Jack, I'm going to make that 20%. And they do a bit of negotiation from then on, but Jack finally decides to let him have it by saying, Well, I'm telling you something. You are the stinkingest louse God ever let live. I relish in the moment of profound silence which followed and plunged on. And you think you can buy me in. Well, I know why you want to. You don't know how much I know or what. I was thick with the boss and I know a lot. I'm the joker in the deck. My name is Jack and I'm the wild Jack and I'm not one-eyed. You want to deal me to yourself from the bottom of the deck, but it's no sale, Tiny, it's no sale. And it's too damn bad, Tiny, and do you know why? Look here, he said with authority. Look here, you can't be. It's too bad because I do know something. I know a lot. I know you killed the boss. It's a lie, he exclaimed and heaved on the couch and the couch creaked. It's no lie and it's no guess, though I ought to have guessed it. Sadie Burke told me. She's in it. She's in it. She was in it, I corrected, but not anymore, and she'll tell the world. She doesn't care who knows. She's not afraid. She better be, Al. She's not afraid because she's tired. She's tired of everything, and she's tired of you. I'll kill her, he said, and the perspiration exuded delicately on his temples. You won't kill anybody, I said, and this time there's nobody to do it for you, because you're afraid to. You are afraid to kill the boss, and you are afraid not to, but luck helped you out. But you gave luck a little push, Tiny, and I swear I admire you for it. It opened my eyes. You see, Tiny, all those years I never thought you were real. You were just something off the cartoon page with your diamond ring. You were just the punch bag the boss used, and you just grinned your sick grin and took it. You were like the poodle I heard about. You ever heard about the poodle? I didn't give him time to answer. I watched his mouth get ready, then I went on. There was a drunk had a poodle, and he took him everywhere with him from bar to bar, and you know why? Was it devotion? It was not devotion. He took that poodle everywhere just so he could spit on him and not get the floor dirty. Well, you were the boss's poodle, and you liked it. You liked to be spit on. You weren't human. You weren't real. That's what I thought, but I was wrong, Tiny. Somewhere down in you there was something made you human. You resented being spit on, even for money. I got up with my half-empty glass in my hand. And now, Tiny, I said, that I know you are real, I sort of feel sorry for you. You are a funny old fat man, Tiny, with your heart getting bad and your liver nigh gone and sweat running down your face and a mean worry on your mind and a great blackness like water rising in a cellar inside you, and I almost feel sorry for you, but if you say a word, I might stop feeling sorry for you. So now I'm going to drink up your whiskey and spit in the glass and go. So Jack is pretty well pleased with himself, and I think he should be. I think we all are experiencing a little bit of catharsis just from hearing Tiny finally get chewed out. I tried to emphasize his annoyingness in the video, but he's even more annoying in the book. And there's one paragraph that follows this it's just its own singular line as a paragraph that just says, I was the stuff, and I love that. He ends up getting a letter in the mail soon after from Sadie, who has pretty much everything officiated to burn Tiny if any of them want to. But she, and Jack ends up agreeing with this, decide that they're not going to do anything. They're just going to hold the idea that they could do something over Tiny just to make him sad and miserable, which I really like that that's what ends up happening. I think that's way better than if they just put him in jail. I think just the general idea of Tiny having to live with himself is really the best way they could have done it. So I'm very satisfied with that for Tiny. Bastard. Jack returns home and he sort of decides to hell with everybody, but he does get a letter in the mail from Anne, though he never ends up reading it. The next thing that happens, in fact, is that one day in the library he finds Sugar Boy. And I don't have the time to explain this encounter as well as I'd like to, because just by storage space I can only make this so long, unfortunately. But essentially, he finds Sugar Boy and asks some testing questions and realizes that if he told Sugar Boy what happened, if he told Sugar Boy that Tiny Duffy is the reason that Willie is dead, that Sugar Boy would, not maybe would, Sugar Boy would go to the Capitol that moment and kill Tiny. But Jack doesn't do it because he realizes that even if, as he imagines, Sugar Boy will end up dead in a car wreck or shot to death in a gang war or any other number of things, that however Sugar Boy goes on to lead the rest of his life, he should do it on his own terms. Because if Jack tells Sugar Boy is not getting away with it. There's no way he's getting away with it. So Jack would be killing Sugar Boy as well, and killing Tiny. And it's in that moment of realizing that by doing that, Jack would be no better than Tiny Duffy, that he decides not to tell Sugar Boy. Which the first time I read it, I was kind of disappointed, until I thought about it for a while and realized that that is the right thing to do. Just let Tiny live with himself, especially because it becomes clear that it's not like Tiny's going to stay governor. Everybody hates him. It's explicitly said that Tiny's not going to win any sort of election, so it really doesn't matter what happens to him. He will be irrelevant. Nobody cares about Tiny, so there's no need to take Sugar Boy down with him. Jack then goes and he sees Lucy, and as it turns out, Lucy had taken Sybil's kid, as we might have imagined she would. Once again, she's all lights here, all brightness. And she says this one line that is just, I'm just going to read it. A time comes when you think you cannot bear another thing, but it happens to you and you can bear it. I am resigned now by God's help. And then she says, then after I was resigned, God gave me something so I could live. And out of all of the crushing Lucy moments where you just feel gut-wrenchingly sad for her, this is both the most powerful because, man, she does not deserve any of what's happened to her. It is so painful just thinking about Lucy, but there is, at least now, this one light in her life that matches up to the purveyor of light that she herself is, and that really ties it well together in the end. And she decides that the kid must have been Tom's, even if they don't know, that she's damn sure that it is, basically, and Jack isn't necessarily convinced, but he decides to let her have it, and I think that's probably the best thing to do, especially because, she might not be wrong. We don't know. It's never clarified. And the reason that she gets the baby is because she offered Sybil to adopt the baby, and this gave Sybil the opportunity to just start a new life in California and go do something else, which, fair enough. But then Jack goes to meet with his mother, and he finds the young executive gone, and here comes a whole other bombshell. His mother is leaving and giving the house to the young executive. One, because Jack now has Irwin's house, but two, because after Irwin died, she realized she couldn't live with anybody else anymore. That Irwin was the true love of her life, and that at this point, the Ellis Burden house was just a place of sadness and tragedy and loss. As Jack says about her, you can't say anything to someone who has found out the truth about themselves, so he pretty much lets her go. She leaves on the way to Reno, and that's pretty much the last time that they talk, but it is amicable for the first time in any of their interactions. It's the first time that they leave amicably, because it relates to what Jack said about her earlier, that he found he loved and respected her more when he realized that she too had loved and respected another person, that being Irwin. There's also a sort of amusing sentence in here about Jack telling her not to go to Europe because it's like 1939 right now, and a certain one bald mustache man is in charge of Germany right now, so he says all hell's about to break loose, so don't go over there. And what she ends up saying as her basically last words to Jack is that she ought never have set foot in that house. She married and her husband was a good man, but she should never have come. But she concludes, well, I did it, and now I know, because what you know and what I know is that the end of man is knowledge. And the last thing is that she asks Jack if Jack knows why Monty Irwin did it. And for the very first time, pretty much ever, Jack lies for the benefit of another person. He just says that it was because he was dissatisfied with growing old and inept and feeble, basically, rather than telling her the truth. And that's one of the nuances of the book. The book is not necessarily a truth absolutist. I don't think being absolutely true in everything you do is necessarily the right call, because the end of man is knowledge, and sometimes that knowledge will damn him. And so he does not give his mother the damning knowledge so that his mother can live happily with the memory of the man she loved. But in her leaving, she gives him a new picture of herself, but also Jack a new picture of the world. You remember the picture of the world changed with Adam and Ann? Well, Jack has finally gotten his, and it ain't about the Grey Twitch anymore. I could accept the past now because I could accept her and be at peace with her and with myself. For years I had condemned her as a woman without heart who loved merely power over men and the momentary satisfaction to vanity or flesh which they could give her, who lived in a strange loveless oscillation between calculation and instinct. And my mother, realizing a condemnation of her, but without perhaps realizing its nature, had done everything she could to hold me and to throttle the condemnation. What she could do to me was to use the force which she was able to use on other men. I resisted and resented this, but I wanted to be loved by her, and at the same time I was drawn by the force, for she was a vital and beautiful woman, and by whom I was drawn and by whom I was repelled, whom I condemned and of whom I was proud, but the change came. And out of everything, it was her silvery scream, as it was when she found out about Irwin's death, that sold this idea to Jack. And it's at this point that Jack decides to make another trip, and it's to the Stanton house, where he goes to see Anne, and all he says is, "It's me." He says he didn't know that she'd let him in, and she said of course she'd let him in. And he said that he wouldn't be surprised if she was mad because he never answered her letter, even though it had been months. Of the letter, he says, "It came at the wrong time," I said finally. "It came at a time when everything and everybody, even Ann Stanton, looked just alike to me and I didn't give a damn. You know what I mean?" "Yes," she said. "Like hell you do," I said. "Maybe I do," she said quietly. "Not the way I mean, you couldn't." Well, anyway, that was the way it was. Everything and everybody looked alike. I didn't even feel sorry for anybody. I didn't even feel sorry for myself. "I never asked you to feel sorry for me," she said fiercely, "in the letter or anywhere else." "No," I said slowly, "I don't reckon you did. I never asked you that." "I know," I said, and fell silent for a moment. Then I said, "I came up here to tell you I don't feel that way anymore. I had to tell somebody. I had to say it out loud to be sure it's true, but it is true." I waited in the silence which remained unbroken until I began again. "It's my mother," I said. "You know," I said, "how it always was with us, how we didn't get along, how I thought that she—" "Don't!" Anne burst out. "Don't! I don't want to hear you talk that way. What makes you so bitter? What do you talk that way for? Your mother, Jack, and that poor old man, your father." "He's not my father," I said. "Not your father?" she exclaimed. "No," I said. And sitting there in the motionless swing on the dark gallery, I told her what there was to tell about the pale-haired and famished-cheeked girl who had come down from Arkansas, and tried to tell her what my mother had finally given back to me. I tried to tell her how if you could not accept the past and its burden, there was no future, for without one there cannot be the other, and how if you could accept the past, you might hope for the future, for only out of the past can you make the future. I tried to tell her that. Then, after a long silence, she said, "I believe that, for if I had not come to believe it, I could not have lived." They waited in silence for a while, and then, after a long time, I said goodnight and went down the road to my father's house. This has been the story of Willie Talos, but it is my story too, for I have a story. It is the story of a man who lived in the world, and to him, and the world looked one way for a long time, and then it looked another and very different way. The change did not happen all at once. Many things happened, and that man did not know when he had any responsibility for them and when he did not. There was, in fact, a time when he came to believe that nobody had any responsibility for anything, and there was no God but the Great Twitch. At first, that thought was horrible to him when it was forced on him by what seemed the accident of circumstance, for it seemed to rob him of a memory by which, unconsciously, he had lived. But then it gave him a sort of satisfaction, because it meant that he could not be called guilty of anything, not even of having squandered happiness or having killed his father. But later, much later, he woke up one morning to discover that he did not believe in the Great Twitch anymore. He did not believe in it because he had seen too many people live and die. He had seen Lucy Stark and Sugar Boy and the scholarly attorney and Sadie Burke and Ann Stanton live, and the ways of their living had nothing to do with the Great Twitch. He had seen his father die. He had seen his friend Adam Stanton die. He had seen his friend Willie Stark die, and had heard him say with his last breath, "It might have been all different, Jack. You gotta believe that." He had seen his two friends, Willie Stark and Adam Stanton, live and die. Each had killed the other. Each had been the doom of the other. As a student of history, Jack Burton could see that Adam Stanton, who he came to call the man of idea, and Willie Talos, who he came to call the man of fact, were doomed to destroy each other. Just as each was doomed to try and use the other and to yearn toward and try to become the other, because each was incomplete with the terrible division of their age. But at the same time Jack Burton came to see that his friends had been doomed, he saw that though doomed, they had nothing to do with any doom under the godhead of the Great Twitch. So now I, Jack Burton, live in my father's house. In one sense it is strange that I should be here, for the discovery of the truth had one time robbed me of the past and had killed my father. But in the end the truth gave the past back to me. So I live in the house which my father left me. With me is my wife, Adam Stanton, and the old man who once married my mother. When a few months ago I found him sick in the room above the Mexican restaurant, what could I do but bring him here? Does he think that I am his son? I cannot be sure. Nor can I feel that it matters, for each of us is the son of a million fathers. He is very feeble. Now and then he has the strength to play a game of chess, as he used to play with his friend Montague Irwin long ago in the White House by the sea. He used to be a very good chess player, but now his attention wanders. Or on good days now he sits in the sunshine. He can read his Bible a little. He is not strong enough to write anymore, but occasionally he dictates something to me or Anne for a tract which he is writing. Yesterday he dictated this to me. The creation of man, whom God in his foreknowledge knew doomed to sin, was the awful index of God's omnipotence. For it would have been a thing of trifling and contemptible ease for perfection to create mere perfection. To do so would, to speak truth, be not creation but extension. Separateness is identity, and the only way for God to create, truly create man, was to make him separate from God himself, and to be separate from God is to be sinful. The creation of evil is therefore the index of God's glory and his power. That had to be so that the creation of good might be the index of man's glory and power, but by God's help, by his help, and in his wisdom. His father then goes on to say about this tract, which I personally find very powerful. Since that thought, and I say his father as in Ellis Burden this time, who is also his father, I think, even if not in the literal sense. Since that thought came into my mind, my soul has been still. I have had it in my mind for 3 days. I have held it there to be sure by the test of my soul before I spoke it. He will never finish the tract. His strength fails visibly from day to day. The doctor says he will not last the winter. And that tract, to me, is what the book is about. It's not about politics. It is about, well, it is a little bit about politics. It is a little bit about love. It is about life. But in the end, it's also about God and free will. And even if those aren't necessarily topics that you put much stake or belief into, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I do think that's what the ultimate idea ends up being. Though the book is so multifaceted that even if you care not for those ideas, there's still so much else here. But for me, the reversal of Willie's idea that there is only badness and thus you must make goodness out of it, but you can't know good from the bad, essentially, you make it up as you go along. It's the same idea, but it's different somehow in that it isn't just that you have to make the good, it is that making the good is the point. That in the evil of man, which God in his omnipotence, according to the tract, created, that God's ultimate creation was evil, so that in man being born of evil, man's ultimate creation, man's ultimate achievement can be the creation of good. And man, if that isn't something to think about. So Jack decides that he's going to leave the Irwin house. He and Anne are going to go elsewhere because there's nothing for him there, and the house was already being mortgaged, and Irwin's affairs were not managed well. He tried to give Miss Littlepaw the money from Irwin's estate, but she had passed away. And Jack is now writing the story of Cass Mastern, as he's going to turn that into a novel. And while we were just talking about Ellis Burden, Jack does have one last thing to say about Irwin, which is, I suppose there is some humor in the fact that I write about Cass Mastern. I live in the house of Judge Irwin and eat bread bought with his money. For Judge Irwin and Cass Mastern do not resemble each other very closely. If Judge Irwin resembles any Mastern, it is Gilbert, which was the older brother who gave Cass the college thing, the granite-headed brother of Cass. But I do not find the humor in this situation very funny. The situation is too much like the world in which we live from birth to death, and the humor of it grows stale from repetition. Besides, Judge Irwin was my father, and he was good to me, and, in a way, he was a man and I loved him. When the old man is dead and the book is finished, I shall let the First and Third National Bank take the house, and I don't care who lives here afterwards, for from that day it will be nothing to me but a well-arranged pile of brick and lumber. So by next summer we shall have left Burden's Landing, because Anne doesn't want to live there either, because now her own house is also a place of misery, but she turns it into a children's home. And the final lines of the book are this: We shall come back, no doubt, to walk down the row and watch young people on the tennis courts by the clump of mimosas, and walk down the beach by the bay, where the diving floats lift gently in the sun, and on out to the pine grove, where the needles thick on the ground will deaden the footfall, so that we shall move among the trees as soundlessly as smoke. But that will be a long time from now, and soon we shall go out of the house and go into the convulsion of the world, out of history, into history, and the awful responsibility of time. And that, my friends and viewers, is All the King's Men by Robert Penn Warren, which New York Times called the definitive novel about American politics. I don't think All the King's Men is a book about politics. At least, not really. The book is about time. It's about the end of man being knowledge. It's about God. It's about love. It's about life. The book is about everything, and I hope you agree with me, because that's what I tried to sell you on at the very beginning. I can finally hold the mic with my left hand. My right hand is kind of tired. This mic is heavy. So, yeah. In a way, Willie's philosophy from earlier was right. Man is born of sin and filth and corruption, but he is wrong in another way. You have to make good out of the badness, but potentially, with the help of God, good can be made another way. Good can just be. Good can be the epitome of what is and what man can make. And, in a sense, through Jack finding out that his real father was Irwin, his real name should be Jack Irwin as opposed to Burden, which I suppose you could do a play on words to say that removes the burden from Jack, but I almost feel that would be a little too corny for something that is otherwise so cleverly executed. And honestly, I don't know what else to say about the book. I don't know how else I can explain why I loved it, other than to tell you to read it, and that I hope you at least understand why. Maybe you don't agree, and if you don't, that's completely okay. But I hope you at least understand why I say that this book has changed me more than anything else I've ever read. And I guess as far as doing this goes, I just felt the compulsion. I felt I had to make this video. I don't know how well this will do. I have no expectations. This might get 10 views. Maybe it'll do really well. I don't know, and I kind of don't care. I just had to make this. I had to tell more people about this book. So, regardless of what happens, the journey was worth it, and I just hope that those of you who did make it this far had a good time making it this far. I barely feel worthy to talk about this book. I don't know how good of a job I did explaining it, but if you guys like this, I enjoyed doing this enough that depending on what you guys want, I would be willing to do way more of these on way more books and way other types of topics. I really like doing long form, I've discovered. Even as convenient as it is to make, even though this took me 3 days, even though I don't know how to use a green screen very well. I felt that I was able to be more myself here. And it's not that I'm not myself in the other videos, it's just I have to be fast, you know, I have to be efficient. But here I can just kind of talk to you, and I value that, I guess. It feels good. But what I do have to do is thank Shadowrunner, our $10 patron, who for some reason is willing to give me money, even though I'll just randomly make a 5-hour video, because I want to. And yeah, you guys are great. Those of you who've been with me this far. Now we're at 2,000 subscribers. I'm glad to be here. And I'm just taking this opportunity that I have to be a little more long form just to say thank you guys so much for everything that you've done for me, and for my editor as well, Yamez. If they want, they might leave a little message of their own here. No idea if they're feeling anywhere near as emotional as me. Really, Yamez is probably exhausted because they've had to edit this whole thing, and I wouldn't blame them for not feeling so sentimental afterward. But anyway, the last little silly thing I have to leave you with is this. For all that the past is a burden, it's a teacher, and only by making mistakes and doing the wrong thing can we learn the value in being good and doing the right thing.